Welcome back, everyone. Today, the second day of competition at the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We're more than happy to be back. 2 lay days we had. We have a little bit of wind, and the technical team decided to call it off for those 2 days, but we are back now. There is a little texture in the water, but it's very contestable. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, Bago. Indeed, it's much more contestable than the previous days. We have to run the contest due to the last days off the window, so it's going to be a good amount of action for sure today.
That's for sure. We're going to be seeing whatever is left from round number 2 of the men division right now. It's 2 heats. And then we are going to be doing the first round for the women's. Then we're going to jump to the juniors, and we might be closing the day with the women's. Remember, everything is subject to change, and we might have another division in the middle of the day. We will for sure letting you know. But we are going to check the highlights before we start with the action. So please, Director.
Miss me here now, I will pick up your call. It's been falling, I've been solving for weeks. The stars are pretty when the sky falls. I don't want you to worry.
Well, that was just super exciting, and for sure today we're going to have more of that. Bueno, bienvenidos a todos. Este es el segundo día de competencia del Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2024 por su 4ª edición. Este evento vuelve a Iquique y estamos muy felices de tenerlo de vuelta en la ciudad bendita para el bodyboard. Así que muchas gracias a la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique a través de la Corporación Municipal de Deportes por llevarlo a cabo, por volvernos a traer. Y ya estamos listos para comenzar el día de hoy, el segundo día de competencia. Vamos a tener lo que nos quedó de la categoría de hombres profesional. Tenemos 2 hits de esta ronda número 2. Este será el hit 7. En donde estará un hawaiano, Kavika Rorkamai, en rojo, Carlos Bastos de Brasil en amarillo, Patricio Galay de Argentina en azul y Benji Oliver de Sudáfrica en blanco.
Pretty international heat to begin this day. Just 2 more heats to close this round of the men division, and then we will focus on the pro junior guys and finally see the women going in the water. Wow. Good conditions here. We have some texture, as we mentioned before, but it's much more contestable than the 2 previous days where the technical staff decided not to run the contest. So let's see. That's Carlos Bastos already already going for right-hander, waiting for it to pop up, goes for one roll on that second section, and a closeout with another roll for Carlos to begin with.
And the first for Hawaii and Kavika Roar Kamai. Very refreshing to see him surfing here in Prawn. We know he is an amazing athlete in the Drobny division, and just giving it a shot to the men division as well. If you go to his socials, you can see he served equally as good in both, I say, styles of bodyboarding. We have the Drobny, which is one of our, I will say, yeah, one of our favorite divisions, because it's a small community and they're very united, and it's a pretty cool division. Maybe we will have it at some point here. So second one will be for Kavika. Hasn't really been able to complete any maneuver, but yeah, this is only starting, and the first wave for Carlos Bastos is a 5. Benji Oliver looks like he actually took off on something. He has 1 point. And Patricio Galay is still waiting. Patricio is a great competitor and a great bodyboarder from Argentina. He lives here in Iquique. And I'll tell you what, every single competition, like local competition here, he always show off, and he has taken a bunch of wins in this city.
Aí vem o brasileiro Carlos Bastos. A gente vai ver o replay dessa onda que foi 5 pontos. O Carlos atrás ali no início, né, esperando a sessão armar na frente dele. Faz esse primeiro rolo. Não tá um dia fácil aqui na ponta 2, mas tem boas ondas. A gente já vê aí o Carlos com 2 rolos nessa primeira onda. Fechou com 5 pontos e ele segue agora na liderança da bateria, enquanto os outros atletas ainda não acharam nada demais aqui em ponta 2. And Bego, Patricio, I was talking to him in the last day of competition, in the first day, and he was also saying that in Argentina he used to surf much more beach breaks, and now this here, leaving for a few years in Iquique, just was very well for him for his performance. He was just saying good stuff about Iquique to me, and talking about that. He had a son here as well. He's developing his family here. He just increased so much his surfing. He's competing a lot in the local comps here. So, by the way of it, he loves it.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a great bodyboarder. And yeah, Iquique, if you come to live here, your level of bodyboarding will be pushed highly. Definitely, you will be improving a lot, because there's a wave all year round. And this wind, people, I'm telling you, this is super weird here. Actually, I was talking to Paloma yesterday, and she was telling me, Bego, from the whole year, this is the first time that we have 3 days in a row with wind. It never happens here. This is a very consistent place, and the conditions are always good. But you know what it is? I mean, we have a limited amount of days. Unfortunately, you can't have an unlimited waiting period for the events. It won't be possible for the athletes and the everyone that works in events. It's very expensive, of course, and so we have to set a data, and that's been set since the beginning of the year. Calendars they always drop at the beginning of the year, so all the athletes can prepare and get ready to get their sponsors and buy their tickets with time. And so that's the thing. We have only 10 days and we have to keep running. Let's see, this is the first one for Patricio Galay, the Argentinian, not able to complete much in there. Punta dos. You know what? The thing with this wave is, even if it's windy, you will always find a section, even a barrel, because it has a perfect shape. This place is really, really special for bodyboarding.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bago. The wave is quite long, guys. It has basically 3 sections, one main and first bigger section, and then it just surrounds and fences the reef, providing a perfect bowl for bodyboarding, for huge maneuvers. We have been seeing some footage since before actually the competition started, and how good is these highlights from the first days, guys, just sending it flips and reverses on the pocket, And yeah, just starting a little bit slower in this heat. Patricio Galay actually scored a 3 points ride in this in his first wave. Summed with the 0.65, he's in second position right now. In the meantime, Benji, Oliver, and Kavika didn't find much on this heat so far, but there's still basically 18 minutes remaining. We have also the young Carlos Bastos from Brazil. Carlos is from Macaé, and this guy is just recently showing up in the World Tour, despite the very young age. Last year in Itacoatiara, he went through a lot of his heats very well, eliminating some strong names as well in the big waves of Itacoatiara, guys. If you watched Itacoatiara last year, you know that it was not easy at all. The waves were super heavy there. It was a battle for these guys. And Benji Oliver, he's a data scientist. And this guy, you know what he does?
What?
He works with wave modeling. So he basically engineers. Yeah, he engineers the whole thing. And that's what is his work. Like he works in port authorities in South Africa, but he also does that on the side, wave modeling. How sick is that?
I didn't know that, and here he comes. Nice roll there, and he will find one more for sure. So it's more or less the same combo that we saw from Carlos Bastos, the 5-point ride. We'll see how much he gets for that one. But yeah. Oh, interesting insight you have there. Did he answer the survey?
Joey got that information. I don't know if Joey was talking to him, but that's like super interesting. I mean, how many people, spend time studying waves and engineering waves? That's what this guy does. I mean, probably a brain. He's a brain.
Definitely put in some good knowledge for him to, know how how the ocean works and how to choose the waves mainly because, the ocean has so many secrets that if you actually crack those, you're going to be definitely surfing very well. Let's see this one for Kavika Rorkamai. Nice looking roll in the first section of the Punta Dos, a wave that to the right has 3 sections, and as you can see, it continues. So good combo there for Star Things for Kavika. Vix also.
Amazing Hawaiian sharp style. I mean, in the first attempt of he almost went with the reverse on that first one, but it was just holding and then he left it. But let's see now, Benji finally there, passing outside of that first white section, but he couldn't go through it, guys. Benji is in second right now, needing only 1.51 to lead. We're still seeing slow scores as the guys, as usual, are getting familiar with the condition, guys. This is just the first heat of the day. If you're just tuning in, make sure to share this live stream and stay with us here because it's going to be amazing for sure. We had 2 late days, and now we're back for the action. Let's see, Patricio Galay from Argentina does that bottom turn, goes for a beautiful roll, cleanly executed, landing in front of the wave, and there comes Carlos.
Carlos Bastos, we have seen him surfing last year. I remember he put some show. I was like, oh, this kid knows how to surf. So that was an invert there. In the last section of the wave, we'll see this one for Kavika. He's going for the flip right there. That's a fully executed maneuver. Combines with the roll. And it's going to be interesting to see how much he gets for that. His first valuable score was a 5.5. And Carlos will be back in that 5 and probably get in the first position, but we'll see how much Kavika gets. And the first, that's, not really much for Benji. And this is Patricio. That's a round roll, actually. Very well executed. Very smart to choose that maneuver.
Essa foi a última onda do Carlinhos. Vai saindo a nota dele aqui, mas não foi uma nota muito alta. Ele está em segundo. Faz um aéreo ali na junção, mas ele acaba ficando um pouco preso na espuma. Completa a manobra, mas não foi uma manobra muito projetada, né? Não foi uma manobra que ele conseguiu descolar da onda. And this last wave for Kavika, he looks like he's reading the conditions pretty well. He's looking like very precise on his performances. Just textbook execution for the Hawaiian that has a 5.5. And I would say that some score kind of like this is coming up. There's the Argentinian.
Yeah, going for the save rolls, which I think it's a good call. You know, you want to put some scores under your belt at the beginning of the heat, and then you can just start to do something different. But yeah, we're waiting for many waves actually. We're waiting for waves for almost every athlete, but Benji.
That's it. And in the last heat for Patricio, on the first day of competition, guys, we saw this guy just non-stop, just showing a lot of will, and passing his heat with quite good advantage. I got to interview him and got to meet Patricio a little bit more. He's one of those foreigners that live here in Iquique. Let's see, Benji, good bottom turn for a roll on the pocket. He's trying to scoop into that section, but he couldn't make it, guys. Benji has a 3.5. Now he's in fourth position, and the situation is getting hotter as the other athletes' scores are starting to come out. He's needing 7 points. So now that the scores came out, Bego, let's go for an update. We have the Hawaiian now coming out on top with the last wave of 5.65. And let's see the replay. That's Patricio going for another round roll. Not as perfect as the first one. That was a 6-point ride, but he managed to get 4.5 for the second wave, and he's in second right now.
Yeah, that was super interesting wave exchange, definitely, between all of them. Yeah, but it's Kavika getting the best of it with a 5.65, and now in the first position. And Patricio, he's holding a 6 for the first roll, because it was actually very well performed, super projected, and it makes sense, 6 points. And backing up with a 4.5, and one more here for Carlos. Maybe he lost momentum there.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was actually very well executed as well. It's a good job there for Carlos Bastos, looking for a 5.5 to get that second position. And remember, the possibility of keep advancing, because only first and second will continue in competition here. This is a full elimination round. And let's see this one for the heat leader, Kavika. It's unstoppable. Took a little while for him to set, the engines, to start the engines, but it's now it's working. And 11 minutes and 15 seconds, it's a lot to go. But when you're surfing with 4 people in priority, sometimes it's a bit tricky. But the good thing is that we have a lot of waves, regardless the wind.
Última onda do Carlos Bastos, ele vem, faz a cavada, não decide de não bater ali, mas ele consegue recuperar a linha da onda e fazer uma outra cavada para um ARS que foi boa manobra para ele. 5.75, pessoal, era o que ele precisava, e ele vai para a segunda posição. And this was the last wave for the leader of this heat, trying to increase that 5.65 with a sharp spin and a closing roll in this maneuver. Very good performance for the Hawaiian, looking very familiar with Punta Dos.
The boys are unstoppable. They are taking a lot of waves, and that was unfortunate. If he would have landed that, it would have been a good score for sure. And Patricio Galay from Argentina, currently living in Iquique for 5 years actually, also wants this very bad. He has been, like I said, he has been taking many victories in the local competitions here. So he's no stranger to this wave at all. And if you come here any day of the week, you'll see him surfing. And you know what is interesting about him? He doesn't come here with it's perfect. He comes in all kinds of conditions. This is a replay of the last for the South African, which was air roll right there. I especially enjoyed the execution, but unable to complete. And one more for Patricio. That was actually a very good wave. The importance of going for the first section of La Punta Dos, it gives you better scores, and it's dropping right now. Patricio with that wave, he gets a 7, and he is first right now, knocking Kavika, but there's still 9 minutes and 17 seconds, and Kavika right now is looking for a 6.76, and Carlos a 6.16, and Benji a 6.45 to get the second position. We'll see how that goes.
What a good heat it's been. I mean, changes of situation all the time. The guys just increasing their scores one after the other. We saw Kavika in the beginning of the heat just coming out on top, and then Patricio Galay just repeating what he did on the first day of competition, just staying very active and going for many attempts, and it's working out pretty well for him. as he found that 7-point ride on the last wave, showing that he's getting familiar with the conditions right now and letting that surf out. So someone paddling, that's the Hawaiian Kavika right now, stalling a little bit to stay on the pocket, looking for that lip section as he's bottom turning, passing through all of the wave, but the section just doesn't pop up for Kavika, and he's looking for something bigger than a 5.65. So he's in second right now, and the one that is getting closer also to classification is Carlos Bastos with that last 5.75. He is just reaching the Hawaiians there and putting some pressure as well, as all of the three athletes in this heat, the second, third, and fourth, need a 6-point ride average to classify and to go to the round number 3. We're not going to be seeing these today, but let's see right now. Patricio Galay, one more for the Argentinian, living in Iquique, bottom turn, nice invert for blue in this wave, trying to increase that 6-point ride. I think that's possible because it was a beautiful, beautiful maneuver, cleanly executed, landed in the flats. So let's check that replay for the Argentina.
That's right. Bueno, la última de Patricio Galay, que ya está primero, y es buen invert. Ese es el clásico invert de Patricio aquí. Se lo sabe de memoria, se conoce esta ola como la palma de sus manos. Es una persona que siempre vas a encontrar en la punta 2 con cualquier condición. El argentino Patricio Galay, después de 5 años que tiene viviendo acá, se conoce muy muy bien este lugar y ya tiene un número grande de victorias en esta ola, en este evento. Perdón, en este evento no, en los campeonatos locales. Él ya ha ganado varias veces, así que estamos esperando. Y sí, recibe una mejor nota Patricio Galay. Ahora está primero con bastante más, un 7 y un 6.30, y está dejando al resto de los competidores buscando notas que son altas, la verdad. Con 6 minutos y medio es tiempo todavía, pero ya no es tanto, sobre todo buscando algo como un 7, un 6.16 es lo que necesita Carlos para subir a la segunda posición, y Kavika un 7. Un hit bien apretado, un hit bien bueno en realidad. Se nota que los chicos tenían bastantes ganas de competir. Tight hit, huh?
Yeah, Bago, and you know what? We got here and saw some wind, so it just takes some of your motivation. But this heat is just a good sign, I would say. A good sign that we have a pretty full day of action. This just the 21st minutes of the day. And let's see now, Benji Oliver looking for that score to get out of the 4th position. Goes for a roll in the first section. The wave closes out in the white water on that last bowl of the wave, and then Benji just goes for another roll. He is looking for 6.45, but I would say that with this wave, he's probably going to change that 3.65, and if that's not enough, he's going to get closer for sure.
All right, yeah, this is the replay of the last of Benji. He also was very smart to do that air roll in the first section and goes for one more in the second section. That section is actually a bit dangerous because it's really shallow. That's where less water you find here in Punta Dos. Usually when you're free surfing here, it calls my attention, and I always tell these to all the riders when I'm free surfing. Not much people actually goes for a maneuver in the first section. They wait all the way till the third when it's perfect. That you guys will see it, because I'm pretty sure this is not the Punta Dos we surf all the time. This is very weird. We never have this kind of wind here in Iquique. It looks like there's a storm down south that it's causing this. We'll see this one for Carlos.
Carlos Bastos vem numa tentativa de buscar classificação, mas acaba não achando nada. Só sai dessa onda, o Carlinhos acaba perdendo a prioridade. Ele que está em terceiro, estava em grande desvantagem na bateria, mas agora está encostando. There comes Kavika Horkamai from Hawaii, just stalling, waiting for the wave to pop up. It does, but with a lot of white water, so that was not the best roll for Kavika. Kind of got stuck in the white water there, not the cleanest landing. And he's going back for another attempt because there's still 4 minutes in this heat, guys. Share this live stream. We're just starting here. We have a cloudy day in Iquique. The high tide was actually at 1 hour ago. Basically, we have some south wind winds here, around 10 kilometers, but we will have the low tide around noon today. So there's a lot to go. We'll see different waves from the first day for sure. And those names starting to pop up in the contest. I mean, it's going to be amazing.
Así es, y si recién están llegando, este es el segundo día de competencia en este gran evento que vuelve Iquique, el Tour Mundial, una ola más para quien está ahora de primero en este hit, que es el argentino radicado acá en Iquique, que tiene un hijo iquiqueño. Ahí va Patricio Galay, que está dando muchísimo de qué hablar, muy concentrado. Ayer tuvimos una reunión entre los directores de la IBC y los atletas. Les contamos un poco más después de esta ola.
Kavika from Hawaii there goes for a flip right now on that second section of the wave, but he couldn't complete. The wave just lost a lot of energy. 3 minutes remaining now, guys.
All right, so I was just saying that yesterday we had a meeting between the directors and the top 16 for the women and the top 32 of the men. And the IBC directors. It was very good, very cool. Also, there were other, athletes such as Patricio. He came to the meeting, and we had a chat about everything, and we spoke about the structure of the IBC and how it works, and it was very, very cool to be there and see everyone. And also, we had a autograph signatures right there at Sofri Mall, which is one of the sponsors of this event, and it was super good.
Wow, South African just scooping in the barrel, and he made it, guys. A lot of white water in his way, but it was enough for him to go through. Closing with the row. Good attempt for Benji Oliver. South African showing a lot of will in this heat, despite having a little struggle to find good sections, but he keeps going, and there's still 1 minute and 40 seconds. It's just over when it's over. Check out, that's the Patricio Galay once more. He never stopped.
Yeah, Patricio really showing off in this heat, and the replay for Benji. That was a good attempt, actually. And he tried to scoop in that barrel. And it was kind of a barrel, but little mushy, so I'm not sure how much it's going to get. But went for a roll. That side, actually, it's a 4.10. It's not enough. Yeah, with 1 minute and 10 seconds situation is a bit difficult for Benji and Carlos, and it's it's a shame because they have been doing a great job so far in this heat. But it's only 2 people advancing. It would be so good to have the opportunity for everyone.
Carlos Bastos vem numa onda pequena, pessoal. Vamos ver, ele precisa de 7 pontos. Vai ser bem difícil ele conseguir nessa onda. Mas é diria que uma última tentativa do Carlinhos lá de Macaé. Né? Já que o tempo está acabando, ele vai saindo. Essa muito provavelmente não vai ser a onda de 7 que ele precisa, pessoal. E agora 30 segundos restantes eu acho que não vai ser suficiente também para ele voltar lá para o pico. Lembrando que esse é um round eliminatório, portanto apenas primeiro e segundo vão avançar para os próximos rounds da competição e terceiro e quarto são eliminados.
That's right, this heat is about to end. Remember, remember this is whatever is left from the previous day of competition. We started the day with heat number 7, and we are going to do heat number 8, and that's the last ditch effort for Benji Oliver from South Africa. I'm not sure, I don't think that's going to be a 7:30 that he needs to advance, but good job there for him. And yeah, this is whatever is left from the previous day of competition. We started the day with heat number 7 of the men division. We're going to do heat number 8 and then continue with the women and the juniors. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back super soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second day here in the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We just had the second last heat of the round number 1 for men division, and now we're gonna have finally the last heat for this round for men division, and then we start with women and junior. Welcome back, Joey.
Thank you. Good to be back, and excited to jump into the water and watch this heat. Bit of an international heat once again. In red from Chile, Victor Lopez. In yellow from Western Australia, Thomas Morris. In blue from Chile, Ignacio Ortiz. And in white from Brazil, we have Lucas Viana. So this is the last heat of this men's round 2 before we'll be jumping into the women's. Just finishing off that round that we didn't get to finish the other day as it was starting to get dark. And, oh no.
Wow, that was Tom going in front of Victor Lopez, actually. I mean, we don't know how the priority was, because I think these was actually the very first wave of the heat.
Yeah.
And I assume that if it's like this, there was no priority, so Victor was coming from behind. Wow, let's see what the judges will see out of this situation. He's still going there, applying some maneuvers in that last section. Very dry reef, guys. Just trying to extract everything out of this wave. Well, let's see.
Up and riding right behind him, Tom Morris with a nice roll out of that section and combos it out. Let's see if he can push through that. He does. But yeah, that was, I'm sure we will be able to catch another replay of that. But yeah, you're right. There was no priority set. So generally that means the rider on the inside is just like a normal free surf. The person on the inside has priority.
Exactly, the first wave. Wow. I mean, Tom probably didn't see him. We'll check that replay really soon. But let's see another one. Just Lucas Viana from Rio de Janeiro going to the left here. I would say the first left-hander of this day surfed. Lucas Viana do Brasil vem na primeira esquerda do dia e agora vem a segunda. Ignacio Ortiz desde Chile en la segunda izquierda surfeada hoy. También una ola solo, un rápido roll. Y fue eso para empezar.
Yeah, a bit of drama at the start. We're still waiting on the judges to make that decision whether it is an interference for Tom or not. But the scores are dropping through slowly. Here is a replay.
That's Tom's first wave. Actually, second wave, right? Because the first one was that with Victor. One roll in the first section, the wave became very wide, but he managed to keep that line and keep that speed for a closing roll. That was a 6.25 for Thomas Morris, guys. Best wave of the heat so far. He's jumping in the first position. So far, we didn't see any change in the scores here. We will get to see in a few minutes if the judges applied any penalty for any of the athletes, and we'll get you guys to know as soon as possible. But so far, Tom is in first position now with a 6.25. Very good start, and a 0.5 as well as his backup score.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. That'll be very interesting to see. I'm not sure if there was paddle battles or what was going on there. But yeah, a bit of drama straight away today here on day 2 of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Fair bit of texture in the water today. Bit of onshore, but yeah, as you can see, there's still a few barrels and definitely a couple ramps. But we're going to swing down to that interview on the beach now, so take it away, Pago.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, we have the first winner of the day, Patricio Galay from Argentina, but he lives here in Iquique. Pato, I especially enjoyed that you started slow with the safe maneuvers, 2 rolls, you got the scores, and then you went for your good maneuvers, for your inverse, for whatever you are always used to do here.
Y hoy, buenos días, ¿cómo están? La verdad que estoy muy contento, las condiciones del mar estaban regulares a difíciles, ya que está bajando la marea y bueno, está un poco movido el suelo porque entró cruzado con la onda del norte, así que empecé tanteando un poco la zona porque estaba medio en duda y después fui asegurando nomás, tratando de ir a lo básico para poder pasar tranquilo y no cometer el error de caer cerca de un lip, quizá, como la ola está muy movida, pero estuvo bueno, estoy contento por mi rendimiento y bueno, un día a la vez.
Well, he's very happy with his performance. He started slow, like as he said. He started assessing the conditions because it's difficult right now. You know, it's windy, it's a bit choppy, it's a bit difficult to find the gems. But he's very happy with what he has done, and he says one hit at a time. You always surf here with all kinds of conditions. Do you think that's what trains you for this? Tú surfas aquí normalmente, no importa cómo esté la ola. Yo siempre te puedo ver aquí. Incluso algunas veces me has dicho que hasta te gusta surfear con viento para entrenar. Cuéntale un poco a la gente si es que eso te ha ayudado a mejorar tu performance y poder competir mejor.
Sí, correr en condiciones variables y difíciles como con viento o días bajos hace que uno tenga un poquito más de rapidez a la hora de tomar decisiones, que también aprendes a conocer un poco mejor el reef, porque te da algunas ventajas que te las dan los fondos de arena, que es cuando el mar está movido. Uno, como es de playa de arena, está acostumbrado a correr la ola toda movida, rota. Eso hace que expandas un poco tus habilidades a la hora de elegir los momentos donde tenés que llegar a chocar, a las uniones, a las bocas, las olas que tenés que tomar, cuándo abortar, cuándo no. Así que estoy contento, me gusta, realmente me gusta. Yo, si tengo que correr, prefiero siempre acá, la punta 2.
Well, I asked him if because he trains in all kinds of conditions here, but he also comes from a beach break. He's from Mar del Plata, so right there it's all about beach breaks, and he thinks you have to train all kinds of conditions. It gives you the perfect reading, the best wave selection, and also knowing what the reef can do, and also being more fast in order to know what performance or what maneuver to perform. So he feels that you have to train in all conditions. You want to say something to someone? ¿Quieres mandar algún saludo?
Sí, quiero mandarle un saludo a mi mamá, a mi familia acá en Chile, a toda la gente en Argentina que están viendo, a toda la gente que está viendo en el mundo, a la gente de la organización, porque digamos, es mi evento favorito, ya que vivo acá. Y bueno, también agradecerle a Sniper Sudamérica, que ellos me patrocinaron el evento, también a Viking Wetsuits y a Bodyboard Punta 2 Shop, y a Bellavista Bodyboard, que siempre está ahí. Así que muchas gracias a todos y éxito para el día.
Felicitaciones y mucha suerte para el resto de la competencia. De regreso con ustedes.
Thank you, Vega, and thank you, Patricio. Really cool to see a Marioplatense representing out there. It's really cool. The Argentinian bodyboarding community is very, very strong, and everywhere you go in the world, there's always Argentinians in the water bodyboarding. And I know there's some pretty sick waves over there in Mar del Plata. And here is a replay from during that interview. Nice ARS there for Ignacio Ortiz, the local man, the Chileno. What do you think of that, Lucas?
Yeah, it was a good one. I mean, we are just starting to see those left-handers being served. You guys can see the results for the last heat. Patricio Galay, just textbook performance, just passing his second heat right now in the first position. Just many attempts, playing that strategy of non-stop action and trying to increase those scores one after the other throughout the heat. So congratulations to Patricio and also the Hawaiian for advancing to the next round. And in this case right now, guys, we just saw in the beginning of the heat a situation between Thomas Morris, the Australian, and Victor Lopez in the red jersey, where Victor, the priority was actually not established, and both of them went on a single wave as Thomas was in front of Victor. Actually, Victor had the preference. He came from behind, but I'm not sure if Thomas saw him at all. But it was an interference call made by Thomas on Victor, and his second wave that therefore is going to be cut in half. And following, guys, we're going to have women and juniors. That's the next heat. And now we have Victor Lopez going to a left-hander as well, trying to change a 3.10 with the roll, a reverse, and that's all for the Chilean in this second wave.
Yeah, pretty grovelly conditions out there today, Lucas. You can see that just being exemplified by the fact that the riders are looking and paddling at quite a lot of waves, because you don't really know which one's going to stand up good for you when you're out there in these kind of windy, choppy conditions. It was like this yesterday. There was a bunch of guys out free surfing, but it was probably even a bit bigger, a bit more chunky and junky, and yeah. But as we saw last heat, so many waves were caught just each set there was 4, 5, 6 waves, and yeah, a lot of kind of like shorter period, a lot of waves, a lot of action, keeping the judges on their toes for sure.
Yeah, a lot of work for them for sure. And we're seeing, guys, Paz Colau there. You can see her, the Chilean, in white jersey, facing also 3 more Chileans, Maria José Pulgar, Verónica Correa, and Dulce Agüero. The ladies are going in the water right now to put some heat and put some action for us here, because today we'll be focusing on the women division and also the pro junior division. That's going to be the trials. This first heat is going to be a trial, and then we will have the round number 1. We're going to be explaining that particularly right after when the heat starts. But right now, let's focus on the action here, guys. For now, Ignacio Ortiz is coming out on top. And check this one, Thomas.
Up and riding, scooping in late to that nice barrel with a little spit in it, staying in it and just coming out the doggy door at the front there. That'll be a nice backup score for the 0.5 that he's trying to remove. But you got to remember that his second score is going to be half because of the interference from earlier. So, yeah, still good to back up that 0.5, but he'll be looking for something big for that second score.
For sure, it's going to be harder and harder for Tom, but, you know, check this scoop. A very good wave for him. Not the biggest run, but he managed to stay there for quite a while, you know, as the wave just closed out later on. We are still waiting for that score. And Thomas is in second right now, guys. Despite the interference, the other guys didn't find waves for him. So, Lucas Viana agora tá buscando as esquerdas, o Lucas Viana. A gente viu na primeira bateria do dia várias direitas sendo surfadas, mas nessa segunda bateria são as esquerdas ali que os atletas estão preferindo. Então o Lucas ele tem o 3.75 e um meio ponto e precisa de uma nota baixa por enquanto, um 2.76 para se classificar. Existe uma vantagem ali para o Lucas, né, e para os outros atletas dessa bateria, que o Thomas Morris da Austrália fez uma interferência na primeira onda. Então a sua segunda onda, né, a segunda onda do Tom vai ser cortada na metade, o que acaba oferecendo uma vantagem, né, para os outros atletas dessa bateria.
Here's a replay of Ignacio Ortiz from before, just seeking another section. Manages to get a little roll out the end of that bowl, but not as critical as the RS that he got before. So he's still sitting in first place there, looking to back up a 3.25. You can see all the scores up there as his clock ticks down. And I'm sure that there's many nervous Australians watching on. I don't think it's too late over there at the moment, hoping that Thomas can get through this heat. Up and riding now, though, again, the local man in blue having another look. He's really liking those lefts, but that one not producing anything for him.
Otra ola de Víctor López. Víctor que está en la tercera posición ahora, busca un 5.14 para avanzar. Intenta sacar todo de esta ola, intenta buscar este 5 ali cerquita de las rocas. Podemos ver las señoritas que van a surfear en la próxima manga. Dulce Agüero, Verónica Correa, María José Pulgar y Paz Colau. 4 chilenas, entonces un hit full chileno.
Dulce is actually from Costa Rica.
Oh, that's true.
So
I'm sorry, it is not.
There's a little mistake on the thing there, but it's the 3 Chilenos and Dulce from Costa Rica coming down from the Pacific coast, I believe she lives on. Here's a replay there of Victor Lopez, another guy living in Iquique at the moment. Super nice guy and runs a bodyboard school here, and so is always helping out with the next generation of Chilean bodyboarders, and yeah, spends a lot of his time in the water because of that.
Y ahora Ignacio Ortiz también, el iquiqueño, viene en ventaja también en esta manga. Ignacio que fue top 5 nacional aquí en Chile el año pasado. Se quedó segundo en el regional de Iquique también en 2022 y tercero en Arica en 2022. Entonces un atleta que tiene ya un gran background en Chile, que está siempre competindo y que un local más de punta 2 que se puede esperar de esas personas, ¿no? Siempre buenas olas aquí, el nivel muy alto en Iquique, en Chile, de todo. Entonces, por ahora, Ignacio Ortiz en primero con 9 puntos en su sumatorio total. Thomas Morris, el australiano que viene en esta ola. There he goes for a roll on the first section. Tom is still in second, guys, despite the interference call. Goes for another roll. He's trying to move himself, and try to keep in second.
Yeah, he's serving really well, picking up some nice rights, but up and riding there. Ignacio again, keeping busy, keeping the blood pumping as he hunts these lefts over and over again. And they can produce these really nice bowls if the left hits at the right angle, especially the lower the tide gets. I find some of those lefts get really nice. And some big barrels too. If you take off kind of deep on the left, you can get a big barrel to this ramp kind of just coming on an angle at you. And so that is exactly what Ignacio Ortiz is chasing.
Yes, guys, and now we see Lucas Viana, lá do Brasil, vem para a esquerda, passa por dentro do tubo cavando e faz um rolo, cortando o lip. Não veio mais nada na esquerda. O Lucas está em quarta posição agora, precisando de 4,76 para poder avançar. A gente já vai se aproximando dos momentos finais dessa bateria, de 8 minutos restantes ali. Hoje aqui em Iquique, em La Punta Dos, né, que é o nome desse pico, a gente tem um pouquinho de vento, mas eu diria que até desde o início dessa manhã para agora, as condições já até alinharam um pouquinho. A gente vê um pouquinho as ondas alinhando um pouquinho. Joey, I think that I would say that since we first got here, now I think I'm seeing the texture improve a little bit. I don't know.
For sure.
I don't know if the direction is changing. I mean, we are inside the booth, guys, so we don't get to see the wind only when we go out there for the interviews. But looking by the texture and the waves that are breaking, I would say that we have a good chance of, bettering wind throughout the day. As the 2 previous days, we had bad winds throughout the whole day. And Bego keeps saying that that's pretty rare here in Iquique. So, I'm being optimistic, thinking that we're going to have good conditions here, and hopefully the wind's going to give us a break.
Yeah, fingers crossed for that. But it already looks like a bit of that morning sickness has cleared off. And, I don't know how the weather patterns here really work either, but maybe those clouds will lift and it'll be a nice sunny offshore day.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we can all be hoping for sure.
I would love that.
Here we have a bit of live action and a split peak. We're following the Australian Tom Morris, taking off, getting behind that chandelier, and just deciding to kick out there. This wave not offering him much more than that.
And there comes the Chilean Ignacio Ortiz, un buen invertido en la izquierda, intenta mejorar un 3.4, creo que es posible, ahora va se acercando ali de las piedras. Ignacio, mejor salir de ahí, mejor salir ya. No había salida.
Just bus driving straight up the rocks. I wonder why maybe he couldn't kick out, it was just too shallow.
Yeah.
He's going to run around and jump off the other side of the rocks into that current. There's kind of like a little channel over the other side of this rock just off screen. Hold up for some live action. Victor Lopez with a really nice roll, and it's looking like this one's going to stretch all the way into the next section. And he's unable to find that ramp. So still a first, like a nice roll off that first section, a clean one, not super boosted, but unable to combo that one with 5 minutes on the clock, and Tom Morris still holding second place with that interference. We'll see what happens here. The other guys are chasing just what you saw. Victor's chasing a 4.5. Here's that replay, Lucas.
That's a replay for Tom Morris. Still waiting on that score, guys. Just passing for a first barrel section. And it was it. Not much else for Tom.
And then white, Lucas Viana, the only Brazilian in this heat. And that wave just running off a bit too quick for him. Look how long Ignacio holds this invert for. He hits it. And I love that.
Yeah.
He just tweaks it all the way around, holds it for a little bit, and then lands it pretty cleanly, straight up the rocks.
Yeah, he definitely got some good air time. And, he wanted to complete that maneuver for sure and show the judges going all the way to the rocks. Let's see Victor Lopez now just bottom turning for a nice roll in the first section. Not the most projected one, but managed to land on the pocket and maintain that line. The wave stretched quite a lot for Victor, but it was too much. He couldn't keep up with the speed there and pass that last section. So Ignacio Ortiz is in first position right now, guys, completely dominating the heat, followed by the Australian Thomas Morris, that somehow with the interference call is managing to stay in the second position with a very good campaign in this heat, despite the mistake right on the beginning. Victor Lopez from Chile is in third position right now, needing 4.16. I mean, it's not a big score, it's a big menace for Thomas indeed. But let's see, Lucas Vianas going to the left right now, goes for one roll. Not sure it's going to be anything else for him. But, Thomas was a good barrel, didn't make it out. So not going to make a difference for him, but I would love to check the replay in a while.
Yeah, I've been loving this split screen we've been getting. You get the two waves at the same time. Pretty cool to follow both. Just as the judges would have to be following both guys at the same time to score them. But yeah, it doesn't look like Tom made it out of that one there. He knows that those long connecting right-hand barrels are scoring pretty good and have been the entire event. And so to have an interference and to be needing like a pretty solid backup, that's probably what you want to be looking for today. Or one of those big left bowls. If you're looking at the lefts as well, they can provide some pretty high scores as well, as shown by Ignacio Ortiz. But yeah, here's that replay. You just see him setting a real clean line here, getting over a little wedge to try and boost through to the next section, but just running off on him on that shallow rock shelf.
Yeah, good campaign there for Thomas Morris. Total score of 8.5. And Joey, check how many waves were surfed already in this heat, guys. Victor Lopez already surfed 7 waves. Thomas Morris 9 waves. Ignacio 6 waves. And Lucas Viana also 9 waves. So a lot of action here in the beginning. I mean, it's not easy to select a good wave indeed, despite noticing that the wind is just giving a break or changing direction a little bit, because it's looking a little bit better. But it's definitely not easy to find those sections right now, as it is a bit choppy. But the guys are just going over and over, trying to increase those scores, as Patricio Galay just made in his first heat, and was a good strategy. So it's part of the competition, right? This is just round number 2. We still have many days, many heats to go, many rounds to go, and the important thing is passing. And there you can see the Brazilian crew just cheering for Lucas Viana. Ali a gente vê o Thiaguinho, o Serginho, todo mundo torcendo pro Lucas Viana, lá do Rio de Janeiro, que está na água aí agora. Lucas está em quarto, precisando de 4.51, pessoal, não é uma nota muito alta.
Tommy up and riding here, looking for a left, and gets a little roll out the end of that bowl with a forward in the pocket there, seeing if there's any more combination potential on that wave, but just kicking out. Minute 30 seconds on the clock, and he, with an interference, has still managed to sit in a qualifying position for 24 minutes of the entire heat. And Victor Lopez, so looking for a 4.16 to advance, and this isn't going to do it for him either. So now what's going to happen is Tom will have priority over Victor and will sit on him and not let him get a wave. You see them both paddling out there right now. Bit of a paddle battle, but actually it looks like Victor's going to beat him to it. So he'll be given that priority. You could see him having a little battle there for a second.
Yeah. I mean, it would be the perfect scenario for Tom if he could get that priority, because then he would be able to grant that second position, right? At least from Victor, not from Lucas, but from Victor, because Lucas also needs a small score, a 4.5, basically. Gui Montenegro, Bianca Simões, Davi Barbosa, todo mundo assistindo aí. Time do Brasil, tamo junto, todo mundo de casa. Oh, and we had action there. Lucas went to the right, to the left, and Victor Lopez went to a right for one last attempt. Let's see, guys. He needs 4.16 actually to get that second position from Tom. We didn't see that wave. Let's see if we can get that replay really soon for red jersey. Because wow, what a heat it was! Wow. Very tight, and Thomas managing to maintain that second position with an interference call. Wow.
That was stressful, but good on Ignacio Ortiz and Thomas Morris for making it through that. And guys, we'll be jumping into women's round 1, so don't go anywhere. There's going to be more action all morning. Hey guys, here we are at day 2 of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. I'm back with Bego in the booth. How's it going?
It's going great. I want to jump in the water because we have the first heat ever in this event for the women division, the so expected women division. We will see right here in this first heat. We have a lady from Costa Rica in red, which is Dulce Agüero. We have in yellow Verónica Correa from Panama. Pretty cool to have two Central Americans. And we have two locals, Maria Jose Pulgar in blue and Paz Collado in white. So Paz is also very good at this wave. She loves her rights, and she actually took the win in an event, a local event that was held here a few months ago. And Maria Jose Pulgar also, Iquiqueñan. She knows this place very well. So it's going to be a very interesting battle between these four ladies.
Yeah, a few minutes into it already, and we have had a few scores, but up and riding now. Maria Jose going for a forward spin there, but just bogging the tail a little bit and unable to complete that maneuver. Yeah, so we've been seeing some lefts and some rights, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the local women take on these two Central Americans. This is a trial heat for the women's round 1 officially starts the following heat. And so this is just the singular trial heat, and then we'll be jumping straight into the official round 1 of the women's. So 2 of these women will be taking spots in that heat.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see this one here, Dulce Agüero. She is the heat leader so far. She has a 3.75 and trying to get something else. She has to be very careful. That section right there is very shallow. Ladies are going for the left, and it's actually a good call. It's just that you don't have to ride all the way in, you know. You have to be careful there. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hopefully Dulce's all right there. That didn't look like a very fun spot to be stuck.
Well, I remember back in the day, in the first ever version of these, yeah, you're right, this is the trials. In the first ever edition of this event, back in 2019, it was taken by Anaís Vélez, the only Chilean that has won a World Tour event so far. And she won here, and she used to ride all the way till that point right there, so it's okay. I think, and she only, you know, had a couple scratches, nothing too big. Actually, there's a lot of seaweed there.
Okay, so it's soft.
I mean, you always can get a little, you know,
Yeah.
a little thing, a little tattoo to remember Punta Dos in
Yeah,
your
yeah.
skin. But yeah, no, it looks like Dulce is all right there. She just have to walk a little bit towards, you know, those rocks, and then she can jump back in the water. Not there, that's also a bit complicated. If I were her, I will tell her to try to get out of that foamy area.
Yeah,
And
come
just
in
walk,
a bit.
yeah, walk over the rocks. But no, it's safe. There's not too many sea urchins in there. Remember, this place is full of sea urchins and a bit of barnacles as well. So gotta be a bit careful. But yeah, she's good there. That's a good call. She jumped back. There's a channel, and a wave here for Maria Jose.
Going again for that forward spin, and this time landing it. Nice work there from Maria Jose Pulgar. Also an Iquiqueño.
Iquiqueña.
Iquiqueña, por supuesto.
Sí, para quienes están sintonizando de habla hispana, este es el primer hit. Es un trial, un primer hit antes de entrar, digamos, al evento principal de las mujeres, porque estas chicas no tienen ranking mundial. Así que tenemos a Dulce Agüero de Costa Rica, que ya está primera con 5.50. Tenemos a María José Pulgar, iquiqueña, que se conoce bien esta ola, que está segunda. Tenemos a Paz Collado, que también es iquiqueña, que todavía no ha logrado tomar muchas olas. Y tenemos a la panameña Verónica Correa, que también es un gran nombre del bodyboard femenino. Así que un hit muy interesante. Ya vamos a volver con más, pero tenemos la entrevista lista con Lucas y el ganador del hit anterior. Así que vamos, Lucas.
Thanks, Bago. I'm here with Ignacio. Almost 10 wave surfing in that heat, a lot of action. One of the first heats of the day. How did you feel in the water, Ignacio?
Bueno, estaban complicadas las condiciones, intenso el hit con los otros chicos. Ahí en un momento casi me desconcentré porque estaban muy agujas, por aquí, por allá, pero mantuve la calma, aproveché mi prioridad y pude concretar 2 buenas olas y ya ahí mantuve primero, creo que en todo momento, entonces creo que lo hice bien y a seguir así, estamos.
Yeah, so he said it was indeed a very intense heat for him. He almost lost it at some point there. You know, it's hard to keep that focus on the heat with so many waves being served. Not so good conditions, I mean, not so easy conditions after all. Ignacio, how is it for you representing Iquique here, being a local and advancing, you know, being one of the highlight names in the competition so far?
Bueno, igual ser local, ser de aquí de la ciudad, me favorece un poco en saber las condiciones, en qué ola me va a tocar buena, qué ola va mal. Y también aquí entrenando duro con los salvavidas, con el equipo igual me he preparado bastante, entonces ahora lo he demostrado en hit tras hit, así que voy a tener que seguir dando lo mejor y llegar al podio, que eso es lo que estamos buscando.
He's saying that the local knowledge definitely plays a role here, helping him select the good waves, you know, and for sure advancing in this heat. Lo veremos en más fechas de altura este año, Ignacio.
Claro, ahora ya estoy preparando para ir a Antofagasta y si Dios quiere, vamos a Itacoatiara.
Yeah, so he's just saying that he's also going to Antofagasta, and depending on his results, he's going to Itacoatiara. So, a message for people watching you back home.
Bueno, un saludo a mi familia que están aquí desde temprano, a mi pareja también y nada, a los chicos que siempre están apoyando, a toda la banda local y a los chicos que ven de otras partes de Chile, igual un saludo ahí para todos los cabros y los privados de libertad también.
Felicidades, Ignacio. Back to you guys.
Congratulations, he serves very good on the previous heat. And let's see this one, Dulce Agüero. She's been finding the best ones, but yeah, not able to complete that one. And we did have a rider going to the right. And yes, we know it's been changed right now, the nationalities, because you know, it was a little mistake there. But of course, Dulce Agüero, she is from Costa Rica.
Representando un país con muchas buenas olas en 2 costas distintas.
Dos costas distintas, igual que Panamá, porque Panamá es espectacular. Tú puedes estar surfeando en Panamá, en el Caribe, y te puedes ir al Pacífico y surfear el mismo día. Sobre todo en Panamá, que están en Costa Rica no, en Panamá sí.
Wow.
Okay, a wave here for the Panamanian. I was just saying that the beauty of Panama, that you can surf in the Caribbean and in the Pacific at the same day. Nice combo there for Verónica Correa. It's good to have her. This is her first appearance in the World Tour this year, Verónica. And she is a very good bodyboarder. And this one right here, it's also a great bodyboarder from Iquique, María José Pulgar. We call her Coté.
Cote.
Sí,
María José.
Coté Pulgar.
Ah, classic.
We have 2 Cotés. She is part of a local club that we have. It's called Amaguaras Bodyboard. And I know for a fact everyone's tuning in. Un saludo a todas las amaguaritas que están sintonizando, apoyando a María José. Y a todos los iquiqueños y iquiqueñas que están sintonizando, apoyando a Paz Collao, que están aquí 2 iquiqueñas contra 2 centroamericanas. Y esta es la repetición de la última de Vero Correa.
Here is Veronica taking off there with a nice reverse spin, just back into the pocket, and she rides it all the way in and gets a roll there at the end to turn that wave into a combination for the Panamanian. And there you see the QR code on the screen, guys. If you scan that, that'll take you to the live scores, the website, our social medias, the Instagram, the YouTube, to watch the live stream. Everything you need is in that QR code right there. So you can scan that with your phone. If you get your phone out and point it at it, believe it or not, it'll take you places.
Yes, for sure. Chicos, lo que ven en pantalla, chicas y chicos, es un código QR que solamente tienen que tomar su celular y escanearlo y se conectan con nosotros. Los lleva a la parte también de la página web en donde tenemos la transmisión y también los puntajes, que está muy bueno. Siempre se los recuerdo porque ahí pueden ver los hits que pasaron, los hits que vienen, lo que está pasando en este momento. Es bien útil. Además, se pueden enterar de todas las noticias de la IBC World Tour. Está todo ahí. Ya viene una ola más para la tica Dulce Agüero, que está venido surfeando bastante bien, va para un reverse. Y Verónica ya tiene la mejor sumatoria del hit, tiene un 4.25 que fue ese combo de 360 con rolo. Y tiene un 3.75 que me parece que es una ola que vamos a ver seguramente pronto. Pero está primera. Y Dulce está segunda. Y esta última ola es de un 3.50, el último giro contrario o reverse. Y María José, que está buscando un 5 para tomar la segunda posición. Y Paz necesita un 5.75. Recuerden que este hit es de eliminación. Solamente van a avanzar 2 competidoras. Y se van a encontrar con la siguiente ronda, que ya va a ser, como explicaba yo hoy al comienzo, estos son los trials. No es el evento principal, son chicas que no tienen ranking y 2 de ellas van a poder ingresar entonces ya en la ronda número 1 que se va a llevar a cabo hoy.
Here's that replay from Dulce with a nice reverse spin there, back into the pocket and looking for another section, but the left just kind of died off and she didn't want to end up on those rocks again, so she kicked out over the back there. Still running 25-minute heats here today, which has been a really good amount of time for all these riders to get some good waves under their belts, give time for the sets to come through and time for the waves to come through at the right angles, because there are a lot of different directions out there in the ocean at the moment, and you have some hitting the reef a bit too south, some coming in a bit more from the west, and yeah, a bit of variation out there.
That's right, de lo que está diciendo yo, y es verdad, hay un par de swells que se están encontrando y algo extrañísimo porque no tenemos casi nunca este tipo de textura aquí en la punta 2, sobre todo empezando el día. Hemos tenido 2 días seguidos, tercero con hoy, de viento, es algo un poco raro. Y quienes están ahí preparándose, Bianca Simoes, que viene a hacer un trabajo muy bueno en la categoría junior en Guajine. Hanna Saavedra de Perú también viene de dar mucho de qué hablar allá en Guajine, en el ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro. Y luego veremos a Anaís Vélez, que es la campeona, la única chilena que ha ganado un evento del Tour Mundial. Ganó aquí en este evento en el 2019. Roquita le pusimos porque se iban las rocas, en cada hit se iban las rocas y no le pasaba nada. Y luego tenemos Elisa Caro, que es una muy buena bodyboarder, también chilena. Ella viene de la costa central, viene del Tabo, de donde es Alan Muñoz.
Here's another reverse spin on a left from Dulce Aguero and just kicking out again. She's looking for that combo, and she'll need a combo if she wants to better her 3.5. She's chasing a 4.25 to take that first spot, but it still remains the 2 Central Americans in qualifying positions at the moment, with the 2 local women chasing 5 and 5.75, as you can see there. So that is the current situation we have.
Esa es la situación en este momento, las 2 centroamericanas ganando este hit hasta ahora. Y bueno, queremos aprovechar para saludar y agradecer a nuestros patrocinadores. Recuerden que este evento está organizado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, que lo hizo a través de su Corporación de Deportes de Iquique. Emiliana González, una de las estrellas que tenemos ahora mismo en esta ciudad, con solo 14 años. Ya tiene muchos grandes logros, está compitiendo ya con la categoría profesional femenina y está dando muchísimo de qué hablar. Esta niña, grábense bien esa cara, ese nombre, porque esta niña probablemente sea la primera campeona mundial desde Iquique, probablemente, vamos a verlo. Hay muy buenas bodyboarders aquí en Iquique, hay bastantes chicas, eso es muy, muy lindo. Y es normal que salga alguien junior a dar mucho de qué hablar. Continuando en los agradecimientos, queremos agradecer a la Zona Franca de Iquique, a la Sofri, a Sofrimol por habernos apoyado. Recuerden que la Sofri tiene nuevos horarios, está abriendo hasta las 8 de la noche todos los días. Así que aprovechen que la Sofri está buenísima. Ayer estuvimos ahí en una firma de autógrafos, me encantó, la verdad. La pasamos buenísimo. Así que gracias a la Sofri, gracias al Hotel Ibis. Recuerda que si hay viaje, hay Ibis. Si viajas, hospédate con Ibis. Tenemos también el apoyo de la Universidad Santo Tomás, que ayer nos brindó una sala para hacer nuestra reunión, que vamos a intentar hacer una reunión entre directores y atletas todos los años. perdón, todos los eventos, y ayer la Universidad Santo Tomás nos prestó una sala buenísima, muy cómoda. Y recuerden que nos está aportando también con la zona de recuperación y preparación física. Lo vimos a Emiliana antes ahí recuperándose. Tenemos también agua cielo que nos hidrata durante todo el evento. Y tenemos el apoyo de la marca local de Bodyboard, que tiene reconocimiento mundial, Erizo Surf Brand, que fue creada aquí mismo en Iquique en el 2007. Y es una marca que está celebrando este año su aniversario número 17, que ha apoyado, que tiene una cantidad de apoyo hacia el bodyboard. Y muchísimas gracias también a un grupo de empresas tradicionales de Iquique, que son nuestros colaboradores, que es el Bulldog, Silvestre Coffee, el Jardín del Holgorio, Trans de Arán, Rec Metal, Aurora, Biogastronomía, Red Salud, Vigo Sport, Alicar Modular, Safari Sport, Ingenortec y Erizos Store, la tienda de bodyboard. Y ahí el próximo hit, Roquita con Elisa, me parece que se llamaba Elsa Caro. Voy a revisar bien, no, yo la conozco como Elsa, vamos a ver. Ahí están Anaís Vélez, las dos chilenas juntitas que van a enfrentarse contra las dos junior, ¿ah? Qué bonito eso.
Sí, son junior.
Las otras dos chicas son junior.
Ah, buena.
Bianca Simoes y Hanna Saavedra son junior, pero wow, surfean muy bien. Está pasando un poco lo que pasa con los hombres, que los juniors surfean súper bien.
Up and riding now in yellow, Veronica Correa. Looking at her right here, not many of them surfed this heat so far, and maybe that's why, as you just see it draining real shallow on the rock on the inside there, and she was unable to make anything of that. See her paddling there to get off of that dry reef shelf that the wave just runs onto. 4 minutes, 39 seconds to go. Situations up there on the screen, as you can see. And yeah, pretty exciting as we will officially be jumping into round 1 of the women's here at the Iquique Bodyboard Pro in the next heat. This, for those just joining in and settling down to watch some live bodyboarding for whatever time it is of the day, wherever the watchers are. This is the trial heat for the women as we're just about to start that round 1.
That's right, and I'm just jumping to read some comments. Voy a leer un poco. Veo que tenemos a Naim Bustorf, que es de parte también del club. Tenemos a Gustavo Rosemena desde Panamá, a Raz Jorge desde Puerto Rico, siempre sintonizando. Some guy, always there. Thank you for your amazing comments and good thoughts. Yamila Fernández desde Argentina. Yamila, ¿te acuerdas cuando te pusiste el tubo aquí? Yo sí me acuerdo. Así que vuelve a competir con nosotros. Fidel apoyando a Dulce. Tenemos a Grecia, que está apoyando a Hanna, que viene por ahí. Tenemos a Lucas del Vecchio. Tenemos a Jonathan Miranda. A Carolina Boteri. Oye, Caro, siempre te digo lo mismo, desde Perú. ¿Cuándo vas a venir a apoyar? ¿Cuándo vas a venir a surfear? Stig Andrés me pregunta cómo está la temperatura acá. Está un poquito helado porque Iquique no es muy frío, pero ya estamos como que acaba de cambiar el clima en Chile. De hecho, en Santiago ya hay temperaturas de 4 grados en la mañana. Y sí, acaba de cambiar justo esta semana y ahora lo que pasa en la costa chilena es que cuando sale el viento, como el mar es muy frío, se pone bastante frío el ambiente. Recuerden que aquí en Chile la temperatura del mar no cambia nunca, porque nosotros tenemos una corriente que viene del polo sur, se llama la corriente de Humboldt, que pasa por toda la costa chilena y por la mitad de la costa peruana. Entonces aquí, ponte tú en el verano, que en Argentina y otros países, normal en Europa y todo, cambia la temperatura del agua, aquí no. Aquí el agua se mantiene fría siempre.
Nunca sabía eso.
Sí, el agua aquí está fría siempre. Entonces cuando hay viento que viene del mar, genera una temperatura fría.
Fría, sí.
Sí. Está Carla que dice, sí, Elisa. Bueno, fíjate, yo la conocía como Elsa Carla Aranguis, pero bueno, es Elisa Caro. Entonces tenemos a Gabriela Calderón que está sintonizando para apoyar a Nani. Y gracias a Giovanni Venegas también. Y María Freitas, que también está por Elisa Caro. Well, thank you everyone for being there, for supporting the event. This is the second day for the fourth edition of this event. We were counting the 3 editions, but remember last year they did held the event. It was not part of the World Tour, but they did held the event. So this event has been running for 4 years, since the 2019, then 2022, 23, and now the 24.
Yeah.
So yeah, 4th edition for this event, and we are more than happy to be back in Iquique, a city that is shaped for bodyboarding, a city that has more than 24 spots. It's been known as the best urban reef in the world, and the one with more consistency as well. You know, it's showing, because even though we have a windy day, there's still sections and there's still action. We saw that with the men division. Remember, we started the day with 2 heats only, that were left from the round number 2 of the men. And let's see this wave here for Pasco Yao.
Up and riding, looking for something here, but it's not going to offer her anything, unfortunately. You could see even from the start of that wave that Pas kind of knew that it wasn't going to do anything for her. She didn't even rearrange her hands to try a spin or anything. So that must be quite frustrating for her. She's looking for a 5.75, and with 20 seconds on the clock, I think it is pretty safe to say that that will not be achieved. Maria Jose Pulgar looking for a 5 as well, but I don't see much action on the horizon there that's going to come in these last few seconds. So there you have it, guys. The 2 Central Americans, Veronica and Dulce, moving through to the women's main event, or to the women's round 1. And we'll be seeing heat 1, round 1, straight up after this commercial break. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second day of competition right here in Iquique for the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We're back in this urban slab, the best of the world, and we're more than happy. So let's hit the water, because we have the women for the round number 1. Starting right there, we have 2 juniors facing 2 experienced riders from Chile. Who is that, Lucas?
So we have Bianca Simões, the Brazilian, the young Brazilian, and Hanna Saavedra, also very young, from Peru. These two are on top of the junior women ranking. And Anaís Vélez from Chile, as well as Elisa Caro Berrios. ¿Estoy hablando directo? ¿Bien?
Bien.
Bueno.
Directo, cuando las personas que hablan portugués dicen directo, es como estoy hablando bien.
Bien.
Es una forma de ellos decir así, yo quiero falar portugués directo. Quiero hablar portugués bien. Sí, en el agua tenemos 2 juniors, 2 muy buenas competidoras que vienen de verdad a hacer un gran trabajo en el ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro, el primer evento de esa división que tuvimos este año, que acabamos de venir de allá. De verdad que un eventazo. Esas son la peruana, la única peruana que tenemos en el Tour Mundial Femenino, que es Hanna Saavedra, ya tiene 1.50, y tenemos a Bianca Simões desde Brasil. Y después está Anaís Belis, que como lo dije antes, es la única chilena que ha ganado un hit, o sea, un evento mundial. Ella ganó aquí. Y esta es la repetición de la primera de Lisa Caro, que fue un 1.50. Y vemos que Nani también tiene... esta fue una buena ola en realidad, lástima que no lo logró concretar. Y esta es la primera de Janita Saavedra, que tampoco logra concretar ese giro, se quedó un poco atascadita ahí, un 1.50. Y esta es la primera de Anaís Belis, que rápido, claro que sí, se conoce esa izquierda como la palma de sus manos, ya rápido marca un rolo. Anaís Belis es una competidora del Tour Mundial, ella tiene bastante experiencia, ella también por muchos años fue la chica revelación, ella era muy joven y ya competía, fíjate, ella competía con los hombres, desde chica, eso siempre me gustó mucho. Y miren esa imagen en donde se puede notar la forma de triángulo que tiene este riff, que hace ese bowl perfecto de la punta 2. And as you can see, that's why this wave breaks perfectly to both sides, is the shape of the riff. And that's what gives them the bowly shape and the triangle, the riff in the triangle shape.
We bodyboarders love those curves so much,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And looking from the front of the wave, looking from that 2D perspective, you can't really see how the wave bends and surrounds and fences that reef, as you guys are seeing right now, that last section. But these drone views actually give us very good perspective on how the wave actually shapes here. And that's it, 21 minutes remaining now. We have the Pro Junior Hannah just in the first position right now in this heat, 575. We saw Bianca there on one more attempt. And 20 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, guys. That's it for the second day in the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Now let's see Anaís Veres, Rookie of the Year in 2019. As Bagel said, competitor that has a huge background in the Chilean Nationals and also in the World Tour, right, Bagel? Let's see Elisa Caro.
That's right. We just have our Red Bull wings here, bringing us a few Red Bull supporting. Thank you so much for that. And yes, check that out. Hannah Saavedra, she has a 5.75. And now she jumped to the first position in a 1.50. Buen trabajo de la peruana, 5.75. Y ya tenemos a Elisa que también se fue un poquito a las piedras ahí. Hay que tener un poquito de cuidado ahí, Elisa. Ese no era el lugar para saltar. Ahí hay que... lo mejor es salirse al canal, ¿vale? Ahí sí que se puede entrar a la punta 2, pero es un poquitito más complicado. En esa situación lo mejor es caminar por las piedritas e irse hacia la derecha. Y ahí ella ya creo que ya se dio cuenta, sí. Es que no... El tema es que con la punta 2 es un poco complicado, porque las piedras están apenas tapadas, apenas. Creo que lo va a lograr, ahí va a poder salir. Están un poquito tapadas, pero están ahí. Entonces toda el área de ahí de la izquierda, sobre todo en el final de la ola, está llena de piedras y no las ves porque están apenas tapadas. Y ahí ya hemos visto algunas personas que han tenido algunos accidentes ahí. Tampoco hemos visto cosas muy graves, casi siempre son como raspones. Uno más para Anaís Belis, que está buscando un score de respaldo y trató de buscar un rolo, pero conectó con un giro y va a seguir. Decide salirse. Como te digo, ya tiene la experiencia de irse bastante a esas piedras que están ahí. En el año 2019 le pusimos roquita porque se iba para las piedras todos los hits, pero nunca le pasaba nada.
Y además también no es una bancada regular, ¿no, Bego? Es como hay puntos altos, puntos bajos y eso se torna muy más peligroso, ¿no?
Mucho más peligroso, sí. Pero pero realmente no está tan difícil, de verdad, no es tanto la situación. Yo te diría que la derecha, en la segunda sección, puede que sea un poco más peligrosa, sobre todo si hay poca agua, porque ahí sí que está un poco lleno de piedras irregulares que te raspan, y además la ola en la segunda sección de la derecha tiene mucha fuerza y casi siempre como que te aplasta contra el riff. Hay que tener cuidado. De hecho vimos unos juniors que tuvieron unas situaciones. Una ola aquí para Hannah Saavedra, que está en este momento, está junior ganando este hit. Nada mucho por ahí para ella.
So quick update for you guys, 18 minutes remaining. We have the junior Hannah Saavedra that is super active in this heat. Hannah has been so well, and she's showing up different in this year in the tour for sure. Checking by her performance on the Wahine, the stop of the tour just for women in Brazil. Last year and this year, Hannah improved so much. You guys could also see Hannah having a good performance on the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival, placing third last year as well. Turning to the right, I think on the I don't know if it was her last heat, but going to the right, just throwing herself, just improving so much. And it looks like we have the interview there with Joey and Veronica. So take it away, Joey.
Thank you, Lucas. Here I am with the winner of the women's trial heat, Veronica. Veronica, it's your first time on the world tour. Tell us about what brought you here.
Yes, I am so stoked to be here. It's my first time in this board tour. It's my second time here in Iquique. I came here like 7 years ago for the Bolivarianos. So I am so happy to be here and pass the first year of trial is like, it's the beginners. So I am so happy.
Great, amazing. And you're from Panama. Tell us about the bodyboarding scene over there in Panama.
Yes, in Panama is growing the bodyboard a little bit. So just don't have too much women right now, but the guys are really good bodyboarders over there. So we keep training and try to compete outside of the country to challenge yourself. So I'm so happy to be here and represent Panama too. Quiero decir saludos a toda mi familia que me ha apoyado, a Gustavo Pinilla, a mi hermana, mi papá, mi mamá y mi novio que está aquí también. Así que estoy muy feliz.
Wow, gracias, and good luck with the event. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joey. Great to see Veronica there just reaping her heat. And whoa, what about Anais?
I knew she was looking for that. She wants to put some serious distance between the rest of the competitors. She has the skills. Anais Beris is a very experienced competitor, like I was saying. She used to compete even with the juniors. She is very experienced, and check that out. That's Dulce and Veronica, the two Central Americans advancing and unfortunately knocking out Maria Jose Pulgar from here from Iquique and Paz Collado also from here from Iquique. But it's all right. I mean, everything it's an experience, and the ladies are just adding some experience to their books. And right now, Anais Beris takes that first position, that good role right here. And this is, I was expecting to see this. This is 5.75, 5.75 for Janita. It's amazing to see how Janita serves. She's super young. If I'm not wrong, I think she's 14. Take us through that one.
Super good. And this was the last one for Anais. Was just a quick roll.
Let's see, this is the best one.
This is the last one. Sorry, guys. That was a good roll. She actually got some air time there. That was a 5.25 for the Chilean here. Just textbook performance for her. One more roll, very close to the rocks as she's now leaving the wave. So Anais has 5.25 and 4.25. Let's see, Elisa looking for 4.76, kind of struggling to bottom turn on that wave. And Bianca. Aí vem a brasileira Bianca Simões, pessoal. Ela que é Pro Júnior, mas aqui tá competindo na categoria principal, na categoria Women, que está batendo de frente ali, precisando de 5.61. A Bianca até agora só teve meio ponto e 1.65. Então, mandem pra gente aí quem estiver torcendo pro pessoal do Brasil. Mandem no chat, interajam com a gente, porque vai ser um dia de altas ondas aqui em Iquique. De manhã cedo a gente viu um pouquinho, né, um vento mais forte. Parece que já deu uma melhorada, ainda tem um vento, mas a gente vai ter mulheres e vai ter Pro Júniors também aqui na categoria masculina no dia de hoje.
Thank you for that update in Portuguese. And yes, this is the first valuable score for Bianca Simões. That was a good roll, and we'll see how much she gets for that. Remember, you can follow the scores at the IBC World Tour official website, ibcworldtour.com. You just gotta click on the live button, and it takes you to the live feed and the scoring system all together. And this event is brought to you by the City Hall, the Iquique City Hall. We had the support. Wait a second.
Hannah Saavedra, there comes the young Peruvian. Good roll for her, completes the maneuver, just trying to get back on the lead and I believe she will because she needs 3.75 to get back to the lead right now. So we can see the young Hannah Saavedra just doing a very good campaign in this heat, just applying that strategy of finding those first two average scores to then start increasing them wave after wave.
No, that's right. I'm definitely telling you that bodyboarding, the female bodyboarding in the junior division is growing, and as you can see, Bianca right there going for a roll in a medium-sized wave, actually not the biggest one, not the ones of the set, but trying to put some scores under her belt. It's important to try to build your scores at the very, at some point she is we are halfway in the heat, so definitely you have to start the engines. We'll see how much she gets, Bianca, for those two waves. But yeah, she got a 4.80 for the first one, and yes, it's a 3. Now she is in third still, and this is the 590 for the young Peruvian. I'm telling you, I'm very impressed by the level of bodyboarding in the junior division, the woman junior division. Very good. But actually, look at that. Hannah Saavedra, it's taking the first position after that wave. Janita Saavedra ahora está primera con un 5.90 y un 5.75. Tan joven que es ella, tan buen nivel que está demostrando, y además está motivadísima porque aquí hay un grupo gigante de peruanos. Voy a contar bien cuántos riders tenemos, pero vinieron un montón de juniors, vinieron en la categoría masculina, y me encanta eso porque Perú de verdad es un país con mucha tradición de bodyboard, de surf, de todos los deportes acuáticos.
De drop knee.
De drop knee son buenísimos. Y espérate, ellos se andan disputando, fíjate tú, la creación del surf con Hawái. Ellos tienen sus caballitos de totora, que hay una discusión ahí un poquito de qué fue primero, pero definitivamente, miren ahí en las rocas, están parte de lo que es el grupo peruano y están apoyando a Hannah Saavedra. La importancia del apoyo, ¿no? De viajar en grupo, de tener el apoyo. Miren qué bonito está el evento aquí en la Punta 2. Una playa muy bonita aquí en el barrio histórico El Morro de la ciudad de Iquique, el barrio en donde comenzó la ciudad de Iquique. Gracias también aquí a la Junta Vecinal del Morro por recibirnos, por apoyar este evento. Y ustedes, si están en Iquique, de verdad vengan a darse una vuelta, y está un poquito helado, pero vale la pena venir a conocer, y yo creo que vamos a tener a los food trucks con nosotros.
Unas empanadas.
Empanadita, ¿por qué no? Miren qué lindo, tenemos ahí las banderitas de Erizos, que es la marca local Erizos Surf Brand, con su tienda Erizos Store, que están patrocinando. Y eso que estamos enfocando es el área de atletas, el Whitman Athlete Zone, en homenaje al gran Alexander Whitman, uno de los mejores bodyboarders de la historia chilena y iquiqueño, por supuesto. Lamentablemente falleció hace 2 años, y ahí está su hermosa cara, nuestro amigo Willy, que siempre estará en nuestros corazones, y está aquí en la Punta 2 porque sus cenizas fueron esparcidas aquí en la Punta 2. If you guys don't know that guy right there, the Whitman Athlete Zone, it's tribute to Alexander Whitman, one of the best bodyboarders of the history of Chile and of the history of Iquique. He unfortunately passed away 2 years ago, and Erizos has always built that athlete zone in tribute to him, because he is here with us. His ashes were spread right here in Punta Dos. This was his break, and we missed him greatly. Beautiful shot from our drone, and situation in the water still the same. Janita Saavedra, it's in the lead with a total of 11.65, followed by Anaís Vélez. Very good job from Hannah.
Bego, just one observation I'd like to make. You were talking about the sponsors, and yesterday I had the chance of going for the first time to the Erizo stores here in Iquique, and how lovely it is. I love that. I mean, so many options there, and proper bodyboarding space for us to go. I mean, so our fun park. And we will have, guys, Carol Alvarez from Chile in the blue jersey, as you guys can see. Dulce Agüero from Costa Rica. Daniela Kakeo from Chile, and the Japanese just debuting in the tour, Kaira Shirahashi we are just seeing more Japanese coming to the tour every year, thankfully, and just in such high level of competition, so much consistency by these ladies, and yeah, amazing to see them just popping up even more every year.
Dani Kakeo, she's from here from Iquique. She's a very explosive bodyboarder. You'll see her. She has no fear at all. She goes for, the critical sections. And Kaira, it's been great to have her. She's coming from Japan. We have 3 Japanese in this event. We had 5 in Wahine. Let's see this one for Elisa Caro. Lisa, yes, the goes for the roll. That's a complete move. Oh, no. Yeah. You have to. Tienen que no esperar hasta el final de la ola. No es en donde se le pega. ¿Vale? No es al final. Aquí en la izquierda de la punta 12 tiene que hacer la maniobra al comienzo de la ola, en la primera sección. Si vas a esperar hasta el final, te vas a quedar en el área de las rocas. Esa sección parece que es buena, pero no es en donde realmente se debe ejecutar eso, porque corres un riesgo, ¿vale? O sea, está bien que quieras arriesgar y quieras avanzar, pero tienes que cuidarte. Ese es un consejo que le puedo dar a todas las otros competidores y competidoras. Traten de no usar esa última sección porque pueden lastimarse, pueden tener un riesgo. ¿Para qué? La sección en donde se ejecuta la maniobra es en la primera, en la izquierda. En la derecha tienes un poquito más de opciones.
There comes Elisa Caro on that last wave, just waiting for the wave to pop up there as she goes for this roll, just very close to the rocks, as you guys can see. She couldn't land on front of the white water and just kick out pretty quick. That's what you should do in that area, if you get to that area. So she ended up in the rocks there, but she got back and it's fine. And this is the last one for Bianca. Bianca's changing 3 points right now, trying to get to the second position. Bianca está precisando de 4.71. Ela troca uma nota 3. A gente não chegou a ver, vamos esperar um pouquinho pelo replay dessa última onda da Bianca. A gente já vai aproximando dos últimos minutos dessa bateria. Temos bateria de 25 minutos. Agora sim, uma onda um pouco menor. Ela vem fazendo a linha, faz um rolo ali quando a onda fecha, furando o lip, consegue completar. E vamos ver se essa onda vai ser um 4.71, já que foi uma onda bem pequena, que não tinha tanta força, né, Bego? Não foi uma manobra com tanta projeção e pressão para dar essa nota, sem dúvida, para Bianca. Então vamos aguardar.
See, the judges, they know that the first section is where the money is, and that's, the riders should know that. And remember this image right here, you see the rocks, they're all right there. You can see the whole reef, and that means that we are approaching the low tide. So we have to be careful with the rides especially. And usually when it's low tide, you can surf the rides, but you should only use the first section. So it will be interesting to see how Daniela Kakeo, who knows this place very well, will be actually... Oh, we are actually...
We still have some time, right?
Yeah,
for the low tide, thankfully. Because I mean,
but
yes,
you know what? I'm taking what's happening. It's a not too high of a high tide. That's why it won't have too much water. 1.1. That's not too much here.
Yeah, now
so that's why you see the rocks.
We are a few days away from the full moon right now, so it's not varying too much, right? Yeah, and today actually the energy decreased a little bit of the swell from the previous days, and I think that's why also the wave just is closer to the reef, breaks on the inside. So watch out for those rocks. And there comes Elisa Caro on a right-hander, getting some speed for a roll, but she couldn't get that projection. Maybe completing? No, it was not a make for Elisa, now in fourth. Needing a good score, needing a 7-point ride in these 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
You know how we call these kind of tides? We call them fake high, falsa llena. La falsa llena, porque es de 1.1. Vamos a ver más adelante en el campeonato, tenemos llenas de 1.6 y van a ver la diferencia, es bastante. Ahora, sí, es verdad, la alta fue a las 6 y algo de la mañana.
Eso.
Y ahora mismo son las 9 de la mañana, entonces estamos en la marea media, pero sí es una alta falsa. Tenemos poca agua tenemos aquí, de verdad se nota, porque es como que tú lo ves por las piedras, ¿sabes? Si las ves todas así descubiertas es porque no hay mucha agüita. Pero bueno, es una ola que te ofrece posibilidades de surfear, por supuesto.
Yes, Bego, as you said, it's just varying from 0.4 to around 1.0, 1.1. So don't believe that's a big variation here. But that's it, guys. It's gonna be around this tide throughout the day. We have to match. I mean, there has to be matched. I mean, the tide, the wind, and everything for the wave to work, despite this being a very constant wave. But today, thankfully, we are seeing much more contestable waves, I would say, than the previous days. You guys saw the first heat of the day of the men division, Patricio Galay, just catching basically almost 10 waves there. Him and also the other guys on the heat, all of them just 8, 10 waves. So very active heat. We have contestable conditions. We have good sections for maneuvers there. So it's going to be a good day. Share this live stream and stay here with us because we'll see women and pro juniors in the second day of Iquique Bodyboard Pro in its 2024 version. Thankfully, after 1 year off of the tour, we are back here in Iquique for this amazing skate park for us, which is called La Punta Dos.
Un último minuto para que se vaya este hit número 1 de la ronda número 1 de las chicas que están haciendo su primera aparición acá en este evento. Y ahí venía Elisa. Esto fue un rolo para Elisita, ¿no? Vamos a ver la repetición. Pero sí, se viene un interesante intercambio aquí. Viene un hit muy bueno también a continuación y van a venir hits muy, muy buenos. Vamos a hacer también algo de juniors el día de hoy. Estamos tratando de avanzar, se pensó, porque de hecho, a ver, vamos a volver a ese comentario, viene de nuevo, Bianca, nada. Se trató de esperar lo máximo posible, pero ya no teníamos más días. Esta es una ola buena para Anaís Vélez, un rolo bien redondito, bien ejecutado. Ella se atrapó un poquito ahí en el final, pero yo creo que esa maniobra va a ser contada como completada. Vamos a ver qué piensan los jueces, pero Anaís Vélez es, mira qué fuerte. Aquí viene la repetición, replay for Anaís Vélez, pocket roll, super well projected, and I believe that's going to be deemed as a complete maneuver, and probably she will be taking the first position. I'm not really sure, but we will come back with those results for you. We're going to go to a quick commercial break and going to be back real soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second day here in the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. 1 year more, we are coming back to this beautiful city here, full of reef breaks. And now we are finally starting the heat number 2 for the women round number 1. Welcome back, Joey. How's it going?
Good. Good to be back. Here we are. Let's see who we got in the water. Kaira Shirahase from Japan. Daniela Kakeo from Chile. Carol Alvarez from Chile and Dulce Aguero from Costa Rica. She's straight back in the water after making it through that trial heat. No rest for her, or one heat off and then straight back out there. And looking to start early straight away. Kata Shirahase looking for a section here at the end of this left with a really clean roll out of that. Can she push through, Lucas? Doesn't look like it.
Wow, she got kind of lost in that white water, but I think that even she didn't expect that section to pop up. Was a decent sized wave. Let's see Daniela Kakeo on this one, just reversing all the way to the inside, but a short wave for her. Wow, what a punt for Kata Shirahase on the left there, but unfortunately she couldn't make this move.
Yeah. No, it was a nice section, and those are the lefts you're looking for. It gave her recorrido, a good run into it, like a good length into it, and a really nice bowl. And those are the ones you can set that really good line and launch out of, and that's what they're looking for. Up and riding, though, the rider in blue, Carol Alvarez. Little reverse spin, trying to combo it up with a forward there, but the wave just peters out before it hits those rocks.
Yeah, these left-handers are really getting closer to the rocks, but, it's what the athletes have to work with. And, I think they use the left actually sometimes as a backup, because it's a quicker wave. You probably get less time to get back on the spot. So whenever you need a quick response, a average score to pass the heat or to begin with in this case, I think the athletes are recurring to that left, to try and get those points as quick as they can. Dulce Aguero from Costa Rica, already going on her second heat of this day. And let's see, Dulce just representing very well in the first one, and now facing the Japanese and the two Chileans in this women division.
Up and riding here, Daniela, groveling a roll through that first section and managing to get enough speed with a nice and gentle forward spin. Little combination for her there. That'll probably be the better scoring wave ridden in this heat so far.
And there comes the Japanese now going to the right, doing that bottom turn, going for a pocket roll. Medium-sized wave for Kaira. She's looking for something else. Goes for another roll, but this time she didn't make this one. So that's going to be actually her first completed maneuver, her first solid score. She has a 1.5, and now just getting the main score.
Non-stop action here, just wave after wave. Carol Alvarez going for another left and getting a 2-spin combo. Kind of falling off the back on that second forward spin. But, pretty non-stop here. Just a bit of a treadmill of waves coming through.
Yeah, now these athletes already saw a few heats going in the water. They get more familiar with the conditions. They're seeing what's working, what's not. Let's see Daniela Kakeo right now. This score is still coming out, guys. It's going to be around 3 points maybe. Let's see. The judges are starting to input just a one roll, and Kaira.
Here's that replay. She got this first roll through this section and then got a bit bumpy further down the line, as you see here. And she tried to go for a second one, but just not able to get it out in front of that whitewash.
And that was a 3.5 for Kaira, as well as we are waiting for this wave for Carol Alvarez, just combining those spins. And as I said, the girls now, they are seeing what's working, what's not. So I believe they are getting in the water in this heat with that mentality and mindset that, trying to put those two scores in the leaderboard as soon as they can, and then from there trying to, improve and stay in first, in second. But it's so important, guys, to put those first two scores on the leaderboard, because otherwise you might just sit there for a while. The conditions are not the easiest to compete on, and you might get affected with that. It's very stressful going into the first moments of the day, not being very familiar. So
exactly right, Lucas. You've really got to adapt your strategy to the conditions on the day. And with a kind of onshore day like this, with a few different swell directions in the water, you don't know if each set is going to be a left or a right. Or hold the phone for a second, though, because we've got Dulce Aguero taken off here, and there she goes. She gets that rev. And let's see if she can combo it up for a second, deciding to kick out there. But that was the reverse spin. She fell off on the first one. She went for another one and got that there. So, yeah, getting some momentum in this second heat of the women's round one and Dulce's second heat of the day. But, yeah, as I was saying, you really got to adapt that strategy there and and work with the conditions on the day.
Oh, check out the Japanese with a good roll on the first section. Now that's going to be the best score for Kaira Shirahazi, I would say. She has a 3.5 and a 1.5, guys. And that was finally a good section, you know, a good moment that Kaira managed to find in that wave. So changing that 1.5 for sure. And I believe that can be the highest score of the heat so far. You know, 18 minutes remaining and a good campaign by the Japanese.
Here's a replay. This, I think, was a split peak for the rider in blue, Carol, trying to get a roll there, but not enough lip and just falling off the back. And as we see, the right definitely offering more scoring opportunity than that left did. And this will be the best scoring wave of the heat for sure. A 2-roll combination with the first roll pretty nice. Definitely got projected off it. Wasn't super grovelly. Was definitely an L roll though.
Yeah, good job by the Japanese here. Just got that first 1.5, and then after that managed to increase their total score, just consolidating that leadership for now. But guys, let's take a moment to go to that interview there with Hannah Saavedra and Bagel. Take it away, Bagel.
Thanks a lot, guys. Hanita Saavedra, 15-year-old, finally winning here. And you not only won, but you won to Anaís Vélez, who is the only Chilean that has taken a win in the World Tour. How are you feeling?
Bueno, me siento muy feliz en esta playa que me encanta, es mi playa favorita y de haber pasado por primera vez primera y siempre agradecida de la oportunidad y agradecida de competir con tan fuertes oponentes también.
Well, she says she's super happy to be advancing first for the first time here in this wave that for her is her favorite. And for her also to have the chance to compete with such good competitors as the one that were with her in her heat, she's also very thankful to have that opportunity. Janita, vienes de hacer muy buen performance en el Pro Junior, en el femenino de ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro. ¿Qué mensaje le puedes mandar a las chicas que son junior porque estás compitiendo en la categoría profesional? ¿Crees que eso ayuda para tu performance? Cuéntanos un poco sobre eso.
Sí, bueno, yo creo que eso ayuda porque te codeas con personas más fuertes, más grandes y de más experiencia y es mejor competir así porque vas mejorando poco a poco y también vas perdiendo al comienzo y vas ganando experiencia.
I asked her if she feels, because she's coming from ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro and she competed in both divisions and now she's here only competing in the professional division. And I said if she thinks that this actually helps you in your performance. She says it does actually. You are, toe-to-toe with people with more level, with good competitors, and definitely this push your level and makes you improve and compete better. So she definitely encouraged all the bodyboarders in the world to compete in both divisions. ¿Quieres mandar algún saludo a alguien?
Sí, bueno, a mi familia, a mis amigos que me están viendo, independízate ya.
Por supuesto. Bueno, ok, felicitaciones y mejor de la suerte para el resto de competencia. De regreso con ustedes.
Thank you, Bago, and congratulations, Hannah. She's such a legend and been surfing really well, always really positive out in the water, and doesn't hold back either. Just has a go every single session out there, and so good on her. 15 years old and competing here in the Pro Women.
Yeah, and Hannah, if you guys saw that, she's like that type of girl. She's very shy, she's very a quiet girl, but I'm seeing a different Hannah this year, guys, just throwing that scream for us after the interviews and, just throwing some really good scores in the water. As you guys can see, 5.9 and 5.75. And if you compare to the other competitors that are indeed very experienced as well, Hannah managed to find in not such easy conditions there what was more than enough for her to keep going. You can see the Saavedra family there, a big bodyboarding family from Peru and all the Peru delegation. Let's see, Dulce Agüero right now still in fourth. Dulce could not find actually good waves in this heat so far. She's going for those combos, but I would say that unless she finds a combo of a 360 and a roll, I think that she's going to be struggling to go with more than like 3 and 3 point something points. What do you think, Joey?
Yeah. It's, a 3.36 is definitely achievable, but it's also quite achievable from all the other athletes out there. So Dulce will be looking for something a bit better than that. even both of the scores she's got at the moment, she'll want to get a little bit higher. And here's a replay of during that interview from Carol Alvarez, a roll on that left-hander, and goes for a forward spin just in front of the rocks there, lands it and kicks out in the whitewash. So, yeah, you can really see the texture being shown by this drone angle, but it's not too bad. It's definitely was stronger when we first rocked up in the morning.
Yeah, for sure. I could see that change too, and I think the athletes got relieved, in fact. Let's see Daniela Caqueo going on the left. It's not offering too much speed in the first section, but was enough for a 360, and it was just over. For now, we are seeing not many lefts just stretching, you know, and providing those sections despite some. I mean, Kara found one in the beginning, but didn't complete also the maneuver because the wave is indeed pretty close to the rocks right now, no?
Yeah. It's definitely on these kind of a bit smaller. The rocks just sneak up on you. You can be going, especially on that left.
Yeah.
You hit that first section, or you dodge that first section, looking at the second one, and next thing you know, you're going up to hit it, and you just see the rocks poking up in your peripherals. And so, yeah, as we saw, Dulce, actually, after the interview I did last heat, I was walking back up and had a little chat with her as she was getting ready for this heat, and she was like, Joey, did you see me on the rocks there? I got smashed. And she kept trying to walk out and kept falling in all the little potholes and crevices that line those rocks there.
Check her out, Carol Alvarez, just going with the first reverse on the first section. Another forward spin, but as we've been talking, guys, you can see after that it's just rocks. So you can hit that first section pretty okay, but then after that, if you want some more and if you need some more score, there's not much right now on the left-hander. You know, it's getting very close to the rocks. But these athletes are still attempting. I mean, they have each one of them have their own strategy, you know, have their own weaknesses and their own strengths. So each one is playing a different game. And who are we to talk about that? Yeah, that's looking good, huh?
That looks cool. You can really see them. At least from this angle for us right now, it looks like sets. And, you see the riders there kicking into gear, having a little look or clearing out, not wanting to get that on the head. And the rider in white, by the looks of it, had a look at that left, but opted not to go. Getting busy on the inside there. That's Dulce Aguero, having a look at everything that comes by.
Yeah, actually, Dulce is going in many waves, but so far she couldn't find, select that good one. Her highest score was a 3.35. That matched with the 2 is putting her in the 4th position now, despite not needing a big score. She needs a 3.36 right now to classify, as well as Daniela Caqueo that needs only 3.21. So very possible change of situation. Nothing is stable here at all, guys. I would say the more stable position in this heat is Kara Shirahazi. She has the highest score of the heat, 6.75. And a backup score that she definitely is looking to change. And she has that priority. So Kara right now playing another game, just surfing by herself, I would say. She just found one wave that any of the other athletes in this heat could find so far.
Yeah, exactly right. It's sitting, very comfortably up there. Kaira Shirahase, un pequeño update para los que están escuchando en español. Tenemos la situación que puedes ver ahí arriba con Kaira en la primera lugar con una buena ola y otro 3.5 y los otros están buscando algo con una buena forma, con unas rampas o ojalá unos tubos. Hay unos tubos. Mañana vimos un par de tubos en las mangas anteriores y sí.
Sí, vimos, por ejemplo, en la manga del men, las primeras mangas del men, Tom Morris, con un hecho increíble de pasar en segundo en su manga con una interferencia.
Sí.
O sea, habían condiciones diferentes, pero todavía hay buenas olas, como siempre. Por lo que parece, el mar aquí en Iquique también cambia mucho y cambia constantemente. Y vemos allí también la Inten. Hay gente ahí, ¿no?
Sí, hay unas olas ahí hoy. Es un poco más limpio que los días anteriores y mira, parece que hay 4 o 5 personas allí surfeando a esta izquierda. Es buenísimo, es un tubazo.
Y mira la ola que va a entrar ahora, parece que viene una Esta fue una olita ahí de la gente que está haciendo free surf en la Inten. O sea, persona, esta no es una ola de la competencia aquí, apenas uno bodyboarder más que está se divirtiendo un montón ali, muy cerca de la competencia, pero en la ola de la intendencia, como venimos hablando, Iquique es el mejor riff urbano del mundo con 24 olas, todas
Yeah.
muy cerca de las otras.
Up and riding here. Gara Shirahasi looking to back up the 3.5, but just kicking out there. I think we had someone have a look at that left as well, which we will catch a replay of any second. But yeah, thanks heaps to the production team. They just showed us that left. You saw that left barrel is that left over in the distance. You can kind of see near the top of that blue tent. There's a few guys out there today called La Intendencia, or as we've been calling it here with the Aussie guys, Intent Dreams, because of just how epic it is. And it is a super good left-hander.
White actually was yellow jersey there. That's Daniela just missing that forward spin that she was attempting actually to change that 2.90. So just losing priority right now, getting back to priority number 4. And for now, Dulce Agüero is the one that has the priority. So I would say a good opportunity for Dulce to try and get back in the game. You know, she needs 3.36 to advance, and now holding that priority. And this time, you know, doing different than what she's been doing. You know, just going in many waves, trying to select one good wave that can provide a 4-point ride or something like that. I'd say would be a good first step to try to get these 6 minutes and 40 seconds and change the situation to stay in a comp.
Yeah, that's it. And you see this left-hander, she probably took off a bit on the shoulder there, because if you were taken off from behind that had a really nice looking barrel straight into a ramp. And so perhaps they need to be sitting a little bit deeper on if they're hunting that left to make the most of the scoring opportunities that those lefts have been showing.
Good point, Joey. And we have the following heat there in the water. You guys can see the Brazilian Nicole Calheiros. She will be facing the Panamanian Veronica Correa, and the two Chileans, Suyina Stai, here from Iquique, and also Juan Figueroa. So Brazil, Panama, and Chile going in the water for the next battle, guys. This is going to be heat number 3 for the women division, and after that we will have one more heat before we start the juniors.
Yeah, that's it. Veronica Correa, she is coming straight from that trial round as well, same as Dulce. And so she's already used a little bit of her energy this morning in a heat. So a little replay of Dulce with yet another reverse spin out of that left bowl. She's been looking at them all day and looking for those combinations which just haven't been presented to her as much as she would like. Looking for that 371 now.
Yeah, I mean, these are not big scores, but it's pretty sketchy out there sometimes to find those waves. It's pretty usual every day in a competition we have like some heats that have one more quick pace, you know, more waves, more action, and there's always those heats with less action. And guys, don't get mistaken. It's not due to the athletes or their performances or their level at all. It's just the ocean, you know. The ocean works like this. It's pretty common to have like 2-3 heats with good amount of action, and then one slow heat, you know. So that's definitely a change to go in these ones. And that's why also the athletes play one technique that is very interesting, which is timing the sets. Have you seen guys doing that, Joey?
I've seen that.
And I think that's very good, you know, because you have an idea at least. I mean, you don't know exactly, but you can have an idea of how long the waves and the sets are taking to come, and then that puts you in a better position to see, to understand how many set waves you could get maybe on a heat, no?
Yeah, so that means like they basically time in minutes the time between sets come, and riders will sometimes do this maybe for an hour, 2 hours before their heat, and they'll be able to start to get an idea of like maybe some sets would come hold the phone for a second here though. We have some action in the water. Daniela looking for a spin, not making it through that section. But yeah, they kind of find like the average time, maybe sets come in every 8 minutes, every 12 minutes, and if they do it over long enough time, they can get a pretty rough idea of when is the best time to be out the back.
And maybe understand if you could get maybe like 3 opportunities of a set wave or 4 or 2 in the heat,
Per
you know?
heat, yeah.
So that gives you a good idea of how to perform. That's Carol Alvarez. Now in the second position, guys, Carol is looking for something more than 2.85. It was not that left-hander that provided what she need. And Kaira is still there on top in the first position with the 675 with the beautiful roll on the right, and also a 3.5 that she is still trying to change there in these last few minutes. We're just crossing the mark of 3 minutes here, and later on we're going to have Nicole Calheiros, Suyena Stai, Juan Figueroa, and Veronica Correa. Don't get out of there, guys. Share this live stream and stay with us. It's going to be a full day of competition here in La Punta Dos.
Yeah, that's it. It's really, really cool to see this women division and see how much everyone's been ripping and pushing it. And so, yeah, share the link around. There's a QR code there with all the links, social media, YouTube, IBC website. So you can scan that with your phone and, yeah, share the live stream link around because we want this sport to grow, especially in the women division. We want to keep growing it, and bodyboarding is just such an amazing portal to the surfing world, and it just allows you to enjoy waves and enjoy barrels and everything, and it's accessible. And yeah, so share it around. We're growing this sport, and it's really cool to see the women out here at the top level in Iquique.
Nothing better than that. Bueno, gente, escaneen ese código QR en su pantalla. Ahora ahí pueden tener acceso a todos los rankings, los calendarios, posts increíbles sobre todos los eventos, los atletas, en fin, todo sobre el Tour Mundial de Bodyboard. Muy fácil para ustedes. Basta escanear este código QR en la pantalla y estamos juntos aquí. Carol Alvarez in this last wave in the blue jersey. She has a total score of 670. Just one roll for her. She's trying to change that 2.85 for quite a while right now, but she knows she's in the second position. She is classifying, but don't leave Daniela Caqueo there with these last minute because she has the priority and she needs only 3.21. So we could see a change of situation in this last minute, guys. Stay with us.
For sure, they are both looking for a 3.21 and a 3.36 respectively, Daniela and Dulce, and it looks like a set is coming. So could there be change in this last 40 seconds with Daniela holding that first priority? She's turning around by the looks of it, and here she goes, taking off. Does a reverse in the bowl and just bogs a tail, and that will be it for her.
Yeah, last chance for Daniela. You know, the pressure, that's the moment actually when the pressure definitely kicks in. You know, it's basically the last chance. 30 seconds remaining and she's just going for the last try, but she unfortunately lost control of the rail there and ended up missing that reverse. So that's it, guys. For this heat, we have Kaira Shirahazi. Hold on. Dulce Agüero, I believe that wave is still being valid, but she also couldn't complete the maneuver. So Daniela Caqueo and Dulce are leaving the competition as Kaira and Carol Alvarez are advancing to round number 2. Stay with us because we are coming back with heat number 3 right after the commercial break.
Hey guys, welcome back. Here we are at day 2 of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro, and we are still going in with the round 1 of the women's. Bago back with me in the booth. How's it going?
It's going great. I love that division, of course. It used to be my division, so let's hit the water. And check who do we have there. We have no one else than Nicole Caleiros from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. In red, we have a local, Suyin E.T.I, a very good bodyboarder from here, from Iquique. In yellow, we have another local, Joan Figueroa. She lives actually in the building that it's right in front of Punta Dos, so imagine how much she knows this place. And we have Veronica Correa coming from the trials and facing these 3 other great competitors, so it's going to be interesting to see what they can offer. And it looks like it's Suyin already with some scores. We will see that replay for sure. If you're just getting here, this is the first wave for Suyin E.T.I. Goes for the roll and completes it, of course. And that's going to come around 4 points. We'll see how much she gets. It still hasn't, score hasn't been dropped. But yeah. And who you see there with the board, like the zebra board, it's Tiago Bajos coaching for Nicole Caleiros. Then I love how the Brazilians use the board for coaching.
Yeah. It's cool to see how they're all supporting their rider in the water from the rocks. And I think we just saw that in one of the last heats as well. And they're pointing left, right. Set wave coming. And that's always helpful when you have eyes on the horizon for you at a bit more of an elevated distance. And they're able to, just give a little bit of help to the rider in the water. But you can see there are still plenty of lefts and rights rolling through here. And Suyin E.T.I got a real nice one. She timed that roll well. It can be hard to hit it, especially with the onshore wind. And you saw Suyun just set her line up to the lip, and she had to wait a little bit longer for that roll, but managed to get it over. And so that's a pretty good start for her, especially considering kind of the lack of scoring waves near the end of the last heat. So it was good to see Suyun straight into it.
That's what you have to do, you have to be quick. There are not too many opportunities, and you have to use them all. Split peak situation. Thank you for sharing. Nicole Caleiros goes for the roll to the right, and Joan Figueroa, it's in the left. I was watching Nicole. What were you watching, Joan? We'll see this one for Veronica.
Up and riding now, though, Veronica Correa from Panama, setting up a line on this one, and it started to look kind of good on that inside section, but then it just closed down. And no, I was watching the rider on the left as well, but I'm sure we'll see a replay in a second.
Rider on the right, because the rider on the left is, I think, what we miss. Of course, we have to choose which one to watch. But yeah, this is the last wave of blue. Thank you, director, for being there, Felipe Kinapi. She went for a reverse spin. So, a complete maneuver for Joan Figueroa, que vive aquí al frente de la Punta 2 en el edificio que está justo al frente. Y this is a replay for Nicole.
Got a nice roll there just above the wave. Kind of had to fight a little bit to get it back in and decided to kick out there. Here is that second one from the Panameña. It's Panameña?
Panameña in Spanish, yeah. Panamanian will be
Panamanian.
Yeah. But yeah, panameña, la panameña, la chica que viene desde las tablas.
¿Dónde?
De hecho, viene de Guararé, si no me equivoco. Ella es de Guararé.
Pacífico.
Es el Pacífico, es una parte muy bonita, es muy cerca de Pedací. Tú fuiste a Panamá, ¿no?
Sí, pero solo Bocas del Toro.
Vale, eso es el Caribe. El Pacífico, que es espectacular, el Pacífico panameño.
Bueno.
Pedací, que es lo que le queda cerca a Verónica, que es en donde ella empezó a surfear, es uno de los pueblos más bodyboarder de Panamá, porque Panamá tiene mucha tradición, pero más de tabla, de tabla corta. Y Pedací es en donde se encuentran la mayoría de los bodyboarders y las olas son muy buenas. Ella es el local de Lagar Point.
¿Y ahí son de reef, playa?
No, casi todo es playa.
Bueno.
O sea, Panamá tiene de todo, ¿no? Es igual
Sí,
hay unos reefs, ponte tú Santa Catarina, vamos a volver a eso, Santa Catalina tiene rocas. Una primera, no logra, pero sí, imagínate, yo vivía en Panamá cuando Verónica comenzó a surfear y siempre era como bien motivada y se pegó, como quien dice, la crecida en su nivel y fue increíble. Ahora de verdad es la mejor bodyboarder de Panamá, tiene muy muy buen nivel. Y también ha pasado varias temporadas en Bocas del Toro. Ella vivió en Bocas del Toro. No sé si actualmente está viviendo ahí, me parece que sigue viviendo en el Pacífico. Me parece que sigue viviendo por Pedací. Pero ella es de Guararé.
Up and riding right now, the rider in yellow. Once again, Suyin Estate timing that section to perfection and getting another roll. And she's already sitting on 4.25, and that roll was probably even a bit bigger than the one she did before. So she is going to be very happy with her current situation. Only a few minutes into this heat as well. Here's that replay.
All right, so this lady right here, she is one of the best bodyboarders of Iquique also. Suyin Estai, she is cousin of Gabriel Brantes. You know?
Oh, okay, cool.
Sí. Suyin, que es la prima de Gabriel Brantes, que es un hijo ilustre de la municipalidad de Iquique. Recordando que este evento es organizado por la ilustre municipalidad de Iquique a través de la Corporación de Deportes Iquique. Y aquí viene Joan Figueroa en una derecha. Joan, que también se quedó un poco atascadita ahí, que forma parte también del club Amaguara de Bodyboard, que es solo un club de mujeres. Así que un saludo para las chicas. Y sí, aquí estas dos chilenas, bueno, Suyin es una chica con mucho nivel, que también está, si no me equivoco, está segunda en el ranking local, en el ranking regional. Da una buena batalla. Están ahí con Paloma como peleándose, pero ahora Paloma está primera. Y hubo un evento acá en la Punta 1 hace poco, y ahí ganó Paloma, pero Suyin había ganado en Urracas y Pasco ya había ganado aquí en la Punta 2. Hay un buen número de bodyboarders chilenas y quiqueñas, hay un buen número. Debemos ser yo creo que más de 15.
Wow,
sí, no,
bueno,
somos más, somos como 10, como 20 o más. Bastantes chicas, tú vas...
¿Y todos son en este club que dijiste?
No, por ejemplo, Suyin estuvo con nosotras, pero ahora pertenece, si no me equivoco, no sé si a la Punta 2 o al Bellavista.
Okay.
Hay muchos clubes aquí.
Claro.
Pero estuvo con nosotras un tiempo y ahora pertenece al otro club. Y en Amaguara somos 12 chicas, sí, 12 bodyboarders de Iquique. Así
Bueno.
que, no, una iniciativa bien bonita. Hace ya un par de años que tenemos ese club y claro, ha sido muy muy bueno también para impulsar el deporte también femenino, ¿no? El crecimiento del bodyboard femenino. Bueno, si estás recién llegando, este es el segundo día de competencia aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro en su cuarta versión, un evento que vuelve al Tour Mundial este año, gracias a la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, a la Corporación Municipal de Deportes, pero también gracias a nuestros auspiciadores. Tenemos a la Zona Franca, a la Sofri, el Mall Sofri, que les recordamos que está abriendo hasta las 8 de la noche todos los días. Y tenemos también el apoyo del Hotel Ibis. Ha sido un apoyo fundamental. Un hotel muy cómodo, se está quedando parte de nuestro staff ahí. Y tienen un eslogan muy, muy entretenido que dice: si hay viaje, hay Ibis. Que se hospeden con el Hotel Ibis porque realmente tiene todo y es como bien moderno, es como bien juvenil el Hotel Ibis. Y también tenemos el apoyo de la Universidad Santo Tomás, que tenemos un área de recuperación. ¿Qué tan importante es tener un área de recuperación para los atletas, Joey?
Sí.
Súper importante, ¿no?
Sí, muy importante y muy buenos por todos los atletas que necesitan algo, un poco de ayuda con sus músculos o lástimas o injuries.
Lesiones.
Lesiones, eso.
Sí,
sí. Y son muy atentivos siempre ahí, siempre feliz para ayudar.
Eso es. Muy bien, Joey.
Muy buena onda ahí.
Sí.
Buena gente.
Y la Universidad de Santo Tomás, que también nos prestó ayer el salón para la reunión que tratamos de hacer siempre entre los directores y los atletas de la IBC World Tour, que la vamos a tratar de hacer en cada evento. Y también Agua Cielo, que nos ha tenido con un montón de hidratación. Y por supuesto la marca local.
Erizos Surf Brand.
Eso es.
Yeah, I went into the Erizos tienda ayer.
Erizos Store, sí.
Y fue buenísimo.
¿Te gustó?
Sí, muchísimo. Fue muy como buena estética, buena gente ahí, muy social también, videos de bodyboard. Estaba probando toda la ropa.
Qué bueno.
Fue bueno.
Me dijeron que te gustó una mochilita, un dry bag.
Sí, sí, sí.
Muy bien. Pues bueno, pasen por la tienda de Erizos Store si no la conocen todavía. Está aquí en Iquique, también hay una en Santiago y pueden revisar la página web erizosstore.com. Así que cualquier cosa que necesiten, full dedicada para Bodyboard. Y también tenemos, por supuesto, el apoyo de un grupo de colaboradores tradicionales de Iquique, que eso ha sido algo que no había pasado antes y se le dio un espacio a todas estas empresas tradicionales.
Sí, bueno, tenemos Bulldog, Silvestre Coffee, Jardín del
¿Holgorio?
Holgorio, Transiaram, Rec Metal,
Sí.
Aurora, Biogastronomía, Red Salud, Alicar Modular, Vigo Sport, Safari Sport, Higienotech y Erizos Todo.
Muy bien,
Algunos
Joey.
nombres aquí un poco difíciles para mí.
No, pero lo hiciste perfecto. Joey está, pero on point con el español. Me encanta.
Buenísimo, buenísimo. Y muchas gracias a todos estos colaboradores. Están ayudándonos mucho para hacer este evento aquí en Iquique. Aquí tenemos el rider en amarilla. Suyin de nuevo con un 360 que no cayó, pero sigue en primera posición.
Okay, one more wave here for Joan Figueroa. Joan, the local, not able to find much, but yeah, right now the scores are super tight, so there's a chance for every single competitor. Cualquiera de estas chicas puede tener una opción. Vamos a ver una ola aquí para la panameña Verónica Correa, a ver si consigue una sección aquí en la punta 2, puede lograrla aquí en la tercera. Sí, sabía que iba a conseguirle un buen rolo. Se está tratando de mantener, es importante salir adelante de la espuma y eso va a ser una maniobra completada para Verónica, que solamente necesita un 2.31 para subir a la segunda posición. Y recuerden que solamente van a clasificar la primera y la segunda. Las otras se despiden de competencia.
So she's setting a real nice line through here, and this was a right that was definitely offering a lot of potential, and she decides to go up and hit the roll there. Has to fight against this whitewash for a few seconds, but manages to make it out and kick off just before the rocks you see there going dry in this tide we have. It's low tide around midday today, so currently we are sitting at 9:40 a.m., so still a few hours of dropping tide remaining. It's going to be a 0.7 meter low tide.
Okay, while we're waiting for more action, we have the interview ready with Lucas and the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Bago. I'm here with Shaira Kirahazi. Shaira, this wave is pretty different from your place in Japan. What do you think of La Punta Dos?
This year is so difficult and dangerous, but good wave. Yeah.
So what are your plans on the tour since you just debuted on the tour last year in Maldives? You're just starting. What are your plans for the rest of the year?
Yes.
So we're seeing Kara in all of the stops. I'd like to know which one is your favorite wave of the tour? Which one you like most?
It's Morocco. Morocco is so good wave.
And it was her best result also in Morocco, was a 9th, right? In Morocco. Yeah, so send a message for people watching you back in Japan.
いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。次のヒートも多分難しいと思うんですけど頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Well done, Kara. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Arigato.
I was going to say the same. Arigato gozaimasu. That's so cool.
Yeah. That's so good that she likes Morocco. She did really well there. But up and riding right now, live action from the Brazilian Nicole. Getting a roll out of that last section. Oh, but just coming unstuck on the landing there. Unfortunately for her, she'd been sitting with a pretty decent score relative to this heat. Just won 3.85, and she was holding that priority for quite a while. And that would have been a pretty good situation for her if she'd landed that roll. But still time left, so not to fear for the Brazilian Nicole Galleiros.
That's right. Well, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so far the scores are super close. And Veronica, she got her best wave with that one. And that lady right there is Francisca Madmahon, also a Chilean. She is Iquiqueñan living in Antofagasta, Francisca Matmahon, and we will see Soraya Valdivieso as well from here, from Iquique, and Emiliana Gonzalez, the wonder kid from here, from Iquique. She's only 14 years of age, and we will see your lady, Ebony Shell.
Ebony Shell from West Australia.
Yeah, WA.
Yeah. It'll be good to see how she goes. She's pretty nervous this morning, but she'll be ready for this for sure. Anyway, here's this replay of that one before, guys. Just coming unstuck there. Like, lands it flat, and then just not able to ride out cleanly. So if that happens, generally it is deemed as incomplete. But still needing a 2.51 there, Nicole Caleiros, and I'm sure she will be already back out there looking for that. Seems to be hunting more of the rights. But yeah, some exciting action in this round one. There will be one more heat, that one you guys saw next, one more heat, and then we'll be jumping in the water with the junior men. Yeah, starting with their round 2, I believe.
That's the recovery area for the Universidad Santo Tomás, the Santo Tomás University, that has, I think there's more than 5 students of, or I think they are all graduated and doing their practice for their kinesiologists. And it's such an important thing to have people, because, we are, you're sore from surfing. If you surf many hits in a row, you're super sore, and you might have an injury or whatever. So this also, just to warm up before your hit, it doesn't have to be recovery. It's also they can guide you on what the proper warm up for going to surf is. Some people stretch before surfing, and that's incorrect. You have to warm up and then stretch after surfing.
Yeah.
And sometimes people stretch too much and get injured because they're too loose. You have to prepare your body, warm up, and then surf. And then when you get out, you have to lose it. You lose the tension with the stretching. That's a proper way to do it.
Yeah, I've heard that is the case with a lot of sports. Because stretching, maybe if your body is cold and you start trying to stretch your muscles to the limit, it could put them in a
you lose them too
position of
much,
risk. Yeah.
All right, what if we jump to the chat right now and we check who do we have there? Vamos a leer un poquito sus comentarios, así que escriban. Hay varias personas. Tenemos a Shamir desde Costa Rica, Yoshi, buenas Hanna. Tenemos a María Freitas, que saluda a Hanna. Tenemos a Jordan Mayorga, Fabiola González, que estaba apoyando a Carol. Tenemos a Gabriel Calderón, tenemos a René, a Gabriela Calderón. Gabriela Calderón pregunta si no habrá repechaje. Miren, los repechajes vienen después de la ronda de no eliminación, ¿vale? La ronda de no eliminación es en donde vamos a tener sembrados a los atletas profesionales, los que quedaron en el top. En el caso de las mujeres, los junior y el Dromney, miren que aquí tenemos ahí nadie más que Dave Hubbard con Arturo Soto, que es el organizador, la cabeza del Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, que es el evento al que vamos a ir después de aquí. Ya le vamos a mostrar nuestro calendario. Ahí está Omar Ríos con Paloma Fregan, y quien está ahí es la pequeña Maya, la hija de Paloma. Ay, qué lindo, le hicieron una cartel. Vamos, Paloma, mira qué lindo. Qué hermoso, ¿no?
That is so cute. Oh, it made me so happy. And we have the calendar for this year, guys. You can see 2 events already crossed out, already done. Here we are now at Iquique, following later this month, May 14 to 26, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, which will be the biggest one of the year in terms of the amount of divisions we have, in terms of the prize purse. So that one's always interesting. E.T.I Pro over in Brazil following that. Still to be confirmed, the Maldives Pro, which would be amazing to see, but we'll keep you guys updated with that. Sintra in early September in Portugal. Beautiful part of the world over there. The Wave IBC Pro, which will be the first artificial competition on the World Tour, artificial wave competition, I should say. That would be over in Brazil again. And then, of course, none other than the Gran Canaria Fronton King from the 12th to 27th of October, which will usually be the competition that crowns the champion for the men and the junior men. So yeah, that's the go for the year, guys, and take a photo of that and remember all these dates. Try and get there if you can. Throw your hat in the ring and see how you go.
That's right, and so far so good for Sujin Estai, the local. She is in first with a 4.25 and a 4, followed by Veronica Correa, who only needs a 3.5, and Nicole Caleiros and Joan. They have a pretty good chance, 4 minutes and a half. Vamos a continuar con los saludos. Tenemos a Gustavo Arasemena desde Panamá. Tenemos a Yuleiner González, la pequeñita, te extrañamos, una gran competidora venezolana. Vuelve al tour, ya te lo he dicho 1000 veces. Tenemos a Pililo, el tigre de Bengala. Gracias por estar sintonizando, amigo. Tenemos a Juan Atala. Un abrazo, Juan. Gracias por estar por acá. Compartan la transmisión, compartan para que apoyemos el deporte, para que apoyemos en la ciudad de Iquique, que vuelve a recibirnos en este gran evento, la cuarta edición de este evento y la tercera etapa del Tour Mundial. Es lo que estamos viviendo ahora. Tenemos a Jorge Tejeda. Jorge, la competencia en teoría va a seguir ahora, ya no vamos a parar. Vamos a ver una ola más para Joan, buscando algo, Joan Figueroa. En teoría vamos a seguir trabajando todos los días. El periodo que se tenía en esta competencia, la ventana o el periodo de espera, era de 10 días. ¿Vale? El evento es del 1 al 10. Entonces, con el número de atletas, que son más de 160, entre las 3 categorías, teníamos más o menos 7 días de competición, de aproximadamente 7 horas y media cada día. Entonces, eso solo nos dejaba la posibilidad de tener 3 días libres, o lay days.
Up and riding now in red. Nicole, again, having a look, getting to that lip slightly late, and not able to pull through it, unfortunately for her. Only a few minutes left and she's still looking for that 2.71.
All right, now, voy a volver solo a la explicación. Pues solamente teníamos 3 días posibles libres y ya tuvimos 2 porque marcaba muchísimo viento. Si ustedes creen que esto era viento, ayer y antes de ayer el viento estaba de locos. Había así lo que nosotros llamamos cabritas en el horizonte, que es muy extraño para acá, para Iquique. Y ahora solo nos queda la posibilidad de un día libre o un día lay day, que ya se verá cuándo va a ser, pero la llamada que nos dio nuestro jefe, nuestro director técnico y nuestro jefe de jueces, es que vamos a trabajar de continuo. Vamos a trabajar mañana, el lunes, el martes, el miércoles, y vamos a ver si miércoles o jueves tal vez haya un lay day. Todavía no es nada asegurado, pero la invitación es para que nos sigan en las redes sociales oficiales y se conecten con nosotros. Pueden también suscribirse a este canal de YouTube, que si activan la campanita van a enterarse de cuando hagamos algo. Una situación de cacho compartido, Sujin está ahí para la izquierda, va por un rolo, no lo completa, y Verónica Correa para la derecha. Está arriesgando Verónica porque ya se está secando la punta 2. Ya estamos en pasada la marea media y además fue una alta falsa que le llamamos nosotros, que es poca agua.
So, alta falsa en la marea alta.
Sí, en la llena. La llena fue de 1.1.
Pero no hay tanta agua.
Claro.
Me gusta esa alta.
Fake high.
Fake high, yeah. We say a low high in English.
Oh, right, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, low
it's
high.
A low high and a high low.
Oh, thank you for that. I will use that.
Here's a replay, though. She went up for a roll here and just did it a little bit off the back, not able to follow through with that momentum. But a minute left on the clock, sitting in first place. Shouldn't be too much of a worry for her. Veronica, on the other hand, managing to get that roll through. She's sitting in second place, needing a 3.5 to take the lead. And the score's dropping through for her. Now, it will back up the 1.8 she's sitting on, but not sure if it will be enough to help her to take the lead away from the local lady, Sujin Estai. And I believe there was another wave caught by the Brazilian Nicole Galidos. Still looking for that 431, but not looking like she achieved that. There she is on the inside, getting smashed by these waves coming in. This could be the last wave ridden, and it is none other than Sujin Estai on a victory lap here. Little cut back, and she'll ride this one into the channel. Little spin off the back there. Don't go anywhere, guys. One more heat for the women's round one coming up right after the commercials.
Bienvenidos de regreso a lo que es el segundo día de competencia en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2024, la cuarta edición de este evento. Gracias a la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique por traernos de vuelta al Tour Mundial. Estamos muy felices de estar acá. Vámonos al agua. Let's hit the water. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, Lucas. Look at that. We have a full Chilean heat with one single competitor from abroad, which is Ebony Shell. You want to introduce?
Yeah, Ebony Shell. We will also have the 14-year-old Emiliana Gonzalez from Chile, Soraya Valdivieso, and Francisca McMahon. So the first one is Soraya, opening the heat, attempting a forward 360 there, but couldn't complete. Looks like there's a good wave approaching right now, but no one in position for it. One athlete actually got hit by this one. Looks like yellow, Emiliana. Now it's getting in position for this wave. She took a look at the left, but didn't go on this one. So, guys, we have some information here for Ebony. Ebony, that is a new name popping up in the tour after Morocco. So glad to have the Aussies on the tour more and more. Let's see, white, Francisca McMahon.
Vamos a ver la primera ola de Francisca McMahon, que va por el rolo. No lo logra completar, parece. Francisca, que es iquiqueña, pero vive en Antofagasta. Creo que es así. No sé si es que es antofagastina que vivió en Iquique. Creo que es iquiqueña que vive en Antofagasta, estudia en Antofagasta. Y también ha tenido buenos performances también esta bodyboarder. Y la primera de la chiquitita. No logra mucho ahí. Emiliana González, con 14 años de edad, que viene de quedar tercera en la categoría junior profesional femenina que tuvimos en ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro. Vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla este hit que está solo comenzando. Es Soraya Valdivieso hasta ahora, la única que tiene un score, digamos, más alto. Tiene 2 puntos y las otras chicas están con score muy pequeñitos. Así que vamos a esperar un poco. Recién está comenzando esto.
Now, the first priority is Ebony Shell from Australia, since the other athletes already found their first waves. Ebony also has a 1 point right for her first one, but still sitting in priority. We just saw few attempts by every athlete to just get that first score. Let's see, Francisca right now got lost in that attempt of a reverse, I believe. So Soraya Valdivieso is coming out on top with a 2-point ride. Just 3 minutes gone in this heat. Actually, it's Francisca with a 1.5 and a 135. Soraya right after her, going for another score in this left. Goes for one spin and couldn't get enough speed to keep going on that wave.
Una más para la chica Emiliana González. Va con el primer rolo completado, pero se atascó un poco. Hablando con Anaís Vélez, el rolo que trató, que fue muy bueno, dice que cuando cayó como que la atrapó una espuma y como no la dejó avanzar. Lo mismo puede estarle pasando a esta chica. Está la punta 2, miren, con unas condiciones que evidentemente no son las mejores, pero no podíamos esperar más por lo que expliqué antes. Tenemos solo 10 días que nos daban solo la posibilidad de 3 días libres, ya hicimos 2 porque realmente estaba mucho peor la condición los últimos 2 días y nos va quedando solamente un día, que tenemos que ser lo más inteligentes posible en seleccionarlo porque todavía falta mucha competencia. Recuerden que tenemos 160 competidores.
There comes Francisca McMahon now, this time completing the reverse. Goes for one more section, but nothing else there for her in white.
Soraya Valdivieso con otro giro reverse y va a buscar algo más aquí, esta sección de la punta 2. Viste lo que hablábamos antes, esa sección es un poco complicada. Mejor no golpearle ahí porque puedes caer, después caes en todas esas piedras. Pero bueno, Soraya que está de primera, así que yo creo que con esa última tal vez consigue algo mejor.
Yeah, so as you guys can see the replay for Soraya on the first section, she did that reverse, kept going for the second one, but as you guys can see, it's just up on the rocks. You know, the athletes are avoiding the right-hander, I think because of that last section that is pretty dry, but the second section for the left is also pretty dry right now. So what we are seeing are very short waves to the left mostly, and these waves, as we expect, don't provide the potential for those big scores that we want to see. So for now we are seeing those 1, 2, 3 point rides in this heat, but definitely these athletes are going to come up with something different to start increasing the scores from there.
All right, so Ebony hasn't been taking too many waves. Let's see this one for her. She goes for a roll, and it's a first section roll. So that's going to be a valuable score for sure for her. Combines with the spin, and that's going to be probably, and I dare to say for sure, the best wave of the heat. We have been expecting a roll, but the ladies have been only able to throw a couple spins. Take us through that replay.
So good roll for Ebony on that first section, you know, just playing a different game, going to the right, you know, hitting the critical section there in the first one. And this wave allowed an exit for the Australian, the 3 times Australian champ. And there comes young Emiliana. The young Emiliana, 14 years old, only going to the left, but she just passed by the whole wave that just ended up on the rocks.
It's super bumpy right now, the wave. It's the thing with the wind, you know. And we were explaining. I'm going to get back to that idea. We'll explain to you about the event format. But first, we have the interview with the winner of the last heat, and Joey. So go ahead.
In 4th place, yellow. In 3rd place, white. In 2nd place, blue. And in 1st place, red. 18 minutes remaining. Primera prioridad azul, segunda prioridad blanco.
Hey guys, here I am with the winner of the last heat, Suyin E.T.I. Suyin, you're a local from here. How's the training been leading up to the event?
Muy contenta de haber pasado mi hit. La verdad están las condiciones muy difíciles, pero supe mantener la calma y saber elegir una buena ola para que me diera una buena combinación y todo. Y nada, súper contenta. Vamos a seguir esperando el segundo round, así que nada, súper feliz.
Cool. So she was saying that, yeah, happy to get the waves here today, and just remaining calm and composed, and yeah, managed to do it for her today. And Suyin, do you have more plans for the Tour Mundial this year?
Si Dios quiere, puede que vaya a Antofagasta y puede que vaya a la subsiguiente, pero pucha, vamos a ver si me va bien y todo. Si Dios quiere, podemos seguir el tour.
Cool. She says, yeah, God willing, would love to go down to Antofagasta and potentially even more. We'll see how she goes, and yeah. Any words for people en casa?
Sí, quiero mandarle un saludo a toda la gente que en verdad me apoya, todos los días un mensajito de buenas vibras, a la Colmudepia, a don alcalde también por este gran evento que está haciendo, y ojalá que siga todos los años y que sigan viniendo más riders. Y nada, que viva el bodyboard, y estoy súper contenta, la verdad.
Cool, well done, very well served, Suyin. Back to you guys.
Yeah, who wouldn't be in stock? For sure, stoked. Suyin E.T.I advancing first there, and right now the first valuable score for Ebony is a 5.25, and she's first now. But we have Emiliana Gonzalez right there, 14-year-old. Emiliana Gonzalez landing that roll, and that's going to be her best score so far for sure. She is only looking for a 3.25 and will be a great highlight for her to advance in first in this heat. We'll see, but we still have a lot of time ahead. We have 60 minutes, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see more of Francisca McMahon and Soraya Valdivieso as well. And actually, Soraya was dropping in that one, goes for a spin. Not the most soft one, but still try to combine with the roll. You got to be very careful at this point because as Joy was telling me, it's a low high, not too much water, and the rights are a bit difficult. And reverse there from Francisca McMahon.
Yeah, just a reverse on that last wave for the Chilean. And on the other side, we could see Ebony Shell finally differentiating herself, just going to the right and applying a roll on that very first section. That granted her a 5.25. It was the highest score of the day, of the heat. I'm sorry, guys. Well deserved for Ebony Shell. Now just looking for a backup score. She is a 2 times Australian champ. So let's check this one also from Emiliana, the young Emiliana, with a roll through the leap on the first section. Good job for her. 4.5 now in the second position, and needing only 2.51 to take over Ebony, but now sitting in the classification zone with a bit less than 15 minutes remaining in this heat.
All right, if you're just getting here, second day of competition at the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, 4th edition of this event. I'm super happy to be back to the best urban reef in the world. That's how it's been called. And if you think differently and you can prove it to us, because we don't know any other part of the world that has 24 spots in less than 4 kilometers. And a wave here for Francisca McMahon. Is she gonna find something? Oh no, she got stuck. Ladies are struggling right now to try to complete those spins. It looks like, the sections are very bumpy and very messy, so I believe it's a little hard for them to complete the spins. You got to be, the thing with the spins, some people underestimate the spins because, it's based, normally is the first maneuver that you learn, but the thing with the spin that it requires a number of things that have to be put in place at the same time in order to achieve it. You have to use your head, you have to use your body, and check that out. That was actually a good example. Thank you, Ebony. It's like you were hearing what I was saying. You have to gaze your chest. You have to use your chest, use your neck as well, looking towards the side you want to spin, and you have to raise your feet all at the same time. Check that out. And only by doing that amount of things all at the same time, you're going to have the momentum to properly spin. So sometimes if you don't use your head properly, or you don't gaze your chest, or you don't pull your legs when you have to pull them, you're not going to spin, So people think that it's actually super easy, but it requires, concentration.
And it can be even one of the hardest maneuvers. I mean, there's many different types of spins, right? There's spins on the line, spins off the lip, there are spins in the barrel. So for me particularly, spins in the barrel or into the barrel are the hardest maneuvers to execute, because you have to do just nail everything that you said, Bego. But what happens here, I'm seeing, is that some athletes are just sticking to those spins. Some mostly on the left, and on the other case, Ebony, for example, went to the right and gone for the roll. And once she did that, I think she raised the level to the aerial maneuvers, for bringing the aerial maneuvers, bringing more projection, bringing more radicality. So that actually puts a gap between Ebony in this heat right now and Soraya and Francisca, for example, that for now didn't find these aerial maneuvers, but these two ladies, all of these ladies are much capable of that, and we're going to be seeing for sure.
Vamos a ver esta ola para Emiliana, a ver si consigue algo. Un poco forzado ese rol ahí, no lo logra. Y una para más para Soraya. Estábamos comentando en inglés que algunas veces los giros se subestiman, porque muchas personas creen que es una maniobra muy sencilla de hacer, es una de las primeras maniobras que normalmente se aprenden en el bodyboard, pero un giro bien hecho y un giro para que se complete bien y se puntee bien, necesita una serie de cosas que se tienen que ejecutar al mismo tiempo. Usar el pecho, usar la cabeza, llevar el cuello y la cabeza en la dirección hacia la que quieres girar, levantar las piernas en el momento exacto. Si no lo haces todo y no lo haces, y también el sitio, el área de la ola en la cual ejecutas el giro, porque no todas las áreas son para girar. Entonces tal vez por eso las chicas han estado un poco quedando ahí.
There comes the Australian scooping into a quick barrel there, almost with just passing that section. Ebony is looking very relaxed in that right-hander. Actually, the right-handers look like they are offering an exit there and a good section for a roll or a projective maneuver in the first moment of the wave. So she's just sticking to the rights, you know, putting some distance between her and the girls. And that's the fourth right now, Francisca McMahon with another reverse. Francisca is looking to change that 2.65, but I would say that now she will need to start differentiating herself, you know, just maybe combining that 360 with a roll on the section. So she has a 265 and a 280 with those 360. That's what those 360 gave her so far. But now I believe it's time to try to show some more repertoire in this heat, even though it's not easy right now.
It's difficult. It's difficult. I've been there in this kind of conditions, and it's really difficult. One more here for the Aussie. Just, oh, she lost her board right there. Difficult moments. Watch out there. But nah, she's all right. That first section is a safer. Right now with the mid to low tide, you want to stay away from the third and the second section of the right here at Punta Dos. And this is a replay of the last wave of Francisca McMahon. That's a 2.70. Not actually doing much to her total score. She still needs a 3.46 to get the second position, which is super easy actually.
And look, who do we have next? We have the Pro Junior round 2. We had the round 1 in the first day of competition. And in the next heat, we will see Esteban Godoy from Chile, also Luan Barcelos, Misael Cesario from Brazil, and Martin Fischer, local young guy here, son of Juan Fischer. Let's see, Soraya Valdivieso keeps going on that left-hander. Didn't see the beginning on the takeoff of that wave, but let's see. She needs 3.26. It's not a big score for her to go to second.
No, this moment is where you want to try to just find a roll. And if you look, check this out. If you actually find a combo, you will probably take the first position. All of them are super close. My advice to Ebony will be sit and wait and choose properly and try to get rid of that 3-point ride, so then you can create some distance between the other competitors, because Emiliana is looking for a 3.76. Basically, if Emiliana finds a wave and do a roll, she will, you know, take that first position. And, you know, the thing goes for the other competitors. It's totally possible. It's doable.
Yeah, for sure, Bagwin. There's still more than 7 minutes in this heat. La Punta Dos, it's a pretty constant wave. We can see today the period actually decreased a little bit, so we have a bit of some slow moments. But let's see, that's the answer for Francisca now, trying to go for a roll, very shallow area there, but she couldn't find the right moment. Bottom turning and hitting that lip in the right moment, and the wave also didn't offer too much. Was pretty close to the rocks there, you know, that lip section, just mixing it up. So wave selection just not helping too much in these cases. I think those lefts are not offering as much as the right-handers in this case. So let's see which strategy will come out on top, because there's more than enough time for changes of situation as well, Bego.
It's a shame, you know, because I was explaining that in Spanish. We wish to bring you the best Punta Dos possible. But the thing is that we have limited time. You know, this event has 10 days of waiting period, and because we have 160 competitors, that gave us a total of at least 7 days of competition of more than 7 hours and a half per day. So we were left with only the possibility of 3 days, and we have already used two. So today it didn't look like we were going to have wind. It's just that the weather is changing in Chile now, just now. Autumn is hitting strongly. Actually, I was talking to Paloma and she was saying, we didn't have wind like this in the whole year. We were using shorts. 4 days ago, it was so hot in here, you wouldn't believe it.
Wow.
And she was like, I can't believe this is happening. This place is super consistent and we don't have wind ever, but we have to run. We can we don't have more time, and it happens. It's like that. It's competition. I mean, the events have to, the date have to be defined at early January. The calendar comes out, and once a promoter tells you a date, that's it. It's been locked. You can't change the date because the riders, they plan their year with time. I'm sorry, in advance. We're gonna get back to that idea after this wave of Emiliana. Not able to complete. Emiliana trying, looking, searching, and Ebony right now. I will say Ebony lost the priority on the previous wave, which didn't offer her anything. So I will probably tell her advisor to try to find one of those rights that she found and just try to get rid of that 3. And I will advance the other competitors to try to do something instead of, it will be like the opposite. I will say to her to wait for the good one. And to the others, I will say try to get any wave and just do a roll and you'll get that score, because that score is completely easy to get. But they keep insisting in going in these waves and trying, spins. The spins are not going to give them that score.
Definitely not, Bago. I believe that too. As long as we see the ladies just going left there, I don't think we're going to see anything much bigger and much more relevant than those 3-point rides. So definitely going to the right there, which is what Ebony mostly is doing, is paying off well. So we are seeing a bit of a hardship for the athletes in these 2 first days of competition with not such perfect conditions as we are used here in La Punta Dos. But there's still 6 days of competition, guys. I mean, today plus more 5 days at least. So I'm very optimistic actually that the next few days Punta Dos, it's definitely gonna start showing off and providing those glassy, clean, good ramps and barrels that we are used to see. And right next we're gonna be having this guy, Luan Barcelos and Misael Cesario from Brazil against Martin Fischer and Esteban Godoy going on this heat for the Pro Junior division. You're going to be seeing the Pro Junior round 2 with 4 heats total. So stick with us, guys. There's a lot of action now with another division going in the water. Please share this live stream with everyone. This event here in Iquique is one of the most anticipated of the whole tour. And now Francisca pedaling on that one. Did offer a section, but it was Ebony actually going for another roll. Let's see if Ebony completes that roll, because if she does, Bagel, she's definitely going to get a good backup score as she is changing only a 3-point ride. So you're going to be checking that pretty soon for sure, guys. But let's see Emiliana right now.
All right, yeah, Emiliana trying super hard. The young gun, 14 years old. Emiliana González ahí tratando fuerte esta segunda. Estamos esperando. Hubo una ola de Ebony Shell. She did get a better score. Good job there for the Aussie. That's what she needed to do. And this is a replay. And that was a landed roll. What we were saying, Lucas, it was just a matter of finding one roll. And she got rid of that 3-point ride. And right now she has a 4.90 and a 5.55. And right now it is more or less a sealed deal for her, because it's hard. Given the conditions that we have, it's hard for these competitors to get those scores to take the first position. And it's right now it all comes down to take the second position. Will be the last chance to advance in this competition. Remember, only first and second continue. The third and the fourth will be out of competition and will not going to be surfing anymore. So it see how the right is closing. So good job there for Ebony Shell, finding the scores she needed and creating the distance she needed to keep that first position.
Yeah, I would say very well deserved for Ebony. You know, just putting a really great space between her and the other girls in this heat. Not even taking a look at that left. You know, she was just positioned to catch the right the whole time of the heat, and that paid out really well for Ebony. So just playing a completely different game there, looking for those rolls clearly throughout the whole heat. That took her the win in this one. We are still waiting, 30 seconds to remaining in this one, but it looks like Ebony is pretty solid in that first position, as well as the very young Emiliana Gonzalez at only 14 years old, doing so well in the Pro Junior division, and here taking that shot with the women as well, as Soraya Valdivieso and Francisca McMahon will be leaving the competition if it stays like this, needing only 3 points.
Such a shame, huh?
Yeah.
Bueno, situación está, como lo vieron en pantalla, felicitaciones a la pequeña Emiliana González. Esta ola no contaría igual de Soraya. Felicitaciones por avanzar junto con la australiana Ebony Shell. No se vayan, vamos a unos cortes comerciales y volvemos muy rápido.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the second day of competition in the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We just ended the first round of the women with Ebony Shell advancing with a great advantage in the first position. And now we're back for the junior division. Welcome back, Joey. How's it going?
Good, good. Let's get into it. I'm excited to see this junior man division. Round 2, Heat 1. Who have we got? It's Steven Godoy, Luan Barcelos, Misael Cesario, and Martin Fischer.
That's it. Steven, guy, just correcting it. We haven't seen Steven, actually. But these are many new names in the competition. We don't know all of them for sure, but that's it. Just making this correction from here on. Steven, then. Godoy. Steve.
Steven.
And for now, there looks like there was only one wave surfed. That was for Martin Fischer, the son of a very known guy here in Iquique, Juan Fischer. It's like a legend here, right? Super nice guy. And now just supporting his son in his first steps in the World Tour. So great to see the locals here developing this nice work and just leaving the legacy for the next generation. That's Martin.
Yeah, here's the replay of the kid we were just talking about, Martin Fischer. Little roll on the top, kind of lands it, but not really. Kind of lands off the top there, and so that won't be scored too much. There you go, just a 1.5 for him. No other waves ridden so far, but yeah, Martin Fischer son of Juan, who, he's a local legend in his mid-40s or so, but being very strongly a part of bodyboarding in Iquique and in Chile, and even still on the world tour. Last year, I think he got a quarterfinal in the Arica Challenge and made a bunch of rounds over in front on as well. And I actually stayed with him, and every single day he was telling me about his son and how his son's getting into bodyboarding. And so it's pretty cool actually to watch and to commentate this heat of Martin Fisher now. But also there's some other pretty dangerous looking names here. Misael Cesario from Brazil has been surfing really well and draws really strong, clean lines, and does a lot of powerful aerial maneuvers. We were having a little look through his Instagram yesterday, and he's a part of some pretty good bodyboarding communities over there in Brazil.
That's it, and that's Steven Godoy going to the left. Going to be talking about Misael as well right next. That was just a quick roll for Steven, on the left-hander. I imagine it's going to be a bit better, not much, but a bit better than Martin's roll, since Martin just landed basically out the back, and in this one we could see he got a bit more projection, and could land kind of on the pocket there and complete the maneuver. But that was only 2.75, guys. We have one more wave there. Agora sim, Misael Cesario faz rolo para a direita ali, furando o lip, para começar essa bateria com uma primeira onda aí, que não vai ser a melhor, foi uma onda curta, né? Mas foi um bom primeiro passo.
Up and riding right behind him, the rider in red with a really nice ARS, kind of backdoored it around that peak, straight into the ARS, comes out with a clean line, and tries to roll off that end section. Didn't really have enough juice in it, but that will still be a good start nonetheless for Steven Godoy.
Yeah, that's Steven getting more and more comfortable there in the water, looks like. First wave 2.75 for him on the quick roll that he found on that left. And now this time he actually got a 5.5. Good second step in this heat right now with that right-hander. This was actually Misael's. Misael, primeira onda dele, pessoal, 4 pontos nesse rolo aí. Foi uma onda bem curta, né? Faz aquela meia cavada, encontra um triângulo logo depois do drop e já conseguiu colocar um rolo ali. Por agora foi a segunda melhor onda da bateria.
Has this bottom turns straight around, hits the lip, and flips it around, landing nicely on the bottom half of his board, which allows him just to re-engage, spin around quick, and get that line again. Yeah, unfortunately, that probably wasn't the right section to try and get a roll around on, but nonetheless, he was awarded for the more critical maneuver, the nice ARS with the 5.5.
It could be like a roll, but it would not give as many points, I would say. And it provided a section, but the landing didn't look the most difficult. So I think that's why, he went for the ARS and decided to risk on that one. It was a very technical ride, completing completing easily, actually, it looks like. So now 8.25 total score for the young Steven. Now in the first position as Misael Cesario, the guy from Bahia. Guys, Bahia is a champion factory in Brazil. Uri Valadão's from there. Gabriel Braga, the current leader of the World Tour, also from Bahia. And I think that's inspiring, some more athletes to come here, as well as the, of course, amazing waves of Punta dos West, where it's a dream to compete for any bodyboarder for sure.
Yeah, that is so good that they've all come from that area, and it'll be real cool for them all now to be over here in Chile together as a crew, kind of supporting and cheering each other on. Up and riding again, the young gun with a little invert out of that bowl, and he managed to get through that lip quite nicely and get a bit of projection out. Not huge, but definitely going to improve on his roll from before.
Yeah, good job for Steven there, just passing outside of that section, hitting the wave kind of late there, hitting the lip kind of late, but he managed to land in front of the wave. Let's see if he can change that 2.75 and get further away in the lead.
Up and riding in yellow, Luan Barcelos, a little spin in the pocket there, and looking to line up another section, does another forward spin, just kicking off the end. Little one for him, opening his campaign here in round 2. First wave caught for him. looking like a pretty low score will be awarded to that. Not very critical the way, and there you have it, just a 3.0. But good to get the ball rolling for young Luan Barceos from Chile.
That's it, guys. 17 minutes remaining in this heat, 15 seconds. We just started with the Junior Man Division. Aí vem Misael Cesário, faz um bom rolo lá na primeira sessão da onda, consegue se projetar bem na frente. E ele quer mais um pouco, mas a onda acaba por terminar ali. Aquela última sessão da Punta Doce aqui não está oferecendo muito para os atletas, então fica por ali.
Up and riding behind el Martin Fischer con un rolo 360 contrario, y eso es lo que tiene ese ola, pero eso va a mejorar su score de 1.5 porque es su primer ola donde completó algunos manubres, ahí tiene 3.5 por eso. Buen trabajo, Martin Fischer. 16 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And yeah, that was just a little quick combination for Martin. Got a 3.5 there. But these boys definitely have to be looking for those bigger waves that are offering proper sections to launch out on, because their grovelly lefts are only going to get them. Oh no. Up and riding here, we have an interference, and that is going to spell a little bit of disaster for Juan Barcelos. Esteban Godoy clearly had priority there, clearly was on the inside, and Luan still went, so I believe that's going to be an interference. We'll see how the judges deal with that. But yeah, here, watch this replay.
Yeah, so as you guys could see there, Steeam had the priority, guys. They had the priority number 1, and Luan had the priority number 2. Not sure if Luan noticed that beforehand because he was claiming there, but it looks like it was Luan that wasn't in position and not in priority for that wave. So that's going to be very bad for him. That's going to make it much harder. So let's see this one for Martin Fischer before we go to that interview there with Bagel. Martin just cruising on that left-hander. I think that there's no one coming. Misael Cesário.
Misael drawing those really nice lines we were talking about, and has that backflip straight over. Bogs his tail a little bit, not able to push through, but some clean riding nonetheless from the young Brazilian. But yeah, we're ready for that interview, guys, so we're going to swing down to the beach right now.
Thank you so much, Joey. Well, we have Ebony Shell, so Australian in the women division, and it looked a bit hard out there. Tell us just a little bit of how it was.
Yeah, the conditions were super tricky. I was a little bit bumpy on the waves, so to try and find those roll sections was definitely a challenge.
But you got that 3-point right that you wanted to get rid of, and then you actually found the score you needed to, because the scores were super tight. So did you even think about going to left, or you just always remain to, I mean, in your head it was always about the right?
I think the rights have better scoring potential just because it's a little bit heavier on the right, a little bit more shallow, so I just thought I'll try and stick to that.
And comparing to your home breaks, how's this wave?
I'll have a wedge up my local break, so not any reef breaks, but only 3 hours down the coast we have some reef breaks, and it's super similar to this, so it definitely helps.
Message for the Aussie community?
Big thanks to the Mandra crew for all the support, and mum and dad and all the boys for coming along.
So congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bago, and well done, Eb. That's sick. I'm so happy to see her make it through that heat, and she surfed really well, and I'm sure everyone back home is supporting her. Glenn, shout out to Glenn. He made it to the Morocco event. Ebony's dad, I'm sure he's watching on, and pretty happy right now to see her beaming, big smile, making it through that heat.
Luan Barcelos, pessoal, que acabou de cometer uma interferência no atleta chileno, vem para a esquerda. O Luan tá ali no leaderboard, ali no quadro de notas como chileno, mas o Luan, ele não é chileno, ele é brasileiro, atleta lá de Farol de São Tomé. E nessa bateria agora ele acaba levando a pior. O atleta cometeu uma interferência, então a segunda onda dele vai ser cortada na metade, já que não havia prioridade. There we can see Ebony and all the Aussie crew, the Lay brothers that also did very well in the comp. These guys are so nice, and it's so great to see the Aussies there. Ebony's so professional and surfing so well in the last heat now. But basically surfing by herself, she was just her on those right-handers, and she was feeling very comfortable, it looked like.
Yeah. She was telling me she was pretty nervous before the heat, and I was like,
Yeah.
Ebony, you've done all the preparation possible, and you're ready for this. So, and she clearly was. But yeah, here's our replay again of that interference, and this happened during the interview. Look at this, Lucas.
Oh. He was landing, he actually landed on top of the wave there, but it's the first solid wave that we saw to the left, I would say, today. That was for Martin Fisher. 4.10 for the young guy here from Iquique. Now he is in the third position, needing another 4, but 4.41 to get to the second position and take on Misael Cesario. So, guys, just correcting here. Luan Barcelos is not from Chile. He is a Brazilian guy, and he just committed an interference call. So his second wave, which is now only 1.40, will be cut in half since there was the priority established already. So Luan now needing a 7-point ride to get back in the game and go to second.
Yeah, that's a bit of a drama for him and pretty unfortunate. Clearly there was a bit of confusion. You saw them both waving, the judges saying, "Oh, what's going on here?" But yeah, it wasn't interference in the end. A nice pop little ARS. Some good bodyboarding there for young Martin Fisher, and he's really got that pop. Like, there wasn't much lip on that, but a technique that I know a lot of the guys over here really train and refine is that pop, just to get that extra bit of air to help you get those moves around, especially when the conditions are small and grovelly.
Yeah, that's when you have to bring something different, right? And that's Misael going. That was, I believe, a 3.85 for him. And Steeam, I imagine it was just an attempt. Good ARS, but he lost the grip of the board there and didn't land on the board.
Yeah, a bit leg heavy on that one. And yeah, there's that pop we were just talking about. Puts the correct leg down first to help him get around. And grovelly, but he's landing them and making it happen, manufacturing a score. And there's Sergio, the Brazilian legend. The boy's playing a bit of soccer, football.
Ahí están los brasileños y los canarios también. Un intercambio cultural aí del fútbol. Davi Barbosa, Serginho, Machado, and Lionel, and Davi Pérez. Vamos ver agora o Luan Barcelos, pessoal, que está numa situação bem difícil nessa bateria. Ele vem em quarta posição. Agora ele vai para a esquerda, para a direita, desculpe, mas acabou que a onda não ofereceu nada ali para ele. Ele vai precisar de bastante nota agora, já que a segunda nota dele vai ser cortada na metade. A gente ainda tem 10 minutos de bateria, as condições não tão fáceis, né? A gente não está vendo ainda aquelas ondas aquelas notas altas aqui em La Punta 12, já que tem um pouquinho de vento, né? E isso deixa a onda um pouco mais picada, né? Um pouco mais balançada, e muitas sessões acabam esfarelando e não promovendo aquela rampa que os atletas buscam para executar uma manobra limpa, uma manobra radical e completar. Então, Luan Barcelos vai levando a pior por agora, mas por outro lado, Misael Cesario fica na zona de classificação, lembrando que o primeiro e o segundo se classificam e terceiro e quarto estão eliminados dessa competição, já que o round número 2 da Pro Júnior é um round eliminatório.
8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. There has been an interference this heat for the rider in yellow, Luan Barcelos, for those just joining now, and so his scores are a bit lower because of that. He is though taken off, not giving up, with his bleach blonde hair there, just trying to find a section. A few guys have actually gone and done the full bleach this comp around. Oh, but up and riding on a nice sucky looking one, the current heat leader Stephen Godoy, with a good roll of that first section, unable to get that second one around, but he's surfing well, really actively.
There comes Martin Fisher, always preferring the left hand in this heat. He could find those 4-point rides, a 4.10 and a 4.35, but that's not enough for him to go to the second position, guys. Martin is needing a very close score than what he has, only a 4.16. I mean, he has to change a 4.10 by a 4.16 to get in second. And as we saw this last wave for Steeam, just hitting the critical section there with that roll, it was not the cleanest, but the section was definitely a radical one. And in this case, he landed out the back and couldn't get enough speed to complete that maneuver. The score's coming out, and I'm pretty sure he's going to change that 3.65 with that first roll, Joey.
Yeah, that was pretty critical. It was a nice section. We haven't been seeing many of those sections at all, so definitely we'll be improving that. And there it is, another 5.5, so an 11-point total. And he's been surfing really well. You can tell he's switched on even just by watching the way he's been paddling around under priority, with priority. He's a real switched on kid. I've actually run into him a few times free surfing over the last few days, and he's switched on, real funny, and real focused at the same time.
I mean, these kids are full of energy, the pro juniors are so nice. I love watching their heats, they never stop, just many attempts, trying and risking those maneuvers. And next, we're going to be having Omar Espinosa and Felipe Liaja facing Walter Bali and the Hawaiian Analu Yuckman. So nice to have a few Hawaiians as well in the event here in Iquique,
Yeah, for sure. It's great to see. It's such a zone for bodyboarding, the home of bodyboarding and the home of surfing, and everyone just comes out of there, has access to all these amazing waves, and it's sick to see. Still a core little crew on tour of Hawaiians.
That's how it starts back, having more Hawaiians. I mean, just like the Japanese, they are just starting to pop up again in the tour. I mean, we have different generations, in every country. Sometimes one country is calling more attention than others, but it's a normal thing. I mean, we have also the French boogie crew now. We have the Peruvian guys, super active, super good and having good results as well. But every now and then we see new countries, coming with good teams in the World Tour, and I love that exchange.
And just a little mention of Alexander Whitman there. See his face smiling at all of us here in the competition zone, in the athlete zone. And rest in peace. He was a keystone community member here in the bodyboard community of Iquique and Chile, and a very, very, very good bodyboarder, and passed away not too long ago, which was a real big shock and sadness for many, many of the local community and also bodyboarders around the world. It's nice they've got the Whitman Athlete Zone, and that is just nice to honor him here at his home break.
Yeah, and what best way? Let's see this one for Martin. Actually, that was for Misael Cesario, and which better way to pay a tribute to Alexander than just putting a challenge for the best maneuver, more stylish maneuver, more radical maneuver off the comp, and putting on a challenge. So let's see this last wave. We have one wave being surfed there. We gotta be calling that in a sec.
4 minutes to go here, and you can see the current scores there on the board, and it's looking like yellow, the rider in yellow, taking off just now, and we will get back to that replay in a second with a little technical difficulty here, but we are back in action now. So we'll just grab a replay of that. Luan Barcelo, the man with the interference, looking for an 8.5 to advance, so that's pretty big, but here is a replay of Misael, the Brazilian, with a very clean and powerful roll on that first section and a second roll there. So that's a good combination for Misael, one of the more powerful ones of the heat.
Wow, that was a good left for White, but kind of late on the hitting the lip there. And also a small invert for Steven Godoy, 3.10 for him. Let's see the Brazilian on this one. Luan Barcelos vai para a esquerda, acaba perdendo a primeira sessão da onda. Dá para ver que o Luan está frustrado ali. Passar uma bateria com interferência, pessoal, é uma coisa muito improvável, não é impossível, mas muito improvável, e a pressão vai batendo. Martin Fischer viene una otra izquierda. Martin está preferindo claramente las izquierdas, pero quiere más que eso. Está ali com um pouco de dificuldade para melhorar sua score de 4 pontos e las izquierdas están un poco limitadas, yo diría, para que se encuentre um score mais grande que isso, talvez 6, 7. Las izquierdas estão oferecendo uma sessão, pero muy cortas, mientras la derecha está oferecendo um pouco mais de rampas y sesiones para los atletas.
Sí, sí, seguro. Y pueden ver la frustración de los atletas, de los dos, Martín y Luan Barcelos. Muy difícil encontrar estos scores, y especialmente cuando la ola parece que va a haber una buena rampa y a veces no hay, a veces desaparece las rampas, y sí, los dos atletas estaban un poquito frustrados.
Yeah, so as usual, these pro junior heats are always like that, heated up. Let's see Misael there going for a flip in the first section, just finding some really good projection somehow there to complete this maneuver. Let's see, Misael is trying to change a 4.50. Let's see what the judges will will think about that wave, because the wave was not the biggest one, but he somehow managed to find projection despite the section almost not showing up there and completing that maneuver. It was not the best section, but it was a more difficult maneuver than he had executed first, so might increase a few points from that 4.50, but I wouldn't say he will get that 6 that he needs to go to first, and that's what happened.
That's it. Looking for a little last-ditch effort here. Martin Fisher probably needs to remain a little bit more composed and wait for a bigger wave, but it can be hard to do that in stressful situations such as this. And yeah, you can kind of see a few lines coming in. Let's see if they reach the reef here of Punta Dos in the next 33 seconds.
Última onda do Misael Cesário, 5.3. Foi uma melhora na onda 4,5 dele, mas não foi suficiente. Ele precisava de 6 pontos, alguma coisa, para poder passar o Steeam Godoy na primeira posição. Não conseguiu, mas ele aumentou a sua nota e deixa agora o chileno Martin Fischer, que é local aqui de Punta 2, pessoal. O Martin é filho de um dos grandes bodyboarders aqui de Iquique, Juan Fischer. Let's see, Misael Cesário, essa sim parece muito boa. Agora sim, Misael encontra uma boa sessão, faz um backflip com força ali, mas ele não conseguiu completar, pessoal, nos últimos minutos dessa bateria. And that was it. A bump for Misael there, a good backflip, but couldn't complete. Anyhow, he is in the second position, going to the next round with Steeam Godoy as Martin Fischer and Luan Barcelos say goodbye to the comp. Guys, stay with us because we're going to be back with heat number 2 right after the commercial break.
Hey guys, welcome back. Here we are at day 2 of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We're currently here in the round 2 of the Pro Juniors, and I am back with Begoña in the booth.
Let's hit the water because there's a lot of action, and yeah, even though the conditions are not the best, of course, but we are seeing an show of bodyboarding. And in red, we have Omar Espinosa from Chile. We have Felipe Ilaja, also from Chile. In yellow, Analu Yokman from Hawaii. And Walter Bari from Chile. So 3 Chileans against 1 Hawaiian.
Yeah, it will be an exciting heat, and we will see who'll be moving through to the next round with some more seeded athletes here. There's a bunch of seeded juniors in round 3 who have pretty good results already, but starting off quite strong. Felipe Ilaja, very nice rolo there, and he comes round. Oh, probably could have nearly got out of that, but decided to duck out of that one there.
Fuerte comienzo para Felipe Ilaja. La verdad que es lo que se quiere ver, es lo que se quiere para demostrar también un poquito que a pesar de que hay viento, hay condiciones para surfear. Miren, otra vez Felipe que está bien activo, buscando un poquito de sombra, como decimos algunas veces, ahí buscando un pequeño tubito. Rápido, comenzando el hit en los 2 primeros minutos, ya Felipe consigue un 5.75 y está primero. Está bien activo y ahora la segunda es un 0.75, así que buen trabajo ahí. Tienes esa comparación de estrategias, ¿no? Hay quienes rápido buscan olas, rápido marcan scores, tienen en su cabeza dentro de los 5 primeros minutos del hit hacer 2 scores, aunque sean medianos. También tienes la estrategia de las personas que se prefieren sentar, calma, esperar, seleccionar una ola. Hemos visto que funcionan ambas.
Sí, los dos han funcionado hoy y los dos funcionan muchas veces, y no sé, para mí hoy parece, porque hay muchos solos, parece una buena estrategia estar muy activo. Aquí fue Walter Bali y 1.360 nada más, una ola pequeña.
Muy buena española y me encanta cuando yo hablo español. ¿Cuántos australianos que hablan español ustedes conocen? Muy poco. Me encanta. Por eso que Joey está aquí con nosotros.
Muchas gracias. Intento mi mejor.
Lo haces muy bien.
Gracias.
Well, if you're just getting here, this is the second day of competition, and we are having a almost full women and junior day today. We had 2 heats that were what was left for the men division, the round number 2. That's how we started the day. We started with the heat number 7 and heat number 8 of the round number 2 of the men. And fast spin here for rider in blue.
Very nice posture there from the Hawaiian, I believe that one is. And it was a nice spin, nice roll. Very composed riding. Analu Yokman there for his first wave.
Yeah, no, definitely the first spin was super smooth. And I like the style for sure. So yeah, the juniors, I love to say all the time that they are underage but not under leveled. You can see how they can surf super good, and they are actually capable to win a few of the professional heats. Some of them are competing in both divisions. I don't see many juniors in this event specifically that are competing in both divisions, but it's a common thing to see that they give a shot. Shadenhan, I think he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
actually
I think I saw his name in the men's as well.
Yeah, Shaden is in both divisions, and so far I don't remember who else. But yeah, it's always good to see this division brings you the opportunity of knowing who is the future of a sport, and usually you discover some stars in every country that you have the division. Happened to us in Morocco this year. We have the junior men division, and happens with the junior women division as well, that you get to discover new talents.
Yeah, that's it, especially when they are competing across juniors and opens, and whether that be men or women. And you can see guys under 18 still doing well, like last year, like Jorge Hernandez in Maldives or Pirpo in Fronton. It was really impressive. And up and riding there in yellow was Felipe Ilaja, going for a backup score to back up his 5.75. Not completing that roll there, but it's still the most solid start of this heat so far from the young Chileno.
Do you have some intel there for one of these riders?
Yeah, so I had some intel before for Walter Bali last year in the 2023 Iquique Mar de Campeones competition. He came second, so pretty good result for him. He's clearly got some experience there. Felipe there.
That guy, right? Felipe Laja.
Muy activo.
Súper activo. Así que él, pero Mar de Campeones es un evento local. ¿Te dijo eso él? Ah, vale, no fue en el evento pasado. Y
No,
ahí-
no, fue local, pero
Pero igual, buen resultado. A ver, un intento de un tubo ahí, eso es un momento un poco peligroso porque de verdad ya no queda mucha agua. That was a Nalu trying to go for a barrel, a little difficult moment there. You don't want to get stuck in the second section. Second section of this wave is a bit tricky, and especially now that the tide is draining. We are passing, actually we're like 2 hours from the lowest tide, and it's going to be very low because we had a fake high, as we say, a low high. And Omar Espinosa, he is actually from Peru. We're going to fix that for you. But first, we're going for the interview with Lucas. So please take it away, brother.
Thanks, Pago. Steven, you were looking very solid in the heat, differentiating the maneuvers despite challenging conditions. How is it out there?
Las condiciones estuvieron un poquito difíciles, pero estuvo bueno. Feliz por haber logrado lo que quería, pasar primero. Y eso, po.
He said it was bad, but it was good, so he could find whatever he needed to go through the heat. That was the most important. And you are an athlete from the 4th region here in Chile, coming a little far away here to Iquique. Let us know how this stop of the tour here in Iquique is a boost and a launch for you that are just starting your career in the World Tour. How is that event represented to you?
Bueno, igual representar acá a Chile es bacán. Y bacán que se haya hecho este mundial acá en Iquique. La ola es perfecta. Y eso, po.
So he's saying that it's good because he can represent his country, and after all, the wave is just amazing. Are we going to see Steven in other stops of the tour? Vamos a ver a Steven en otras fechas del tour este año.
Si Dios quiere, sí. Sí podemos ir, si Dios quiere.
God willing, depending on the results, as many other athletes, that's the scenario, guys. A message for people watching you back home.
Le quiero mandar un saludo a mi mamá y a mi familia y a mi primo. Eso.
Congratulations, Steven. Back to you guys.
thank you, Lucas, and congratulations there. Esteban Godoy, very well surfed that last heat, very active as well, and clean riding.
Yeah, you gotta do that. You gotta try to keep busy and try to get those scores under your belt, you know. Sometimes we're too proud to maybe just go for a couple spins, but maybe, you know, it's the best call. Just try to do something. And Omar Espinosa got caught there. Omar is from Peru. We know that, people. We're gonna fix that. We are, you know, looks like there was a bit misunderstanding, but yeah.
Yeah, having a little look through his Instagram the other day, and it looks like they got quite a few heavy beach breaks over there, some really bowly and heavy conditions. So even though he probably surfs a lot more sand up there in Peru, still pretty used to the kind of heavy sections that this wave in Punta Dos provides. And so we'll see how he goes in this event. Also, I was chatting the other day to Analu, and I believe he's from the Big Island in Hawaii, which is cool to see because I feel like most of the Hawaiian athletes hold the phone for a second though, because we have Felipe Laja looking for that end section and getting a roll through. We'll get a replay of the start of that wave, but could potentially be a combo to help improve his 275 and further his lead away from the rest of the field. But yeah, a lot of the Hawaiian athletes over the years have been from Oahu or Kauai or Maui, and so cool to see some more guys from the Big Island representing Hawaii Island. Yeah, so we started off this one with a barrel.
Oh, Felipe is seriously showing off. Felipe Laja está haciendo muy buen trabajo. Está súper activo, está buscando todo el tiempo, se puso como un pequeño tubito y además un rolito en la última sección. Esta ola mejoró su totalidad, su sumatoria. Con esta ola sigue primero, pero ahora con una mejor puntuación. Y esta es la respuesta del peruano Omar Espinosa, bonita combinación también. Y va a continuar con algo más, que también va a ser la mejor nota hasta ahora de Omar, porque tenía Solamente un punto. Omar Espinosa es de Perú, ya lo vimos, chicos, disculpen, lo estamos arreglando. Y esta es la respuesta de Analu Jokman. Nice looking roll there. Pretty aerial.
Yeah, that was powerful. Came out of a little barrel at the start of that one as well, and he timed that roll well into that end section here and landed it pretty cleanly. So that it will definitely be improving his 1.9 and keeping this heat pretty competitive. Felipe is still holding down the lead, but the other guys all starting to fight back as we speak. Walter Barley on a wave here with it, drawing a nice high line down to the end, little reverse, and does a roll through that foamy section, managing to push it through and right into the rocks there. You can see it kind of becoming a little rapid as it sucks the water off the reef and gets shallower. Guys, we're dropping down to an 0.7 meter low at about midday, so coming up to it soon. Here's this replay though of Omar Espinosa, that combination, forward spin to roll to reverse. Nice little cross legs there as he kicks out.
All right, so one more there. Replay for Analu Jogman from Hawaii. Goes for barrel. Not too deep, but enough to, you know, show the world that he knows how to read it, the wave like this. And completes with a roll, an aerial roll. And this is the last for Walter Valli. Walter from Chile as well. Nice reverse. Powerful one with, you know, I would say like carving reverse. But yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. We are in the third event of the World Tour of calendar, the IBC World Tour. And this is the fourth time this event is being held here in Iquique, in this amazing wave of La Punta Dos, located in an historical neighborhood of El Morro. We would like to thank La Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, which is the city hall of Iquique. This event is paid almost in full for the city hall, so it's a big achievement. Of course, we have the support of important companies such as Sofri Mall. We went there, the shopping mall of the free zone of Iquique. And that was something not really achieved there for Analu. But yeah, we had autograph signatures yesterday, and it was super cool. You know, a lot of people came, and a lot of people, even me, I got 2 posters because I'm a fan.
Did you get some signatures?
Yeah, from everyone.
Hectic. Wow, pulling into a little barrel there. Omar Espinosa not able to come out of that one. And he's looking to back up a 1. He's got some work to do to get out of that 4th place. But yeah, that looked like a really up and riding here in white. Getting pretty deep in that barrel there. Is he able to push through? That was Walter Barley. Not quite coming through that one there. Pretty difficult, steppy looking barrel with lots of little kind of creases and wedges along the way.
That's what wind causes here. It's a shame. Really, we wanted to. That's a Hawaiian flag, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sweet.
Represent.
Is that Analu's mother or related to him, maybe?
Not too sure.
I wonder, we're going to get some intel from him. Are you going to give him the QR code that we put together? We have a survey, and we request the athletes to complete it, so we have some information to bring for you. So pretty cool to have all different nationalities. Of course, we can't really know everyone. It's almost an impossible task, because there's new people every time. And one wave here, Felipe Ilaja. Felipe, que está surfeando muy bien, que se ha mantenido súper activo, tomando un montón de olas desde prácticamente el primer minuto del hit. Tiene un 5.75 y un 3.10. Vamos a ver si logra algo mejor que ese 3.10 ahora, porque solamente necesita 3.65 para tomar la primera posición de vuelta. It looks like Felipe might get that score. He's only looking for a 3.65 to take the lead. And he does. He gets actually way more than that. He gets a 4.35, and now he is first. And Analu, he needs a 4.45 to take back the lead. And the situation, not too difficult, but a bit more, I mean, we have we have, yeah, a bit more difficult for the rest of the competitors.
Yeah, you can see what they need there. Looking for a 446 if he wants to take back that lead. Here's that replay of that wave that just helped improve the situation for Felipe. He's been really good at picking off those waves that are going to provide a first section to hit and then allow you to keep going on the wave, which is definitely what the judges have been looking for and definitely the kind of waves that have been rewarded the best. And yeah, he's been picking them off quite well. So that is how he has gone and got his total now of a 10.10. And yeah, ticking down here. Not many waves caught in this heat relative to the other heats. There's been some really busy heats out there. There's a bit of a crisscross. Oh, he falls over there, but a nice looking barrel, and the rider in red, Omar Espinosa, not able to push through the young Peruvian there.
All right, so quick answer, una respuesta rápida de Walter. Fue bonito ese rolo, la primera sección de la punta 2. Es donde tú quieres ahora tratar de hacer maniobras porque cuando la marea está así de baja es como la mejor sección. Además que los jueces definitivamente han estado considerando bastante más esa primera sección. Así que buen trabajo aquí de Walter Bali. Walter que está buscando un 5.41.
There's that replay of him there. A nice roll, a bit more extended than Felipe's, but he wasn't able to get a combo out at the end there. But nonetheless, he got a good little roll out of that first section. And yeah, still the scores are there, still pretty close. But yeah, guys, drop a message in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what time it is. Who you're supporting, who you think is going to win, who you want to win the whole event. Let us know all your thoughts. Yeah, we love seeing you all engaged with the event online.
Una ola más para Felipe Hilas, el hit, es el líder del hit, perdón, con 2 rolos. A ver si incluso consigue una mejor puntuación. La verdad que muy bien este chico, pero sí se tiene que cuidar porque, ojo, 6 minutos 43. Y él ya va a tener 8 olas con esta última. Está bien tratar de cambiar los scores. One more for Analu. Goes for a roll. And let's see Analu who's looking for a 4.46. But I think Felipe is getting something more. Yellow. And I was just saying that Yellow has to be careful. Because he has taken 8 waves. And there is still a lot of time when you know when you're first. 6 minutes is a lot.
Yeah, that's it. You want it to go quick when you're winning. But yeah, here's a replay of that. So he got to roll through that one and straight back onto a really nice line and probably gets an even bigger roll on that second section. It kind of jacked up a little bit. And so that will become one of his scoring waves for sure. It's just dropped through as a 5.35, putting Felipe Ilaja further into the lead. Analu now needs a 5.46 if he wants to take back that lead. And yeah, that was just a replay of him then on that wave, which added to his score with a 4.5, but not enough to take back the lead. Walter Bali looking for a 561, Omar Espinosa a 655. So the two yellow and blue, Felipe and Analu, putting themselves in a pretty good position in this heat, but not giving up the young Peruvian through a little cover up there. Comes out, waits for this section here, and let's see what he can do at the end. A nice reverse out of the bowl there, and that was some really nice bodyboarding and something different instead of trying to roll there. It was good to see him try that reverse out of the bowl.
Sí, está buen trabajo, la verdad, los juniors siempre dando mucho de qué hablar. Vi una pregunta de Vasco que me decía hasta qué edad es junior. Junior es hasta los 18 años, pero la regla cambió un poco este año, ya les voy a comentar. Esta es la última del peruano Omar Espinosa, 3.25 recibió por esa ola. Omar está en una situación un poco complicada porque a pesar de que fue bien bonito ese reverse, hay que recordar que las secciones en donde se hacen las maniobras importan también. Esa ya es la última sección. Me parece que había algo más. Nalu scooping into that barrel and actually making it, getting spat out and completing with the roll. All right, so that's a good performance there for the Hawaiian. And he's not over, actually. he found one more maneuver, a roll right there, and he's happy with that. I'm willing to see that that replay. That could have been the best wave of this heat. We'll see what the judges think. Remember, we have an amplified version of the reality here. We're not judges, but we get excited. We'll see how much Analu gets from that, and I want to see that replay.
Yeah.
Draw scores are coming.
At least from my amplified view here in the booth, that was probably the best barrel of the day so far. And how was that spit?
Look at that lady right there with the flag supporting Analu, and I believe she's related to him for sure. Probably, and we're seeing a nice score. We're not sure yet, but check that out. We have Felipe to the left as well, but it doesn't really look like he found much. A reverse spin. But yeah, take us through that one. Oh, no, this is not Analu's.
Oh, another nice-looking barreler. I think that was Walter in that one. Here we go. So look at this. Scoops in, backdooring it a little bit, taking off pretty deep, and it looks quite chandelier-y, but nonetheless, boom, spat out of the barrel just there, and then doesn't get too stoked, stays cool and calm, and gets a really nice popped roll to turn this wave into quite a nice combination. Probably quite the best wave of the day, I believe. The judges are still filtering some scores through, but that was a really nice barrel. For these onshore conditions, we haven't really seen too many of them, and so, yeah, it's pretty good to find a barrel when it's this windy.
This is just sending the message how good Punta Dos is. It's a super quality wave that always offers sections. It can't even, this is like, I'm telling you, these are super difficult conditions for Punta Dos. We don't really surf like that ever. Vamos a ver Felipe y Laja. Miren, ahí caía el score. Felipe que viene rápido con este 360 y busca algo más, un rolo. Pero ya cayó el score de la última ola del hawaiano, que fue la mejor del hit hasta ahora, 7.75, y toma la primera posición. Y Felipe tiene que cuidarse porque esa fue su 10ª ola y pueden tomar hasta 12 olas. So super good job there for the Hawaiian. Right here, check this out. He was reading perfectly this wave. He knew exactly when to scoop, got sped out of that barrel, and combined with the near roll right there, very well executed, super projected. And he was not over. He actually found one more section, and just to put a cherry on the top, he performed one more roll, and that was a 7.75, and this one right here is a 3.85.
Yeah, you see him use his legs to get that spin around, and then draws a nice line into this end section, manages to get a roll through that, Felipe. But now for him to take back that lead is what he needs, has been significantly increased, as you can see there on the scores now. And yeah, this is probably one of the highest scoring heats we've had in the last hour or two, and they've definitely given both Walter Barley, the Chileno, and Omar Espinosa, the Peruvian, quite a task if they want to get these scores in the last 30 seconds. And with the ocean looking pretty flat, I'm not sure if they're going to achieve that. But here's a replay of Omar.
Yeah, Omar actually found a good section there to perform that roll. But yeah, what's given the best scores is the first section and the biggest waves and more projected maneuvers. But I have to say, hats off for the Hawaiian with a great performance in this heat at 7.75. Is the highest score that we have seen today, and just winning this heat in a great fashion. This wave is counting, but I don't see that score that he needs, Omar. Congratulations either way to him, and of course to Analu for advancing in first position, and Felipe y Laja in second. Don't go anywhere, no se vayan, vamos a continuar con mucho más después de estos cortes comerciales. All right, welcome back everyone to the second day of competition of the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. And what we have in our hands, these are handcraft beverages from Jardín del Holgorio. That's one of the group of traditional companies from here from Iquique that are supporting this event. So go check out if you're here in Iquique, Jardín del Holgorio. It's a pretty cool place to eat and try these beverages. Thank you so much, Jardín del Holgorio. We're going to try them later today for sure. This is with fruit from guava. Very good. All right, so let's just start again. Sorry, let's go back to the water. We have the heat number 3 of the round number 2 for the junior division. And in the water, we have a mixed heat.
Yeah, we have the Peruvian Jesus Mendoza facing another Hawaiian in this heat, Shaden An, against also another Peruvian, Lionel Quispe, and Vicente Chipoco, the Chilean. And it's Lionel Quispe coming there in a barrel. Good wave for him, just a quick barrel for Lionel, and he kicked off of that one as he just closed out on that last shallow section of La Punta Dos.
Vamos a ver quién se lleva esto. Son 2 peruanos, un chileno y un hawaiano. Ya viene Shaden Hand in this first wave, super motivated by watching his friend Analu goes for an ARS, quick one. And in a foamy wave, you know how difficult it is to perform a good maneuver in a foamy wave? It's usually bumpy and not really offering too much. But this is what Punta Dos is capable of. If you doubt it, if you thought that the wave is not really shaped for bodyboarding, if you don't believe me, go and check out the highlights. And of course, you'll see the highlights from today as well, even when the windy conditions, which is really weird here, these riders are showing off. Lionel Quispe on the first one. This is a 3-point ride. And last for Shaden.
Last for the Hawaiian, just backflip on a very white wave. But it was the first one for Shaden, 4.75. Pretty sure he's going to look for upgrading this wave. This is just the beginning for him. So just 2 waves. 475 for Shaden in first right now, and 3-point ride for Lionel Quispe from Chile. This is just heat number 3, second last heat of this round. After that, we will have Luis Esteban Bravo, Patricio Lopez, Matias. Oh, hold on, guys. That's Jesus there, just airdropping in that right-hander, but it didn't offer much on that last section for red jersey.
Así es, ya tenemos a Shaden Hand in the first position with the 4.75, and the rest of the competitors are only starting their campaign. Remember, these are 25-minute heats where only first and second will be advancing. And this is the round number 2 of the Pro Junior Men Division of the IBC World Tour. We'll see how this unfolds, but yeah. Good to see this future of the sport. Vamos a ver la primera de Vicente Chipoco, un rider iquiqueño que tiene muchísima proyección. Ya completa un rolo en esa segunda sección peligrosa de la punta 2. One more for Shaden Hand. This will be his backup score, but not really.
One more for the Hawaiian guys. We are getting closer to that 5-minute mark with 20 minutes remaining in this heat. Next, we're going to be seeing the women again in the water after one more heat. So still have a lot to go, guys. That's the next heat and last for this round number 2. Luis Esteban Bravo, Patricio Lopez, Matias Cáceres, and Sebastian Aranguiz. These guys have been advancing since the round number 1, just putting on a show in the first day. And if you didn't check out, go to our YouTube channel, IBC World Tour, and check the highlights. We showed it for you guys on the beginning of this day here in the opening, but it's looking amazing. And there comes Jesus in 4th now in this heat, only 1-point ride on his leaderboard. Goes for one good roll there in that last section. Was indeed in a small wave, but that's definitely going to be his best score so far as we see that replay once more.
All right, yes, nice looking wave there. Actually, good technique the Peruvians have. I was talking to people, our defending world champion, the junior men division, and he said there are around 15 competitors from Peru in this event, counting all of the divisions. So super cool to have it make sense, right? Because we are neighbors from Peru. But still, it's a long way, you know. You can't. Well, there's a chance that you fly from Lima to Tacna, which is the frontier, the borderline of Peru with Arica. But then you have to take a bus from Arica to here, which is more or less, I mean, crossing the borderline, and you know, in total you will get like around 8 hours to get to Iquique. So most of them are flying from Lima to Santiago and then taking a flight from Santiago to Iquique. But you know, it's fairly close. And it looks like we have the interview ready with Joey and the winner of last heat. Go ahead, Joey.
Thank you, Bago. Here I am with Analu Yockman from Hawaii. Analu, this is your first time out of the country. How are you feeling over here in Chile?
Feeling good. It's a super fun break, and it's cool to see all the different cultures over here. Yeah.
What have you been liking most so far about Iquique?
I'm loving these empanadas. They're so good. And I love this break. It's like super close to the home, because it's like super reefy and it's super gnarly.
So in the Big Island in Hawaii, you surf a lot of reefs over there?
Yeah, I surf a lot of... Big Island is mostly reefs because of the lava. And it's super sick because this wave is almost just like some of the breaks back at home. But yeah, so I feel super close to home.
Wow, cool, man. And you have many more plans to do any more junior events on the tour?
When I do good at this contest, I plan to go to Fronton at the end of the year, finish off the tour.
Yeah, cool, man. Love the confidence. Any words for your mates back home?
I'd like to shout out some of my boys, Kaimano, Keanu, Kiao, and then Okiko, Uncle Danny, if you're watching, mahalo. Shout out to Auntie Nalani, shout out to my mom. Yeah, shout out to all my sponsors, Fonco, Boogieland, White Snoop them, Hubboards, and then I also like to shout out 360 Hilo, which is a brand that I started to help me and a bunch of other surfers from Hawaii to like travel. Yeah.
Cool, man. Thanks heaps, and good luck with the rest of the event.
Good interview there with the Hawaiian, just getting one of the best waves of the comp of this day for sure. And 7.75 with that beautiful barrel, and then a strong roll, air roll actually, to end that wave. So very good campaign for the young Hawaiian there, just popping up on tour. And if just as he said, if he gets a good result, depending on his result, he's gonna show up some more, just like it happened with the Raya. I mean, the Pro Junior Women champion last year just came by chance to one stop of the tour and ended up following it last year. So hopefully we'll see more of Analu Yockman in the tour, but definitely we'll see more of him in the next rounds of this competition, guys. Let's check that replay by Lionel, going to the right with a good roll in that first section. He's just kicking out of that one. That was 3.60. That leaves Lionel now in the first position, actually, with a 3-point as a backup score.
Así es, 15 minutos con 50 y estamos en la mitad de este hit. Recuerden, esta es la ronda número 2 de la categoría junior masculina de la IBC World Tour. Es la segunda fecha que tenemos este año para esta categoría en esta tercera fecha del Tour Mundial. Y nos vamos para Antofagasta después de aquí, en donde vamos a tener todas las categorías que existen en nuestro tour, que son 5. Y va a estar un evento muy bueno para su 13ª edición. El evento de Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival es el siguiente, que será el tercero de la pierna sudamericana. Ya les vamos a mostrar aquí el calendario de la IBC World Tour. Gracias, director Felipe. Ahí tenemos entonces, ya hicimos 2 eventos, el Tagasud Bay Morocco Pro, que fue en la bellísima zona de Tagasud, en Agadir, en Marruecos. Fue la primera vez que se hacía un evento de bodyboard allá, la verdad que fue muy bonito. Después hicimos el ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro, que fue la 3ª edición y fue el mejor evento que hemos hecho de chicas hasta ahora, espectacular. De ahora estamos también en una edición maravillosa, gracias a la ilustre municipalidad de Iquique, presentes aquí en la Punta 2. Y nos vamos al Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival después de aquí.
And then we will jump to Brazil for the Classic Itacoatiara Pro on his 13th edition, guys. Only for the men division in this case. The Maldives Bodyboard Pro is still to be confirmed, as you guys can see on the screen. After that, we will have the Sintra Pro also on its 13th edition, right, Pego? No? Oh no, sorry guys. This one is 20. Oh yeah, I'm mistaking it, guys.
13 is
Fronton King is the 13 as well.
Yeah, we
right?
have 3 events this year with the 13th edition.
Yeah, so Sintra Pro, I'm sorry, it's 20 something, many more years than it is happening, guys. That's it. One last wave for Lionel Kispit, just in and out, and after Sintra we will have that last one to be confirmed at the wave pool and the Gran Canaria Fronton King as usual. So Hawaiian coming out on top in this heat, guys. Shaden and in first with the 365 and the 475. That's who I'm talking about. I believe that's the 365 by him. Just finalizing that wave with a roll in that wide section. And there he goes again. One more attempt. Staying very busy in this heat, the Hawaiian, trying to get rid of that 365 and get further away in the lead, because I mean he's in first but still with low scores. We're still in a very early moment of the heat when it comes to scores. So last one for him, just passing by that section that could have offered a good maneuver for the Hawaiian, but he ended up not hitting it. So in second we have Lionel, and in third that's the sub-14 Peruvian champion Jesus Mendoza. Just very young guy, but very strong, just rolling out of that wave and leaving, trying to change actually at 1 point.
Yeah, Sintra is going to be celebrating the 27th edition, and it will be through 28 years happening.
Wow.
Just that the only 1 year that they didn't run the event was in the 2020. It's the only one that didn't have an event. I was checking on my notes. I have everything here from previous years. And yes, Sintra. El evento de Sintra va a celebrar su versión número 27 y se ha llevado a cabo desde hace 28 años. El único año que desde que comenzó no se hizo fue en el 2019 durante la pandemia. 2020, perdón. Y el primer año fue en el 1996, señores. Lo ganó Mariana Nogueira y Ben Holland.
Wow, Mariana Nogueira, that is now just became 3 times world champion for the master division at the Wahine that we just mentioned. So some history and some new, some old generations coming back to the tour with that event. So Sintra is definitely a classic one, classic event. Sintra is one of the most constant beaches in Portugal. So perfect stage for a competition. And yeah, so great to see that event just becoming endless, you know, every year. So let's see, Jesus Mendoza, just one more roll. He's repeating this attempt quite some times, but let's see if that'll be enough to change that 3.05. I believe if it does, it's not going to be too much more than that.
Así es, tenemos un solo iquiqueño en este hit, Vicente Chipoco, que no ha tenido tanta suerte, la verdad. Todavía le queda tiempo, eso sí. Le quedan 10 minutos, casi 11 minutos en verdad, para Vicente, que ahora necesita un 5.55 para tomar la primera posición. Si consigue una buena ola y hace un par de maniobras, puede conseguir ese score. Perdón, eso es para tomar la segunda posición. Recordando que solamente avanzan primero y segundo. Yo había tenido una pregunta de hasta qué edad era junior, es hasta los 18, pero si el competidor cumple 18 años después de la última fecha de su categoría del Tour Mundial, ese competidor todavía va a poder competir el año siguiente. O sea, si el competidor termina el año competitivo con 17 años y los cumple después, puede seguir compitiendo. Le dan un añito más. Esto se definió este año porque lo hacen muchos deportes y es una manera de hacer una transición un poco más suave para los juniors, para que no sufran tanto ese golpe de cambiar, de venir, de correr con chicos menores de 18 años con un nivel tal vez menor y enfrentarse a la categoría profesional masculina, que es mucho más fuerte. Lo mismo con las mujeres, que bueno, estamos viendo un montón de las chicas que compiten en la categoría junior femenina, que también compiten en la categoría femenina profesional, que bueno, ya están dando mucho de qué hablar. O sea, en el caso, ponte tú, de Luna, que Luna entró en ese grupo de chicas que cumplieron 18 años después de que terminó el Tour Mundial en su fecha, ¿no? O sea, perdón, en su división. Por lo tanto, Luna este año está corriendo su último año, al igual que Bianca, el Tour Mundial de Junior. Y, sí, y haciendo su último año en Junior, ella está, imagínate, segunda en el ranking mundial de la categoría profesional. Muy bueno eso, porque de esa manera ella se va profesionalizando, ¿no?
So just throwing that in English for you guys. Let's see if there's someone coming on this wave. That's actually Shaden and the Hawaiian getting a lot of speed, just passing that first section very well, maintaining that speed as he goes for a roll, trying to change a 3.65 in this last wave. Very good line by the Hawaiian there. A lot of speed in that wave.
Esta es la repetición de la última de replay of last from Shaden Han. Round roll there. Hawaiian gets a 3.85 and he keeps the first position right now, winning by 1.51. We'll see if one of the riders can, actually things are close. He has to try to get a better score, ditch that 3.65 and, you know, create some distance for the rest of the competitors. Otherwise, you know, Jesus, Lionel or Vicente, they can definitely get those scores.
Yeah, so just throwing that update by that Pego said in English right after this wave for Vicente. Just working a spin in that first section and going for a combo with the roll. Is he going to complete that one? Oh, that could have been a good wave for Vicente, you know, the young guy that needs a 5.55 now to go to second position, but not completing that roll. It's going to make it harder for him. So, replay for Vicente.
La última, y es la primera ola un poquito de más valor para Vicente, que fue una pena que no pudiera completar ese rolo porque hubiese conseguido mejor puntaje, 2.75. Esa última ola necesita un 4.40 para poder tomar la segunda posición. Vicente, que me llama la atención, está surfeando con la tabla, el Promoel de Paloma Freigan. Me gusta mucho que la haya comprado.
And that's the last one for Lionel. Live action for the Peruvian. This guy is keeping very active in the heat, just like you all know the Peruvians always do. They are just comp machines. So let's check this once more. Just bottom turning for a roll, secure the maneuver, and Lionel actually needs 5 points to go to the lead. Guys, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for him, as it was a pretty small wave, but he's still in second there with 360 and a 350. So IBC changed. Now I think we finally can get time for that in English. IBC just changed the rule for the Pro Junior division, and now if the athlete hasn't completed 19 years old or if he still are 18-year-old at the time of the comp that he is competing, that competition is still valid for the Pro Junior division. So if he didn't complete 19 years old at the time of the competition, it is still valid, right, Bagel? So Luna Hartman, for example, is 18, but until she completes 19, she's okay with the Pro Juniors.
Just because she turned 18 after the last event of her division. So if you turn 18 after your division, it's over in the World Tour calendar, you will be able to compete one more year on the junior division. That happens for both the men and the women. It's a chance that, you know, many sports actually do this. It wasn't invented by bodyboarding. Many sports decided to, you know, give a chance for these juniors to have a smoother transition, because sometimes it's hard for them just to jump to the men division or the women division where they're going to be facing the best of the world. So they, you know, technical team got this from other sports, and they are allowing all these riders that turn 18 after the tour of their division ended to compete one more year. So I think it's pretty cool. I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, it's really difficult to get out there and you know, face big names in the men division for example, I mean, mostly in the men division. So user priority there from Lionel Quispe, but it didn't really pay it off for him.
That's it, and a few waves coming in there for the other guys in the spot in the lineup right now. And yes, and as Begel said, actually the bodyboarding career is a pretty long one, I would say, when compared to some other sports like soccer or fighting, for example. We have athletes on the world tour on the top rankings, at the age of 35, 38, almost 40. And imagine for an 18-year-old facing these guys that we see Shaden and getting some better time there in that smaller wave, working at 360 and going all the way to the end section there, but didn't offer anything since it's pretty shallow right now and there's not much water in the reef. So yeah, imagine sometimes these guys are 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, they're surfing so well, but experience plays a role on a heat for sure. One more attempt for the Peruvian Lionel Quispe, non-stop. This guy doesn't stop for a second, and he went for one more try, but I would say he will need to start differentiating in these rolls right now, or maybe even getting a bigger roll, an aerial maneuver, taking off of the wave and putting some difference between those rolls.
Check that out. I'm loving it. Paloma has some support there from Omar. It's Paloma's boyfriend, and that little kid right there is Paloma's daughter, and I believe that was made by Paloma. Paloma #1, and we have Sujin Estay and Daniela Quequeo right there. Local riders from here, and Giselle Caselli as well. Lionel Quispe goes for a difficult roll, gets a 4.40, and he is in second there. We'll see if Vicente with this one can change the situation. Vamos a ver, Vicente, un rolo, el primero completado. Qué bueno que por fin consiguió completar una ola, ¿no? Completar un rolo. Vamos a ver, él está buscando de un 5.35 para poder subir a la segunda posición y tener la posibilidad de seguir compitiendo. Hay que recordar que en este hit solamente avanzan primero y segundo.
Shaden right now in the lead right now, just starting with another roll and the reverse spin. Still waiting for something, but last section's not offering, and now that's Jesus coming, the Peruvian.
Una más para Jesús, va un rolo, también bastante bien ejecutado. Vamos a ver, creo que va a conseguir algo más. No consigue nada más. La última ola de Vicente no es suficiente para tomar esa segunda posición, es un 3.80. ¿Y quién? Is that the last wave of Shaden? No. We're waiting for the last score of Shaden, which is coming up.
And that was the most solid wave for Vicente Chipoco with the roll, just completing the maneuver and finding a 3.80, his highest score so far, needing 4.21.
And this one right here is actually what Shaden needed to do. We have been speaking about changing that backup score, and he did. He got at 4.40, and that last wave here for Jesus, it was a 3.70, is his best wave so far, but it's not enough to take the second position. So right now, with Clara and Carol getting ready there, Carol Álvarez, perdón, and Clarita Pontes from Ceará, getting ready for their heats. And with that, we tell you that the Shaden Han is doing a great job right now, finding a better backup score, putting some distance for the rest of the competitors, and I believe he is going to keep that first position with 30 seconds in the clock.
30 segundos ahora, y quien vence la manga es Shaden Han y también el Lionel Quispe desde Perú, ya que Jesús Mendoza y Vicente Chipoco no lograron todavía encontrar el 4.31 y 4.21 respectivamente para avanzar, y se va acabando esta manga.
Una pena, ¿no? Porque cuando te faltan scores tan bajos, realmente para unos chicos con este nivel, un 4... Mira, wow, ¿qué pasó ahí?
Wow.
Nada, no pasó nada. Ok, la situación se mantiene, como lo ven en pantalla, Shaden Han, el hawaiano, avanzando primero, y en segundo el peruano Lionel Quispe. Felicitaciones a Jesús Mendoza y Vicente Chipoco. Ustedes en casa, no se vayan, vamos a continuar con mucho más después de estos cortes comerciales.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the second day of competition in the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We just saw one more Hawaiian advancing to the next round. That was Shaden N. And now we are jumping to the last heat of the day. Welcome back, Joey.
Good to be back.
Last heat of the day. No, I'm sorry, guys. Last heat of this round, actually.
Last heat of the junior men round 2. Let's see who we've got. Luis Esteban Bravo from Peru in red. Patricio Lopez from Chile in yellow. Matias Cáceres from Chile in blue. And Sebastian Arangui from Chile in white. Let's get into the water and see what's going on. How's that last 2 heats? 2 Hawaiian winners back-to-back in the juniors. Pretty solid representation from the Hawaii boys.
Yeah, pretty good action from them, you know, just barrels and good sections in that right-hander. And I believe that's what we're going to see right now, too, because Luis Esteban is just ripping since the first round of the competition in the first day. And just starting pretty strong there and pretty stable, as the Peruvians always do. Luis Esteban just setting the pace and getting the first solid score, I believe, of that heat.
Yeah, underway here as well for Sebastian Arangui. Getting a roll out on that left, finding a section, which has been seeming harder and harder to do. So just giving the judges a little wave there to show that he had caught the wave.
Y ahí viene Matías Cáceres desde Chile haciendo un reverse y sale de la ola, no ofrece más nada para el chileno.
Yeah, that's it. You see the guys coming in that channel. It's a pretty nice wave to get in from, actually. Sometimes you can get a bit of current, but you see where the riders are paddling in there, or you can paddle around to the from the left, just to the right of the screen and go in there. So overall, there's no dangerous rock-ons here at Punta Dos unless you decide to just bus drive straight up the rocks, which some guys do choose to do. But it's a pretty easy wave to get in and get out from. Not too scary at all.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty light in these conditions to get there and to get out. These are not. This is not being the worst problems for the athletes, I would say right now. But yeah, probably when it gets big, it's another thing. But now it's not being the worst problem. And guys, remember this event is presented by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique. Wow, that's Patricio Lopes going to the left there, but he actually lost himself, you know, and lost the control. Ended up being dragged by the wave, so not a good one for yellow.
Up and riding the rider in blue, Matias Cáceres. Little forward spin there, not really able to maintain that momentum and keep going along with it. Clearly there's 2 boys hunting the lefts over there. Meanwhile, we have Luis with a really nice line into a good projected roll for his backup score. His first one dropped it at 5.0, and this one looked a little bit more projected than that. So this is a great start for the young Peruano.
Yeah, just putting the level up there and just finding that 5 point. And now I think something around the 6 point is coming out. That's exactly it, guys. Luis Esteban Bravo right now with a 5 and a 6 in the first position with a total score of 11 points. Very good total score, I would say, in these conditions, in these heats that we have been seeing. In second, we have Sebastian Arangui with a good score of 4.60 as well. Just one wave by Sebastian so far. Matias Cáceres is still in third position, needing 2.01, and Patricio in fourth needs 3.11. We are still seeing the athletes increasing those scores as the conditions are not very easy today here in La Punta Dos, guys. We had 1 day of event already, and this is just the second. Let's check that replay for Sebastian.
So he just scoops up and down there, down and up, straight up to that lip, and yeah, manages to push a roll through. And then here is that replay again of the young Peruvian Luis.
6 point ride, a very good, powerful roll for the young guy from Peru. Just well deserved. And now sitting in a good position there in first. He doesn't have the priority, but you know, with the condition that he is right now, it's just letting the time go by and waiting for a good wave, because that's what he's gonna need to get something more than 5 point ride. So looks like there are no waves coming in right now, and we would like to thank our sponsors. This event is presented to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, the Iquique City Hall, and organized by the Cormudepi, the Sports Corporation of Iquique. Also, Zofri, the free zone here in Iquique, and Hotel Ibis. We thanks Ibis Iquique. Choose Ibis to make the most of your destination here, guys. And Universidad Santo Tomás, Agua Cielo, Erizos Surf Brand. What an amazing store we had the chance to meet yesterday, isn't it, Joey? What do you think of it?
Yeah, it's a really cool store, really nice and well designed, like nice aesthetic, really nice vibe in the shop. You can kind of just cruise there, watch bodyboarding videos, talk to bodyboarders, and yeah, it's a nice vibe. Good center for the bodyboarders to go and hang out. Up and riding once again, the Peruvian looking for this section here, and yep, he does sure find it with another roll. Not as cleanly landed as the last two, but landed it nonetheless, surfing really consistently, and we'll see if that adds to his score, but I don't think it will. The other two were quite a bit more projected and a bit cleaner in the landing as well, which is what the judges are looking for. Although we'll see how they score though, because they've all been quite similar.
Yeah, that's Sebastian Aranguiz. Just one wave by him so far. That's going to be his backup score, since I believe it's going to be less than 4.60. But let's see that. We could see Luis Esteban. He's using a pretty big board by when in comparison to his size. I think that's pretty common between the Peruvian guys, that are just comp machines that just want that board with a little bit more flotation, that gives you a bit more speed. Let's see that replay for Sebastian. Just a quick roll, a quick bottom turn, and the roll there for white jersey. That was a 3.60. He's still in the second position with this wave. Let's just check once more if there's any waves coming on the outside, and it doesn't. So Bagel has the interview ready down there. Take it away, Bagel.
Thank you so much, guys. We're all shading hand. You did a great job, although it looked difficult. So tell us a bit about the heat.
Yeah, it was pretty hard out there. I was just trying to surf my best, find a good section. I got one decent flip, but the rest was kind of just all force.
Well, I mean, you guys are traveling, you 4 Hawaiians traveling here. I would like to ask you, what motivated you guys to come to this event in a specific?
What motivated us is just watching the IBC, watching everyone rip, and we just wanted to get off the island and kind of have some fun and just travel, yeah.
You guys going to Antofagasta as well?
Yes, we'll be headed there. Yeah.
That's right. Oh, so you want to say some words for everyone back home?
Yes, thanks everyone for tuning in, watching. Thank you guys for the support, and yeah.
Right, thank you, and congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bago, and congrats, Shaden. Stoked for him to make it through to the next round.
Yeah, just ripping. Hawaii very well represented. Let's see, Patricio Lopez, this time from Chile, combining a roll and a 360, and he's going to go something else. Wow, that's going to be a good combo. Let's see why.
Look at this ramp, looking like a really nice one. Oh, gets to it a bit late. Gets a roll through nonetheless in that foam ball just coming out. But and he's going to the rocks, going for that second roll. See if he can kick out there safely, following him up behind Matías.
Y ahora viene Matías Cáceres en una secuencia de 3 izquierdas ya. Matías hace un rolo en la primera sesión y sale ya, mientras Sebastián Aránguiz está allí. Fue hasta el último momento en las rocas, acaba se quedando preso allí, pero ya está saliendo ya que no viene olas por detrás. That's the result for the last heat, guys. Hawaii being very well represented here. Where's the Hawaiians watching us? Drop some flags in the comment section down below. That's Shaden An and Lionel Kispe advancing to the round number 3 as Jesus and Vicente Chipoco say goodbye to the competition.
Yeah, well done for him there. He'll be really stoked and happy with that. And I don't think there'll be any more junior men's today, so he'll be able to go and get himself a nicely earned rest. Here's this replay of that wave we saw just before. Slightly late to the lip, and then he does it again and goes right into the rocks there. But good combo for the man in white, Sebastian Aranguiz. And then a nicely timed roll here. Uses his hips and his arms probably about an equal amount there to get that one around. Meanwhile, over on the right, not many people looking at the rights other than Luis, trying to combo up another sushi roll combination pack, but kind of rolling that second roll off the back there.
Yeah, he's just finding one good roll after the other, but you know those two last ones, 4.90 and 4, didn't make it into his final score. So Luis Esteban still there in second, but now he needs 5.36 to pass to get past Sebastian Arangues. And check this out, Sebastian in that last wave found a 6.75. So best score actually of the heat so far, guys, with a very good, very precise performance by the Chilean. I would say just 3 waves, a 4.60, a 3.60, and a 6.75, sitting very well right now in the outside with the 4th priority. But you know, there's still more than 13 minutes for the Chilean to work this this heat out and try to upgrade those scores for better ones that will take him further away from the other competitors.
Yeah, and look how wide Lewis is sitting right now. Like, all those 3 are sitting probably about 20 meters, or they're probably sitting like in the spot on the left peak. But the amount of kind of south waves that have been coming through, some of the ones on the right are breaking so far over, and that's probably what Lewis is looking for. But yeah, usually the takeoff spot is pretty packed and condensed here at Punta Dos, and Lewis opting for those southerly looking waves all the way out there on the left of the screen.
Bueno, gente, entonces Sebastián Arangues ahora en la primera posición con pocas olas surfeadas en esta manga, un 4.6, un 3.6 y un 6.75. Y el segundo es ese, el peruano, con un rolo gigante en la primera sesión, pero no logró completar esta manobra que seguramente sería la mejor de Luis Esteban, que por ahora tiene un 5 y un 6 y sigue en la derecha ali, enfocado en la derecha en aquellos rolos también para intentar seguir para la ronda de número 3.
Yeah, that's it. They have the jet ski. That's our safety team. They're just getting into position again, a bit closer to the reef there. But yeah, they've been legends just on guard for us. Check in on anyone that has any problems out there. They'll just get straight in and pick them up if it's safe to do so, or help them get into the channel. And yeah, it's definitely such a blessing to be able to have a safety team like that, just constantly on duty and constantly making sure no one gets themselves into any tricky situations out there, because it definitely can happen. It's a shallow wave. It's a wave of consequence for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We had in the first day one pro junior that had the rescue. You know, he ended up hitting his head in the reef, but it was okay. You know, it wasn't the worst thing. He just came out of the water. The jet ski took him, and he was treated right away. So nothing worse. So Matias Caceres right now in third, needing 7.40, guys. That's a good big score for him, but I don't think this roll and this 360 on the left is going to provide a 740 for Matias. But, you know, maybe changing that 2.9 and then needing a smaller score to try to get and reach Luis Esteban Bravo.
Here's a replay of him. You just see he goes up to this section. Again, I'm really enjoying his rolls, just using his hips to get it round, and doesn't land this forward spin kind of off the back of it there. But yeah, that will improve his situation nonetheless. 3.65, meaning he's chasing a 7.35 still. Bit of a disparity between the Sebastian and Lewis in the qualifying positions currently. And Matias and Patricio both needing kind of significant scores to make it through this heat. But yeah, speaking about riders hitting their heads and just thinking about helmets and headgear in the water, I feel like in the last 5 years, especially in bodyboarding, it's become a lot more common to see people wearing helmets in the lineup. And even last year in Pro Juniors in Fronton, we had obligatory helmets. Like everyone had to wear a helmet in the junior division, just because of how shallow and potentially dangerous that reef can be. It was just a call made by the safety team, and probably the right call. Like, a lot of even the pro men are wearing helmets out there these days, and in general, free surfing or competition alike, I feel like helmets are starting to become more and more common surfing these kind of slabby reef bottom waves.
Yeah, Joey, I completely see that as well. You know, in Canaries, they also had the situation with Julian Gonzalez, which was a bodyboarder there from the community in Gran Canaria that ended up passing away in an accident in El Fronton, and surely that moved a lot the community there,
Yeah.
you know, and they decided to bring that safety, you know, for the contest, and I love that as well. And let's see, Matias Caceres right now going to the left. Same thing as his last wave, a roll and the 360, but not as clean as the first one in this 360, I would say. This last wave for him was 3.65, and I believe this one is going to come closer with this. So, yeah, we have right now Sebastian Arangues still in the first position. Nothing changed for him. Luis Esteban in second, just taking a look at those right-handers. We see yellow right now. That's the fourth in this heat. Patricio needs 7.25, guys, so he will definitely need to look for a good wave, a wave that provides a good section so he can show off some maneuvers. And it looks like it's Luis Esteban getting in position for that right-hander.
Yeah, look at this set just rolling in now with our rider in red, the Peruvian Luis Esteban taken off. Coming up to that section, and it could have been hit potentially, but he just hadn't drawn the right line into that one. No problem though, because he's still in a good position, and it would have been it would have been a difficult one to hit, but it does look like there was a bit of potential in that right-hander there.
Yeah, that was definitely a good ramp, but I think Luis didn't get enough speed beforehand. So,
Yeah.
as you said, not drawing the right line. Maybe it was a quick wave. You know, the waves are just, he's going for another one. This time he's hitting it right. Goes for a backflip, the young Luis Esteban, and he likes it. Let's see if that'll be enough for him to change that 5-point ride, because the maneuver was really good, but it was indeed a very small wave. So maybe
Yeah.
the judges will see that as a factor that will take away some points, you know, and not release that big score for Luis Esteban to
Yeah.
go to first.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do drop. It was definitely not a set wave, but a very well executed ARS nonetheless. Here we have yellow stalling up to that lip for a little roll and nearly getting the second one around right in front of our water photographer there, but kicking out instead. And big props as well to the water photographer, just swimming there heat after heat after heat, getting the shots over on that left bowl for us at the moment. And he looks nice and toasty there in the 5-4, I would assume, with a hood, keeping him warm for the amount of time he has to spend out there. And yeah, we're starting to see some scores filter through for the very cleanly executed ARS from the young Peruvian Luis. And it is looking like it's going to better his 5.0. So the judges did like that bit more of a technical maneuver. Here he is again.
And there he goes, looking for something else. Goes for a nice roll, clean maneuver, but the last wave for him was a 6-point ride with the ARS, and let's see that left-hander for white, Sebastian Arangues. Sebastian that has been very accurate in this heat, finding a 675 and a 460.
Up and riding in blue, little head dip, not quite a barrel there, but a nice roll out the end nonetheless. Matias still looking to better his, he's getting, what's his last few waves, 2.9, 3.6, 3.65, 3.8. He's slowly getting them better and better. I don't think this latest wave is going to improve his score very much. But yeah, we have seen a situation change with Luis getting a 6 for that ARS, putting him back into first. So he's fighting back against Sebastian Arangues, the Chileno. And 5 minutes to go, 5 minutos más, gente. Es una manga, no están cerca, pero el azul y el amarillo están luchando y están ganando scores más alta. Y sí, tienen esperanza a continue fighting.
Yeah.
A seguir luchando contra Luis y Sebastián, que están en los primeros lugares.
Y Luis Esteban está mismo enseñando a qué vino aquí en esta manga con su última ola, su penúltima ola, en verdad. Un 6 puntos con aquel ARS que fue muy bueno y una ola un poco más pequeña. pero sí una bela ejecución de Luis Esteban, que logró ir a primera posición ahora y deja Sebastián Arangues, que hizo una campanha muy precisa en esta manga, con una poca rola surfeada, y logró un 4.6 y un 6.75, mientras Matías Cáceres y Patricio López no están logrando pasar de aquelas olas de 3 puntos, de média de 3 puntos para poder avançar en este que é uma ronda eliminatória, ou seja, terceiro e quarto estão eliminados da competência. Vimos Patricio aí em uma ola, um take-off super retrasado, não logrou passar a parte blanca. E depois desta manga, gente, vamos finalmente a ronda de número 2 de las mujeres, donde vamos a ver Clara Pontes, Constanza Soto, Hanna Saavedra y Carol Álvarez en una batalla en la ronda de número 2 de las mujeres.
Sí, va a estar épico. Estamos muy motivados a ver eso. Fue una buena ronda 1 esta mañana de las mujeres y con mucha acción, muchas combinaciones, algunos tubitos y sí, las condiciones no son tan buenos todavía, pero vamos a ver un poco de acción sí o sí.
Y Joey, nosotros tenemos algunas atletas en la ronda de número 2 que ya están seeded allá. O sea, no son las top 8 todavía, que entran apenas en la ronda de número 3, pero ya tenemos Clara Pontes, Constanza Soto, Pamela Boring, Paloma Freigran, Viviana Araya, Valentina Díaz, Yuka Nishimura y Alessandra Rinde también estrenando en la competencia ahora. Entonces, muy bueno ver este nombre, ¿no?
Sí, sí. Vamos a empezar viendo este nombre más reconocido en el mundo de bodyboard y sí, va a estar muy bueno. Épico, como dicen.
That's it, guys. We have 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this heat. After this one, we're going to skip to the women division. So let's see, Patricio Lopez in one of those last attempts as the time is getting off. But next we will see Clara Pontes, Constanza Soto. Let's see, Luis Esteban.
Very nicely placed spin there for the young Peruvian and just kicks out. But I love to see that spin down the bottom into the pocket of the wave. And you see him paddling there slightly ferociously to get out of the way of that wave. Yeah, just a bit over a minute and a half to go, guys. And then, yeah, jumping into the women's. But it has been a good heat here with Luis Esteban Bravo and Sebastián Aranguiz putting a firm hold over the heat. And Matias and Patricia are just not able to find any good way to really strike back. And, yeah, Luis Esteban got his 2 scores, or got his 11 at the start of the heat pretty early on, and then managed to improve his situation with a nice ARS up and riding. Here we have a bit of an interference, guys. Matias Cáceres was in second priority, and that is not going to change the situation, but it will end up putting Matias probably into 4th place.
Yeah, and actually Matias there had the priority over Sebastian, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know if Sebastian thought he had the priority. Oh, yeah, let's see. We're just getting over with that heat, guys. And yeah, for now it's Luis Esteban Bravo and Sebastián Aranguiz that are advancing to the next round number 3. And let's see Luis Esteban there getting in position. The guy already scored 11 waves, guys. This is pretty usual if you know something about the Peruvians. These guys are comp machines. Let's see, just bottom turning from passing that first section off La Punta Dos, going for one more roll. This wave is not going to make it into Luis's final score. And it is over, guys. Luis Esteban Bravo and Sebastián Aranguiz advancing to round number 3, while Matias Cáceres and Patricio Lopez say goodbye to the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Stay with us, because right after the commercial break, we will have the women division going in the water with Clara Pontes, Constanza Soto, Hanna Saavedra, and Carol Álvarez. We're just seeing that last situation between blue and white. So stick with us. We're going to call a quick commercial break, and we will be back really soon.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are jumping straight back into the water into round 2 of the women, which will be super exciting. Begonia, how is it going?
It's going great. I'm just so amped to see the women again in the water. Let's take it out. Let's see. All right, so right now, all right, that's not the women. That's the Pro Junior heat. All right, so we have Clara Pontes in red from Brazil. We will have also Constanza Soto from Chile, the young rider from Antofagasta, in yellow. And we will have Hanna Saavedra from Peru in blue, and Carol Alvarez from Chile in white. That's what's coming up. That's what's actually right now in the water. These 4 ladies are, this is the round number 2, a full elimination round for the ladies. All of them battling to get a spot in the non-elimination round.
And a cool thing about this round is that we have now started to reach more of the seeded athletes that have managed to get themselves seated in these rounds through previous good efforts in the tour or in competitive circuits. And yeah, so it'll be exciting to see how the ladies who've been making their way through either just from the trials or from round 1, how they go up against these seeded athletes. And look at that beautiful view here in the glorious city of Iquique. That is just amazing, and you can see how condensed all the city is, bordered by these beautiful mountains and sand dunes. And there you have it. There's the colors and the names of the women in the water. International, pretty international, 2 chilenos, un peruana, y un brasileira.
Right, so first blood right there for Clara Pontes. Is she losing her board? That was kind of weird. I don't know what's happening there.
Yeah, that looked a bit funny, but up and riding right behind her, we have rider in yellow, Constanza Soto, but just kicking out there, that right, not offering much. And yeah, so start of this heat, not many other waves caught. We've seen every wave caught, in fact.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, Constanza Soto, she is a daughter of Arturo Soto. So she is very young, 14 years of age, and she did a great job in ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro. And right now facing big names such as Clarita Pontes. She's also very young, fairly young. I think she's 21 or 22, coming from Ceará, the same state as Isabel, many other big names. Isaías Ravic, many other great riders. And this lady here, she's from South Chile. Carol Alvarez got stuck on that. The ladies are kind of battling to find a section. It's a bit bumpy, so yes, definitely requires some selection, some wave selection, and of course some skills there to try to cope with that bumpy section. It's not their fault neither, you know. It's hard to actually get some maneuvers done, but things that we have to run. Previous days were actually also bumpy. You know, the first day was very bumpy and it was way bigger. So definitely way more difficult for, you know, all the rest of the divisions. So we're trying to advance a little bit. Unfortunately, we only have 10 days of waiting period. So there's so much we can do. We already had 2 lay days.
That's it. We got to do what we can when we can, and it's still fun nonetheless, despite this onshore and kind of a little bit of a storm system running up the coast here in Chile. There's still ramps, there's still barrels, and yeah, this is a nice little drone view of the competition setup. We have the athletes area, the staff judging area. We're hidden in the bottom corner of one of those little buildings you just saw. And wow, nice roll through the lip there from the rider in blue, I think it was, Hanna Saavedra de Peru, who is 15. So she is competing against people much older than her and going really well.
All right, una ola más para Clarita Pontes, no consigue nada. En este tipo de condiciones ahora, que sabemos que la verdad nos encantaría poder traerlos con perfección todos los hits, pero bueno, es lo que nos ofreció el océano. Muy extraño tener unos 3 días de esta forma aquí en Iquique, pero lamentablemente no tenemos más días, solo hay 10 y ya hicimos 2 días libres y tenemos bastantes competidores, así que tenemos que ir avanzando. A todos les ha tocado correr en condiciones difíciles, no es realmente lo que nos encanta, pero bueno, tocó un poquito así. Tenemos la entrevista lista con Lucas y el ganador del hit anterior. Por favor, Lucas.
Thanks, Bago. I'm here with Luis Esteban. Luis, coming from the Peruvian school, we know you guys have a different game with competition. So, how was your game there in this heat? Very active. How was it for you in the water?
Me sentí un poco nervioso porque los oponentes que me tocaron eran un poco buenos, sabía hacer las maniobras y bueno.
Yeah, so he said that he was actually feeling a little nervous, and but he could find many attempts and he could find the waves that he needed. So talking about being nervous, is your first time ever in the World Tour competing here, just debuting? How is it feeling for you, Luis?
Sí, no, es mi primer tour mundial acá y me siento feliz de haber venir y representar a Perú. Y un poco nervioso porque oponentes muy buenos.
Yeah, so he's feeling happy to be here with the Peruvian friends, having the support of them, feeling a little nervous like it's obvious for the first time. Send a message for people watching you in Peru.
Mando ahí mensaje a mi mamá, a mi familia, los que me apoyaron, a mi ciudad de Punta Negra que me está apoyando y arriba Perú.
Felicidades, Luis. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lucas. Okay, so we have one wave there for Clara Ponte's first valuable score, I believe. First complete combo for the lady from Ceará, Clara Pontes. I'm pretty sure Dudu is tuning in, so Irmão Gimão. Your girl is doing great, so good job there for Clarita. The best wave that we have seen so far.
Yeah, that was a really nice combination with a pretty tight reverse spin at the end there, so that's really good for Clara. It's been so funny. I've been running into Clara quite a bit this trip, and she's always been cold. It's telling us that where she comes from in Brazil is just always hot. Here's a replay. Gets that roll straight out of the first section, lands it really cleanly, and then just decides to whack a nice reverse in here using her leg to carry that momentum around as she kicks off the end of the wave there. But yeah, every session she's been just shivering with how much colder it is here than the waves and the climate and temperature that she's used to in Brazil. So I bet that adds a little bit of difference, adds a little bit of stiffness to the board and to the bones.
That's right, and a quick update in Spanish, una actualización en español. Este es el segundo día de competencia aquí en la tercera fecha del Tour Mundial, el calendario de la IBC World Tour, una fecha traída gracias a la Industria Municipalidad de Iquique a través de la Corporación de Deportes Iquique, apoyada por el Mall Sofri, el Mall Sofri, que sus horarios están hasta las 8 de la noche, así que aprovechen a ir a visitar si no lo han hecho el Mall Sofri. Ayer estuvimos por ahí en la firma de autógrafos y espectacular. Yo aproveché para comprarme unas cositas, un perfumito, unos maquillajes. El Mall Sofri es como estar en un duty free gigante. Está lleno de cosas muy cool. Right, so wave here for Carol Álvarez desde el sur de Chile. No logra concretar nada. También este evento está apoyado por la Universidad Santo Tomás. Muchas gracias ayer también por recibirnos en un salón que nos facilitaron para tener una reunión entre atletas y directores de la IBC. También queremos agradecer al Hotel Ibis. Ya sabes, si hay viajes, hay Ibis. Alójate con Ibis en cualquier parte del mundo. Es una cadena de hoteles muy buena, súper como juvenil, así. Me gusta mucho el hotel como tal. Estuvimos por ahí, el staff oficial de la IBC se está quedando ahí. Así que muchas gracias por estar apoyándonos. También Agua Cielo, que nos tiene bien hidratados durante todo el evento. Y la marca local de Bodyboard, la única que está patrocinando este evento, Erizos Surf Brand, y también su tienda Erizos Store. Y también tenemos un grupo súper interesante de colaboradores. We'll get back to that idea. Constanza Soto. Constanza está tomando las derechas que son un poquito más peligrosas con la marea como la tenemos ahora, que ya estamos casi llegando a la marea baja. Cuando tú estás en estos puntos puedes correr la derecha, pero tienes que tratar de solamente usar la primera sección. Ya la segunda y la tercera se ponen un poquito imposibles en este evento, pero bueno.
Sí, y es justo marea baja casi ahora.
Sí.
Entonces lo más bajo que vamos a ver es ahora. La marea hoy día no es tan grande, entonces va a empezar llenando, pero no vamos a ver tanto cambia, pero sí, siempre está seca aquí.
That's right. We have some news. We will have Tristan Roberts commentating with us for 2 heats. So the upcoming heat of Pamela Bowren from South Africa, we'll have Tristan joining us, and the heat number 3 as well. Yeah, this is heat number 1. We will have him for heat number 2 and heat number 3. Tristan Roberts, 2 times world champ, is going to be joining us, supporting the ladies competing here in this second event for the women division and the third for the calendar. We play here for the last wave of Hanita. How good Hanita is surfing, huh?
Yeah, she is ripping. And for her age, guys, like, she's 15 out there, and these women are any age. This is an open division, and she's going so well. Up and riding there, we have Carol Alvarez nearly riding up the rocks, but just ducking out there. And that was a completed wave for her that will add to her score once the judges get that one through. But yeah, Hannah has just been a super strong force for the Peruvians. And here we see that replay. It looks like I think she got 2 spins away in this one. You see that reverse out of the first section, and then a nice little forward there to make it a combination.
Carol Álvarez está surfeando muy bien. Ella tiene un trabajo fuerte de entrenamiento. Ella es entrenadora también, personal, y ha venido preparándose mucho para las competencias en bodyboard. Ha hecho muy buen trabajo también en los eventos nacionales. Y viene desde el sur de Chile. Ella es de Coronel, que es una zona muy bonita. Todo el sur de Chile. ¿Tú conoces el sur de Chile?
Hasta Concepción nada más.
Bien, pero bueno, bastante.
¿Es
bueno.
sur?
Claro,
Más
sí.
centro.
Para la gente sureña de bien abajo es como
Medio.
centro. Sur. Pero para nosotros es mega sur.
Sí, nosotros aquí en el desierto.
Sí. No, pero bueno, Conce ya está más abajito.
Sí.
Pero sí, ella viene de un poco después de Conce. Creo, sí, Coronel, sí, si no me equivoco.
Muy
está.
sur.
Claro, un poquito, no tanto. Ok, ¿qué pasó ahí con la cámara? Una ola buena de Hannah Saavedra también.
Está feliz con esa.
Sí,
Estaba
es que
mirando
fue
los
buena, ¿no?
jueces.
Sí. Tú cuando sabes que caes bien una maniobra y sobre todo en condiciones difíciles te pones contento, ¿no? Porque esto no está fácil.
Sí, no, muy difícil las condiciones, pero eso fue un lindo rolito que vamos a ver un replay ahora. Y sí, está buscando un 2.66 para avanzar y un 3.51 para tomar la primera posición de Clara Pontes. Entonces, quizás vamos a ver un cambio ahora porque vienen unos scores muy buenos para Hannah Saavedra. Entonces, keep looking at the scores, guys. It is looking like we're going to have a situation change any second now because Hannah has just dropped one of the best waves of this heat so far. Here is the rider in white getting another reverse, nearly getting that around. Carol Alvarez, we were just talking about her. Down the south of Chile, there are a lot of left-hand point breaks.
A lot. Yeah, it's hard to find a right-hander there in the south. Esta es la repetición de la última de Hannah, que fue buenísimo ese rolo en el pocket. Hannah, que recibe 6 puntos por esa última ola. ¡Qué performance! 15 años tiene esta chica y ya está ganando. Ya ganó el primer hit en el que compitió. Imagínate, a nadie más que Anaís Vélez, que es la ganadora de este evento en el 2019. Así que increíble.
Yeah, that is it. Some very good surfing from the women here. And another roll, super clean. Hannah is just switching on here. She's kicked it into gear and picking the eyes out of all of these waves. But Clara Pontes not giving up. Set in a nice line here, but the wave just not offering her a section. And you can see her getting a little bit frustrated. But lucky for her, the paddle out is not very long at all. From that left, you can sneak back out there in no time at all. Carol, the only one out there at the moment with priority. And so everyone else getting back into position. But yeah, I think we're going to see, no, there it is now, 4.34 for Hannah's last roll on the right. So she got that 10.35 really quick in the space of 2 minutes, got that really nice 6.0 on a projected roll, and then backed it up straight away with a 4.35, which just goes to show how quickly heats can change and how quickly a rider can get 2 new scores.
Así es, muy buen performance de la peruana. Miren qué buena nota, 10.35, un 6 y un 4.35, 15 años, gente. Solamente nos llenamos de alegría y de orgullo de ver que esta atleta salió gracias a la posibilidad de competir en la categoría que se creó dentro de la USA World Tour en el 2021, 2022, digamos cuando se partió el Tour, pero ya desde 2021 se venía hablando de crear la categoría junior femenina, y todas estas chicas como Emiliana, como Hannah, como el resto, o sea, como la misma Raya, como muchas de estas chicas vienen, la misma Luna, ¿no? Vienen de esta categoría, y jóvenes, Constanza Soto también, que ha tenido la oportunidad y que ahora tiene la categoría también junior femenina en los circuitos regionales acá en Chile. Así que muy contentos de verdad con el resultado que ha traído esa categoría. Todavía no tenemos tantas competidoras, pero cada vez llegan más y cada vez se profesionalizan más, que es lo más importante, ¿no?
Sí, es muy impresionante verlos y verlas regresando a evento y mejorando todo el tiempo. It's clear that, yeah, they learn from the events and learn from each experience. Every single heat is an experience that has lessons to be learned, and it's really cool to see how these young riders are taking that and just pushing it to the next level. And yeah, I'm keen to see more and more of it. It's super exciting just to see the level be pushed and taken to places that it hasn't been before.
And tell me about that team. 15 people from Peru, and every time a Peruvian competes, you have the team right there in the rocks supporting. And it's super important, I'm telling you, it makes a difference. It does make a difference when you have the support of your people out there, people also coaching you, telling you what to do. If you're a bit lost, it's normal here that when it's a bit shifty, like today, you get a bit lost where the peak is. But if you have someone telling you, oh, you're too far from the peak, go a little bit more to the left or to the right and stuff, that's always very useful. So you have it right there. And we also have Luna and Bianca and some Brazilians right there helping, I think, Clarita Pontes. I think it's Misael. And right there, Carol Alvarez. Let's see if she can find something that's not offering for her. Pero
Yeah.
sí, me gusta mucho eso del team, ¿no?
Yeah, el equipo.
El equipo.
El equipazo de Perú.
Sí, un equipazo total. Muy,
Siempre están ahí. They're always there, the Peruvian team. And I just love it. It's such good support. Like, no matter how comfortable they are, they're always getting up out of their stand and going down to support whoever's in the water. And they're really a good example to the rest of us here of even though bodyboarding is an individual sport, of how it can be a team sport, and how in World Tour events like this, you are often living with your fellow countrymen and doing everything with them, and you are a team. You are a team for sure, and the Peruvians are a great example of that. And yeah, I love to see it. Clarinha just got a little left before on that, but it didn't really provide her with much. She's looking to back up a 2.5, which she's definitely capable of doing easily, but just waiting for that wave to come along and provide her with that opportunity. Looking for a 5.11 if she wants to snatch that lead back from the Peruvian Hannah Saavedra.
Así es, bueno, para quien esté recién sintonizando, agradecemos a todos quienes han hecho posible este evento. We're gonna get back to that after this. Clarita, not giving up, wanting to find a better score. She has a pretty low score so far, but I mean, you don't get too much points here because it's hard to find those waves. But there's still some gems for sure. I mean, if we have someone that got a 6, it's a possible task. Definitely, it's what Ebony mentioned in her interview, the the rights are actually giving more points.
Yeah.
So it's wise to try to, because the thing with the left is it's really short. If you find a good, projection, but see, like Hannah, she's been going to the right. Of course, it depends on how you comfortable feel. Because there's always going to be a better side. We all have a better side.
Yeah.
I mean, we all kind of try to serve both sides, but definitely we have a natural. So, of course, in competition, you try to use that natural talent to your natural, side. But you have to also assess what's happening in the water and what the wave is doing, and try to, take the waves that are being given the most of the points.
Exactly. You could be better at left, but you're pretty good with your rolls on rights, and you see that maybe a 2-roll combination on the right today at least is scoring better, and so sometimes that can be the better option to take, even if you're feeling more comfortable on the left. You got to see what the waves are doing, what the waves are offering, and this heat, as well as many other heats, have been won by the person going right.
Well, that's right. Yeah, unfortunate that we have to surf like that. People, we know, we are aware of that. We don't want this, but we don't have more options. We don't have time. The rest of the days are actually looking, might be glacier, but it will be smaller, So also trying to bring some waves for the ladies and the juniors as well. So this is how it works. Unfortunately, we have a limited time. We have 160 competitors in this event and 7 days of competition at least. A wave there, split peak.
Clarinha up and riding with a very nice clean roll, and she kicks out of that. That'll definitely better her score that she has at the moment at 2.5. There was a split peak. I think someone went to the right as well.
Yep, it was. I don't know who it was. I believe it's probably Hannah, right? Because she's not up there. She's not at the lineup, so yes, it's gotta be Hannah. Well, we'll see that, but yeah, that was a good roll for Clarita Pontes. We'll see how much she gets. And Clara, she is looking for a 5.11 to take back the lead from Hannah Saavedra. And I don't know how much she's going to get, but it's coming around the 4 points. It's probably not enough, but it definitely will be helping her and ditching the 2.5. So here's the replay. I especially enjoyed that she knew perfectly where the pocket was and performed in a great way the role. And she serves really good, and she's pretty technical.
Yeah, and here was that right that we missed before, and it was Hannah Saavedra waiting for a nice section and doing a roll out of that. It doesn't look like she completed that, but not to worry, as she still holds. Oh no, looks like there has been a situation change as Clara Pontes was awarded a 5.4, putting her back into first place.
All right. No, it makes sense. Clarita, she got a score, like you said. Clara recibió puntuación que ela estaba precisando para pegar primer lugar e trocou. Agora ela está primeira. Clarita Pontes from Ceará. Looking pretty good in this heat right here. Let's see, Carol Alvarez. Oh, that was you see, she doubted, but she actually completed it. She kind of like had a second thought. You saw that?
Like hesitated on the lip.
Yeah. It's better to try not to, hesitate too much, especially when you have rocks in front of you. But, I mean, it was complete. We'll see. It's not going to be be deemed too much, because it wasn't too smooth, I believe. We'll get another look.
Yeah, here's that replay. You see she goes up here, looking back for the roll, and kind of just gets a little bit stuck in the lip and falls down and manages to hold onto a board. Doesn't quite get out in front of it, but yeah, nice little wave for her. She's looking to better a 2.5, which I don't think will happen with that last wave. Still in third place, Carol Alvarez. And yeah, 2 minutes on this clock. Just as we were talking as well about the rights and lefts before, this heat is a perfect example of, even though the rights have been probably rewarded more over the day, Clara has just gone and got her score with just left and is now winning the heat. So definitely still winnable potential there on the left for sure.
Of course, you know, it's definitely contestable. I mean, we know perfectly we wish we could offer perfect conditions to every single division and every single event. But it sounds a bit repetitive, but it's for everyone that is just getting here. We have limited time. We only have the right for one more lay day, and we don't know what's gonna happen. And actually, there's some days that look really small, so we're trying to save that lay day for probably even worse conditions. You know, like what is worse, surfing with wind or no waves?
Yeah, it's a hard one to choose, isn't it?
I believe it's better to have a little waves, you know,
Yeah.
because it's contestable for sure. We're going to hear from our 2 times world champ because he's coming up commentating with me and staying for 2 heats. He will be commentating the next heat where we have Pamela Bowren from Cape Town as well. And we will have Paloma Fragan, first appearance of Paloma Fragan in the World Tour this year. She is our event wildcard in this division, and we will have Kaira Shirahase from Japan and Anais Vélez, which is the only Chilean that has won a World Tour event ever. She won this event back in 2019, so that's going to be a super tough heat for sure.
Up and riding again, Clara looking at this left, but just dying off, and it looks like she will call it and start paddling toward the channel. Only 12 seconds left in this heat. And looks like, yeah, Clara has got the win.
All right, so things look like they are going to stay the same way. You can see in your screen official results is Clara Pontes in first, followed by Janita Saavedra, only 15 years of age, showing off, and congratulations to the other competitors. We will continue. Don't go anywhere. We will have Tristan Roberts for the next. So stay with us. Well, welcome back, everyone. Today, the second day of competition at the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Next to me, Tristan Roberts. Thank you so much for coming and commentating for the ladies.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a while since I've been in the booth, so I'm looking forward to joining you for a couple.
That would be great to hear your insights of how the wave is behaving and going. But let's just hit the water and check. Who do we have in there? We have your lady from your very same city, Cape Town, Pamela Bowring. In red, we have Paloma Fragan, our event wildcard. In yellow, Kaira Shirahase from Japan. In blue, and Anais Vélez from central coast of Chile in white.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty stacked heat. I'm really excited to see what these ladies are going to throw down. It's looking a little shallow out there, but it doesn't seem to be holding them back at all. So it's going to be a real exciting one for sure. And I hope Pam can pull something off. But we already had a ride.
Split pick. Yeah, that's Paloma. Paloma Fragan, she got a 3 for that one. And this is the first for Kaira. Kaira, who is choosing to surf with the helmet, which I think it's wise. And yeah, went for a roll. Very complete. And yeah, that's the last section. And the first one for Anais Vélez. I believe she completed a roll there. Yeah, it's coming around the 4 points for that one. So interesting wave exchange. Pamela, she hasn't taken anything as of yet. So, speaking about conditions, we, of course, a lot of people says it's not so good to keep running, but how can you probably give us your insights about how the World Tour works? And because we have the calendar comes out early in the first month of the year, which is January, and we have to, put all the dates there for you guys to prepare, to plan your year. And we can't really have unlimited time of, waiting period. So we count only with 10 days here and the possibility of only 3 days, and we have already used 2.
Yeah, so I think this forecast has been pretty tough. We've been dealing with some rogue conditions. As we see, we might have a paddler, as we see Pamela Bowron looking at this right. It's kind of shutting down pretty quick, but she manages to find a clean, nice bowl there, which was pretty heavy. I don't know if she might be able to push out of this, but you can see it was pretty tough. It was pretty shallow and a heavy section. If she had ridden out of that, it would have been a real good score, but we'll see if the judges think that is complete. And we have Kyra up and riding on this one. Smaller inside one, but also gets a nice air ball on the end and manages to not complete that, which is unfortunate. And as you can see, this heat's like kind of going back and forth already, which is kind of what I expected. We got some of the best girls in this round all put into one heat, which is pretty challenging. I think they were all really nervous before this heat, and they're all definitely going for it.
All right, so this is a replay for last of Pamela, looking super sharp to those rights. We know that she loves her lefts, but she's been training a lot to the right, and I believe it's showing. And actually in Walker Bay, I saw her taking a few rights and not dancing, and this last one was actually nice roll for Kyra, but I believe that was not deemed as a complete maneuver. And so just going back to that, to the point that I was trying to pick your brain with.
Yeah, so we kind of, when the comp does get called on for the day, we need to kind of look at running for a few hours and not just one round, to make the most of, of the day of competition. So sometimes it's really difficult to call an event on when it is big and rogue and a bit messy, even though there will be some good waves at some point during the day. It's really difficult to imagine having a full day of competition in the last few days that we had. So that's why I believe the decision was made to, to have lay days. And today is looking a bit more friendly, at least. And so I think they called it on today just because, we have the potential to run a couple rounds.
Plus the forecast, it looks, it's actually dropping a bit. So we were asking the question. I'm going to leave this question in your head and we're going to throw it to the interview. What do you think is worse, to compete with waves and wind or no waves and glassy? We're going to get back to that idea, and let's just hit it to Joey at the beach with the interview of the winner of the last heat. Go ahead, Joey.
Thank you, Bago. Here I am with the winner of the last heat, Clara Pontes. Clara, well done. How are you feeling out there, and how are you feeling in Chile?
I'm freezing. It's really cold out there.
It's a lot warmer where you're from in Brazil.
Yeah, my town is really warm, so I never used this like clothes. Never.
And do you think that the cold water changes the way you ride the waves?
Like, it's not my first time in Chile. Also, last year I was in Antofagasta, and like I feel like more comfortable this year to make maneuvers. I was too stiff last year. Right now I'm feeling more like comfortable. Yeah, is the word.
Cool. And will you be going down to Antofagasta as well this year?
Yeah, for sure.
Amazing. Any words for people at home?
Can be in Portuguese?
It can be in Portuguese.
Eu quero mandar beijo para todo mundo que estiver assistindo, minha família, meus amigos. Estou muito feliz de ter passado. Queria agradecer a Bolsa Esporte de Fortaleza, ao Raulison, a meus pais, Vila Açaí, Roda do Deserto, todo mundo que me somou para eu estar aqui hoje. E é isso, vamos pro próximo round.
Thanks so much, Clara, and good luck for the rest of the comp. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Joey. All right, so I want my answer.
Yeah, sorry. So Yeah, for me, I personally, when I compete, I would love conditions that just provide me with, a couple opportunities. And I think if it's small and glassy, especially out here, it can be really slow in terms of maybe all four riders are not going to get enough opportunity. So if it was up to me, I would take, windy and more swell, just because I can roll the dice a couple more times. And so I think to me, it was a good call to run today. Let's see what these girls can do with what they've got. As we can see, we have a back and forth battle on our hands right here. So there's definitely enough potential out there.
All right, thank you so much for that. Just, insight from the 2 times world champ, Tristan Roberts from South Africa, supporting us here, commentating this heat number 2. If you just got here, this is the second day of competition, and we are in the second round, heat number 2 for the women division. Right now, it's Kyra Shirahase with the first position, and followed by Anais Vélez. Paloma looking for tiny score, super doable, of course. And as well, Pamela Bowren, it's looking for only a 2.36.
Yeah, as we see Anais, doing a nice clean roll off that section. She did kind of take off on the shoulder, but managed to, do a quick steep bottom turn and execute a well-rounded roll. And I think it's been a pretty interesting heat, just because, the girls have had some good opportunities, and, coming unstuck on some landings has really, made them pay the price in this heat. But it's going to be interesting to see who decides to keep busy now, or if they're just going to wait for set waves and try and make the most of, 1 or 2 opportunities. But there we go. We see that nice clean roll that Anais managed to land. So it's going to be a good score, and, good to build on from there.
All right, so one more here for Paloma Fregan. Paloma, she's trying to pick the biggest waves and see what this can offer. Anais was smart enough to get that backup score, and now she is first with that 10 total. 5.75, I believe is accurate, because, when you see a hair flick, and in her case, she's with a ponytail, and you saw the hair just like, flicking super, super hard, and it means that the maneuver was aerial and was strong. So definitely, it's just a sign,
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
With long hair, when you see it like flying.
Yeah, when you see hair bouncing all over the place,
It means that it was powerful.
Yeah.
So that's Emiliana Gonzalez, 14-year-old, and Kyra.
Yeah, Kyra looking to combo it up there, doing 2 nice rolls on an inside wave. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges go about scoring that compared to Anais's, sharp bottom turn to 1 big roll off the outside section, to kind of gauge whether they're looking for combination moves or if they're looking for powerful rides out of, 1 section.
That's right, Bosco and Emiliana getting ready. Bosco, her dad, he helps her a lot and travels with her. They were doing the same thing in Alcerol Mitagua in a Bodyboard Pro, and paid off for her. She ended up in the 3rd position, 3rd at the event. Great job there for the young Iquique, and she's been showing off 14 years of age. And our next heat, we will have Alexandra Rinder representing Austria in this event. And Yuka Nishimura, super strong rider from Japan. Suying style local from here. And this lady who is right now at your screen, Emiliana Gonzalez from Iquique as well. So replay for the last wave of Kyra Shirahase, paid 4.55. And right now she's still in second, looking for 5.46 to take the lead, which is a doable task for sure. But Paloma Fregan also needing a 4.21, and Pamela a 5.30.
As you see Pamela taking this, she's kind of, trying to get a move done out of that first section on the wave, but kind of shut down on her, so she didn't get much opportunity on that. But as we could see, if you compare Anais's left roll, that she did that sharp bottom turn and roll off the first section, she got rewarded more than Kyra's 2 rolls on that inside wave. So you can kind of gauge what the judges are looking for. And we see yellow. Paloma trying to get barreled on that one. Looked really shallow and heavy, so don't think she managed to come out of that. But going for tens.
No, I mean, she can do it. I mean, I don't know if you guys have been following her in the socials. She is fully dedicated to bodyboarding. She's actually teaching in, in the municipal or the city workshop that they have, a bodyboarding workshop. And she's teaching, and that's Yuka, getting ready for the next hit. Yuka, 36-year-old Japanese super rider and our 2 times world champion, the one that is holding a record that no one has broke. She is the youngest overall competitor to become a world champion. She became world champion at the age of 16. Your boy Bota, he was 17 when he became a world champion, so she still holds that record. And that's Su Ying, a style local warrior.
Yeah, so it looks like we up for another interesting heat after this, and the girls are looking real focused and ready to take on these conditions, and you can see they're not scared of the shallow reef at all, and you're really going for it, so it's been great to watch.
That's right. So what's your thoughts on this year calendar? Are we going to have you for all the events? We're going to get back to that.
And he's looking for a little barrel, which he managed to make, but trying to combo it up. Those forward spins are so scary on that end section. I've been watching a couple of people doing it today, and it's just so scary, shallow. And some of them coming unstuck and just getting washed over those dry rocks. It seems rather intimidating, so kudos to them.
Yeah, for sure. I'm being also impressed. Early in the morning, the ladies were just, trying that section, which is not really, we never use that last section of the left here and the free surf. But, it's competition. You probably have one single chance and you want to do well. Every round that you advance has a very huge difference in points. And look at that. Our tour clown as well. We love Alexandra, always bringing us a good laugh. She's going to be wearing a helmet. It's also wise to wear a helmet. So yeah, what are we for sure you're gonna follow the tour this year, huh?
Yeah, I'll be at every stop that I can be at, which would probably almost be every event. And we see Paloma taking off and scooping around the heavy section. She manages to do a roll of that and land it, so it's gonna be a pretty good score for Paloma. That's one of the heaviest rolls we've seen. And Red Pamela, wow, with a nice projected roll.
Good exchange, huh?
Yeah, like I expected, this heat starting to really get on the go, and I think we're going to have an epic battle towards the end of this heat.
That's going to be interesting to compare those 2 rolls. We'll see, but I believe probably Paloma's wave was a bigger. We'll get to see that. The judges are the ones that can tell us with the scores which one was better. Of course, we are here only to put some color, to put some, to throw some flowers.
Yeah, exactly. As we see, this sharp bottom turn is a heavy section. Somehow manages to land in front of that explosion and hold on through that. So that's really impressive.
And now Paloma has been training super hard. Like I said, if you go to her socials, it's amazing what she has been doing. But this one also was really good. Pocket roll right there.
Beautiful.
Yeah, no, that was super good from Pamela, and I see scores. The judges are still thinking and trying to see what's more accurate for each. It's got to be hard. So as you can see, these ladies are meeting few or almost all of the judging criteria aspects.
Yes, I was interested to see what they were going to score those 2 rolls against Anaisa's roll that she did out the bowl on the left. It was a really easy and safer landing, but I'm almost certain they're going to reward, those last 2 rolls just because of how heavy those sections were and
critical.
Critical, that's what they want.
That's what it is. Critical speed, power, and flow, radical control maneuvers. We did have that in those in that exchange. And is Paloma getting the best of it at 6.75? Pretty close. Pamela got a 6.5. And right now Paloma is second, and she is in qualification zone. Remember, only first and second advance to the next round. Super important round. So yeah, you can tell. I mean, that was definitely a very thick leap and a very hectic section, and she hold to her board in a great way. So it worth that extra 0.15 that she got. I mean, 0.25. that one that was in the pocket, you know, and also that counts a lot. So yeah, pretty cool, pretty similar, I will say.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, Pamela right now is looking for only a 3.26. Paloma has to be super careful. She's with the fourth priority. 7 minutes and 25 seconds. I just going to update in Spanish for the crowd that it's tuning in. Bueno, estamos en el hit número 2 de la ronda número 2 de la categoría femenina profesional. Tenemos muy buen intercambio. Anaís Vélez es quien está hasta ahora de primera, pero tiene que cuidarse mucho porque ya Paloma y Pamela tienen 2 puntuaciones altas. 6.75 recibió Paloma por un rolo bien pesado, bien heavy hacia la derecha, hacia la izquierda, y tiene una pequeña puntuación, un score de respaldo de 3. Solo está buscando un 3.25 para tomar esa primera posición, y Pamela un 3.26, es realmente casi nada. Pamela 3.26 para segunda. Kaira, que empezó fuerte, está buscando un 5.21 para tomar la segunda posición. Es un hit de eliminación, solo la primera y segunda pasan.
Yeah, as we see Pam looking for that backup score now. She opted for that right, but just coming on stuck there as that lip kind of faded on her as she went up to do that roll. So she's looking for a really small score, but I would like to see her just sit back and relax and, you know, wait for another powerful roll, because I think this heat's going to get really close towards the end. I think we're going to see a couple more exchanges and it's going to be a tight finish. So it's going to be interesting to see how this next 6 minutes goes.
Yeah, I believe so too. So, all right, and if you miss it, we are with Tristan Roberts, 2 times world champ, joining us. It's always good to have, you know, the insights of a man, professional man rider commentating for the women. Appreciate that, Tristan, and I believe the ladies also appreciate it.
No problem at all. I think, you know, we're in for, it's been an exciting day of competition already, and these heats are stacked, and I could see how nervous the girls were paddling out, you know, knowing what they were up against. But Pam might be looking to have a go at this one as she bottom turns around this section. Can she find that heavy section to roll through?
Ooh.
And yes, she does. That was beautiful work, Pam.
Yeah, no, she will get, she's definitely getting rid of that 1.90, looking for a 3.26. I'm not a judge, but I dare to say that's going to be a bit more than that probably, but definitely it's going to be enough to jump to the second position and knock the favorite, our wild card, you know, Paloma Fregan. It's also sponsored by the brand, the Bodyboard brand that we have here. But this one right here of Pamela was super good, well projected, round roll, pocket roll as well, pocket maneuver. That's what the judges want to see. And yeah, difficult moments now with 4 minutes and 40 seconds for the local. And Pamela, check that out.
Yeah, Pam's a power surfer, and I love to see her doing what she does best. You know, she had those 2 opportunities and she made the most of it. So that score coming in at a 6, and she has jumped right into first position.
That's super impressive. Not only taking getting into the qualification zone, but just getting the first position, which is amazing. Bueno, Pamela Bauren, la sudafricana, acaba de conseguir un 6 con su última ola y no solamente entró a zona de clasificación, sino que tomó la primera posición. Está dejando a una de las favoritas de este evento, Paloma Fregan, que también es el wildcard de la IBC. Paloma aplicó y le dieron el wildcard, la dejaron en esta ronda y es que es una ronda adelantada. Paloma, que este año no ha competido en ningún evento del Tour Mundial y es una de las riders que mejor surfea aquí en Iquique, que está completamente dedicada al bodyboard. Ella, la verdad que tiene mucho para ofrecer, pero necesita nada más que un 3.25. Realmente es un score que ella puede hacer con los ojos cerrados, pero tiene poco tiempo. 3 minutos con 20, está en la segunda prioridad. Y Anaís Vélez, yo creo que probablemente la trate de bloquear. You see what's happening right now, right? Anaís is with the first priority and she's chasing Paloma, and I believe she's going to be blocking her. And that will be the wise thing to do, because 3.25 is an easy task for Paloma.
Right, and it's really hard to block someone when they only need a 3.25. But you see Pam keeping busy rather. Wow, going for an Arias.
Yeah.
Which I'm stoked to see. And just not landing that, but that's really good to see. You can see that she's, you know, lost those competition nerves right now, and she's ready to put on a show. So it's great to watch. But yeah, Paloma only needing a 3.25, and Anais is trying to, play that priority blocking game, which is pretty scary to do because a 3.25 is pretty achievable on any type of wave. If she can, sell Anais to use her priority rather sooner than later, she can still get another opportunity to, get that score. So Kyra kind of seems to be sitting more on the shoulder. She's looking for those longer rights where she can do multiple moves. You've seen the whole comp. She's kind of been looking for those combination moves where she's doing 2 rolls on a wave or so, and has unfortunately not been working for her in this heat. But if she does manage to get a bigger wave, I'm sure, that strategy could also work. But you can see her paddling further over towards the left-hand side of your screen. She's looking for those longer rights.
And Paloma trying to get away from Anais, but Anais is being smart. I remember happened to you back in, it was 22, I believe, when you lost to priority. I'm sorry to take that. but, but I just want to say, you guys are professionals, and you learn from all those things. But, all right, so Paloma got away from Anais, and this might be her last chance. Goes for a reverse spin.
Yeah, I've got a feeling she's going to be rolling onto the rocks on this one to try and get that score, and unfortunately not landing that. And I think that was, the big moment in that heat. She's got a minute to get back out there and try to get that score again, but she did a nice clean reverse spin here. Tries to stay in the power pocket of the wave, and she looked to combine this reverse spin with a roll off the end section, but kind of mistimed it and landed under the lip a bit and just got stuck on that one. So
3.25 la local. Paloma Fregan 3.25 es lo que está buscando, 2.90 es lo que recibe, 40 segundos, gente. Y esto sí sería una gran sorpresa porque ella es una de las favoritas. La verdad que no creo que nadie se lo esperara, que ella quedara descalificada en la primera oportunidad que tuviera. This will be a huge upset. She is one of the favorites here in Iquique. We never expect that she will be eliminated on the very first heat, but this lady right here, she is the one that took the win in 2019. We have a full Chilean affair. All the Chileans got the win in that year. Oh, then that's wow, it's happening.
Yeah, and you see Pam doing her last little victory lap over here, and she surfed really well in that heat. So
Pamela is the champ slayer. She has been doing that throughout.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to come back for more. Congratulations to Pamela Bowren and Anais Bellis. Tristan Roberts will remain for one more hit. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
We'll come back super soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, welcome back to the next heat in the women's round 2, and I'm here with the two-time world champion Tristan Roberts. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good, brother. Good to share the booth with you.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked to be here with you too.
Sweet, brother.
Let's jump into the water and see what is going on in this heat here. Who we've got in the water? We've got red Alexandra Rinda, in yellow Yuka Nishimura from Japan, Suyin Estai, the local Chilean, in blue, and Emiliana Gonzalez in white. So yeah, another interesting heat here, and it'll be cool to see what happens. Suyin had a pretty solid performance, hunting some of the lefts in her heat before, and nice replay there, straight out of the gate from Alexandra Rinda. How's that roll?
Yeah, it was pretty perfectly executed. Alex is already a veteran of this sport after, winning world titles so young, and she knows exactly what the judges are looking for, and that was a great way to get started in the heat. It was really good to just see her start so comfortably, and she's going to be building on that 5 for sure.
Yeah, she's such a experienced competitor as well, been doing it for a while and doing pretty well. She's got a world champion under her belt.
Yeah, she's the youngest world champion ever. I think it was 16 years old that she won her first world title. So she's been here for a while, even before me, I think. And yeah, it's just been great to see her progress and just still here chasing world titles. So it's really important for the sport for her to be here pushing the level and pushing these girls to their limits and not holding back and just putting on a show for the spectators.
Yeah, and always a bit of a character out of the water as well. She's always joking around and making everything a bit fun outside, Alexandra.
Yeah, no, she's definitely a bit of a clown, but yeah, it's been always good hanging around her for sure.
Yeah, that's it. How's the last few months for you been, Tristan?
Yeah, been really good. Started in Morocco, and from there just been on a bit of a free surf trip.
Yeah.
I was in Mexico for a while, just dealing with some warm water and, what I thought would be warm water, but it wasn't actually too warm, which is, a bit of a surprise and a shock to me. But
really?
I was still using a wetsuit, which I wasn't expecting, but I was so amped to be there and just get my mind off competition and just bodyboard and ride waves for pure enjoyment and just experience a new spot and ride for many hours per day and just felt like a kid again. So it was really nice to get all that done in the beginning of the year, and I'm looking forward to trying to fit in some more free surf trips in the year in between competitions. But as we see, White with a nice tech reverse spin there back into the power pocket and trying to push a roll off the end here. It's so shallow on that end bowl. I can understand why she doesn't want to kick through that, and she's going to lift up that helmet and get back out there.
Yeah, that's it. Here's this replay. You just use a inside leg there just to bring that spin around, and then on the roll there, just getting real shallow. Kind of grinds your knuckles on the inside there sometimes.
Oh yeah, I'm busy dealing with a couple knuckle grinders myself.
You got some scars there already.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday or the day before, just from tucking out of I did a roll and pulling out in the flats. I've grinded my knuckles a bit on the reef, so it's really shallow out there. It's not very playful all the time, and it's such a good wave, and when it's good, it looks so perfect, and it's a dreamy setup, but at the end of the day, it's actually pretty dangerous, and a lot of people do come out with a couple of scratches, so it is a bit intimidating at times.
Yeah, not to mention all the barnacles and urchins growing out there as well.
Right.
Make it a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah, and that left that ends on this end bowl, as you see Yuka busy doing a roll here, and she's coming up to that section that I fear so much here in the inside where these girls are doing those scary spins.
Just pops out of the water at you. Here we have Suyina Stay with another one of her rolls. She's got them on lock here.
Oh, see, those things. Oh, they're so scary, man.
Claims it.
So scary, but she's rocking them and managing to get it done. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this heat goes. It's been a couple of action-packed heats, and the girls are really putting it all out on the line over. I think we're almost coming up to a low tide soon, a peak low tide. So, these girls are really putting it out there for us.
Yeah, not stopping at all, just running through. We need to get these heats out of the way. Here's his replay. A nice roll, and she gets. Oh, she had a bit of speed there. She could have got a little spin in, but Su Yin backed it up and did just that. How's that roll there?
Yeah, I think she definitely got more of a power section, and that forward spin was so scary, but she managed to do it. So, and a little claim to show that, man, I don't know how she pulled out like that. It's so shallow there, but yeah, it's good to see that, it all comes down to how bad you really want it, and the moment these girls are really going for it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good to see.
So for you, as you were saying about that free surfing trip, do you notice like your surfing change a lot, or your approach to it, or what you're trying to do?
Yeah, well, I kind of feel like I'm at the moment in my career where I just kind of, there's definitely some things that I want to improve on, and as we see, Alexander Rinder, the quick roll followed by a forward spin, looking to combo this left up. Is she going to do that dangerous roll on the end? Get out of there. Get out of there. So
wow, that was pretty close. We got that interview ready down on the beach now, so we'll just swing down there to you, Bago.
Thanks so much, guys. We're Pamela Bowren. What a great job you did. Actually, you were a bit nervous, and you were saying that to me, but your performance was super good. Found that huge score, 6.5, and then back it up in a great way. So how was it?
Thanks, Bago. Yeah, I definitely started a little bit of nerves that got to me, and one or two mistakes. But as soon as I found that one left, got that good score, I got a lot of encouragement, and then was able to back it up. So was, super happy to progress through that heat.
Well, you're the champ slayer. You have done that a couple times. Right now, knocking one of the favorites here, Paloma Fragan. And you actually are coming from a very good result at the beginning of the year, ending in the 3rd position in Morocco. So what's your plans for this year?
Yeah, look, I'm going to try, obviously, go to Antofagasta, and then waiting to see if Maldives happens. If not, then Sintra or the Wave. And definitely try and get my 4 events in for the year. And just taking each heat as it comes. This was definitely a tough heat if you look at the round two draws, and I'm just took each wave as it came, and sorry for knocking out the locals, but hey, it's part of competition, and just looking forward to the year ahead and the rest of this event.
That's right, super good. You want to say something to someone back home?
Yeah, just thanks everyone back home in South Africa. You probably having a nice braai with a glass of wine. It's only midday here, but just thanks for the support and the encouragement from near and far, and Coach Debs, appreciate it. Thanks so much.
All right, congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bago, and that was some nice words there from Pamela.
Yeah, Pam, good on you. It was so sick to watch. She was doing some powerful rolls off those heavy sections. So good old Pam getting to work. I love to see it.
Yeah, she's from around your area?
Yeah, she's from about an hour away, yeah, but I do see her. I mean, she's known me since I was a kid, since I was like 10 years old. So, yeah, I've always watched Pam, rip it up, and sick to see that she's doing it on an international stage now.
Yeah, there you go. Good on her. Real powerful as well in Morocco. She was surfing really well. And yeah, I reckon she's got pretty good odds here.
Yeah, let's see how she goes. As long as she just keeps enjoying it and having fun out there and surfing the way she does, she'll do well.
For sure. Yes, as you were saying before, like that, your approach to free surf trips like that.
Yeah, it's kind of just been like I've just recently had this thought in my mind that like for me to become a better rider, or at least to improve at the moment, I want to surf waves that I haven't ridden before, and me going back home and surfing the same waves I've grown up and been surfing for the last 10 years is not really going to help me grow as a rider. So I've been trying to plan some free surf trips in between competitions where I can just take on some new waves and different styles of waves and focus on different types of riding. And at the end of the day, I'm just trying to be the best rider I can be, and that's kind of my goal, is to just keep improving. So I'm just looking for ways to keep me excited and keep me motivated to keep training hard and enjoy it along the way. So
yeah,
that free surf trip I had now was just really nice for me, to just reset and just focus on things and just enjoy the sport.
Yeah, sick. Sounds unreal. Up and riding now, though, on a pretty throaty looking one at the start there. Su Yin, once again, getting a roll through that end section, claiming it for a bit too long there. I'd be ducking out if I was her.
Yeah, please get out of there. As we see White with a very quick and well-popped roll, so see Blue duck diving into pretty much just straight rocks. But, yeah, it's, again, another tight heat, and Alex has got the only one with 2 solid scores at the moment, and you know, these rest of the girls are going to be looking for some solid sections to do some good rolls.
Yeah. Is this another one? Oh, yes, looks like some live action, or is it a replay? I think that was the replay, yeah. But that'll be a second scoring wave. Su Yin, she had a 4.25, looking to back up a 1.5, so it could help her situation. But Alexandra Rinda still sitting in pretty comfortable spot this heat with a 5 and a 5.25. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for her.
Yeah, man. I think this wave is just absolutely incredible, and it's so good to be back here, and can't wait for the next few days of competition and action. I think it's going to be a great show. Everyone's ripping it in the free surfs, and yeah, I think this event is just, like I've been saying, is just so difficult to win, just because, you know, everyone, it's such a playful wave in terms of like perfect little air bowls, and when you see the best guys in the world, you know, taking on some perfect ramps, you kind of get the full show, and I think we're going to see some really high heat totals, and I think we're going to see guys losing with some really high heat totals in this competition. So I'm looking forward to it, and can't wait to watch the rest of this comp and see what happens.
Yeah, and the next few days are going to be pretty exciting, especially as we get into those seeded rounds, and yeah, definitely excited to be commentating them as well. It's going to be epic to watch what you guys get up to out there.
Yeah, for sure. I think the boys are sitting around itching already with these lay days. You know, we've managed to get a couple free surfs in on the good tides and so on. But yeah, we're itching to get out there, and can't wait to, you know, start competing and see what we can do, and hopefully we can put on a show for everyone.
Yeah. Have you got any extracurricular activities on mind for this South American leg?
Not really. I think I've been doing the same trip for so long. Then I've kind of done all the touristy things I can do, and you know, just kind of even just staying in the same places I've always stayed in, and I just stick to the routine that works. And I've been trying to surf. I want to try surf a couple of the waves around here in Iquique. You know, my first time here was in 2014, so it's 10 years ago, where we did the ISA World Games at Punta Uno.
Oh, sick.
So yeah, it was pretty interesting. I was saying, like, back then I was still a grom and surfing at Punta Uno, and we came to surf Punta Dos, and I had no idea that it was even a right, you know. It was like kind of out here on a low tide, and everyone was going left, so I was just going left and surfing it with them. And fast forward a few years, and I see this like perfect right hander on tour, and realize that the last time I was surfing there I was only going left. So it's a bit of a confusing memory that I have of this wave from when I was, I think I was 16 or 17 years old. So
yeah,
you know, right now it's so good to be back here and getting a couple good waves. But we see that reverse spin and trying to link up, you know, move down the line, but not the best wave selection right there. But I'll see what happens the rest of this heat. For sure it's going to turn on again in the last 5 minutes. These girls are going to be going for it, and I think we're going to see a good battle towards the end.
Yeah, there's definitely some pulses that have been keeping the riders and judges on their toes, where a bunch of sets come through in a quick moment. Here we have Yellow, though, managing to get a roll out of that end section there. It was a bit foamy, but she did well. Yuka Nishimura looking for a 5.5 though, so I'm not sure if that's going to cut it for her.
Yeah, just as you see, she's nice bottom turn. That section kind of shuts down on her, but it is a bit of a you know, meaty section that she manages to roll through. And yeah, she did really well on that wave. I'm just super happy that I'm not a judge right now, because you know, the girls have been kind of doing similar things on these waves, and the point of difference is so small. But wow, I'm lost for words looking at that reef.
That's crazy.
So crazy. As you can see how shallow it is on you know, on both sides towards that right, you know,
as well, what this shows us is it's pretty white. Like, the stones are all pretty white and clear, and you don't really see that from the land angle. But when you're riding, you do. Like you're riding over all these really white rocks, which, for me at least, is pretty different to what I'm used to. Like, there's not many white rocks down in Australia. A lot of them are pretty dark.
Yeah, same in South Africa, so that's pretty interesting. But Alex looking for something, kind of getting stuck there, couldn't find a clean lip on that wave, so she'll be back out there and, you know, trying to roll the dice again and see what she comes up with. But she had that clean roll earlier in the heat. I think that was almost one of her first waves.
Yeah, I believe so. She got lucky to get those two pretty good waves right at the start and has been holding first place the entire heat. Is that another replay of that milky roll that Yuka Nishimura got just before, and that ended up... Oh, it hasn't dropped completely yet, but the judges are giving her what looks to be around like a 4 to 5 range for that. There we go, 475. But yeah, it's... Am I correct in saying that you won the 2022 comp here?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, that was the last time we had an IBC event here, and I managed to win that one, which was, you know, it's such a crazy battle. Like, thinking back to that comp, like the high heat totals I had to come up with to try and win this event is pretty crazy. So I'm excited to just try and put on some high heat totals again and see where it takes me. But this event is always just so exciting just because the boys never hold back, and I'm just looking forward to it.
It was Lionel Medina.
That's correct. Yeah, and we've actually this year we're meeting up in the first heat. So
no way, a repeat of the final.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting, and yeah, I think that's just the way it happens. You know, after last year's rankings, we've just been seeded that way, and it is what it is. It's competition, and got to beat everyone if you want to win an event. So whether we meet up in the first heat or the final, it's all the same. Just means that right now we're going straight to battle from heat 1.
Yeah, that's it. What do you reckon is like going to be the 8 to 10 point range in the when you guys hit the water? What kind of moves will you be looking for?
Yeah, well, I kind of guess, like, I've always been someone that just, you know, surfs competitions like a free surf, and just, you know, trying to make the most of what opportunity I get, whether it be a, you know, a big barrel or big air ball. That's what I'm looking to try and make the most of. But see Alex not getting a big barrel on air ball on this one, but she manages to do a combination of 2 rolls, which was pretty scary again. And you got Yuka out the back with that first roll, comboed by a forward spin to dangerous duck out.
Yeah, looked pretty vertical, that one. It looked like she might have just penetrated through the back.
See how shallow that end ball is from that drone angle. It's just like pretty crazy that those girls are going for that. But
comp just pushing everyone to go through to that second section, even though they probably would usually be ducking out well before it.
Yeah, in a free surf guaranteed. But see Blue taking off on that. Manages to still pull out a roll. You know, I thought she had taken off too much on the shoulder, but manages to still get a roll done. And
yeah, the Portuguese girls.
Yeah, hanging out, trying to keep warm.
Joanna Schenker and Teresa Pedrella. They'll be waiting for their heat. Probably in the next round. I think they're seeded further in the event. But they've been free surfing around, and it'd be good to see them hit the water as well.
Yeah, as you see Ryder in white. Again, not really getting a heavy section to work with, so she manages to push that roll off, followed by 1.5 forward spins. And yeah, we just have to see where that comes in. But at the moment, it's kind of seems like those judges really want, you know, for you to use that first bowl on the wave, especially at this low tide. The most critical section is right at the takeoff, and once you go past that, it gets a bit difficult to deal with. And Alex just making the most of that and trying to combo it up there on that shallow section, but didn't manage to do so.
Yeah, especially in the less than ideal conditions that we have today. They're doing the best to hit that section, but yeah, you guys can just see how bumpy it's getting, and that's the danger zone duck out. Bit of action here, but not many rights being surfed at all this heat. I think everyone seems to be a bit more confident on their left, and yeah, looking for those left bowls. I don't I can't remember a single right at all, actually.
Yeah, it seems like they're sitting pretty far over towards those lefts and looking for those quick little scoring opportunities. So it'll be interesting to see if someone does roll the dice on that right. Yeah, we've got 3 minutes 50 seconds remaining in this heat with some close scores, and Yuka only needing a 4.51 to steal that second place position. So it's going to be interesting to see how the last 5 minutes, or the last actually 3.5 minutes, plays out. And these girls are definitely going for it.
So you got any hints on where some of those free surf destinations that you want to hit might be, or like what's looking like it's higher up on the list at the moment?
I'm not too sure just yet. You know, I'd have to see kind of what the rest of the year ends up being with competitions. I try and plan like the free surf trips around those competitions. You know, like here, Mexico was pretty close for me to travel to before coming here, so I just, you know, hang around in that area and make the most of it. But yeah, I should be making a video from my Mexico trip pretty soon, so that'll be out, and hopefully I can get 1 or 2 more videos done and put out this year, and enjoy those moments between all the competitions for sure.
Yeah, sick. I'll be really keen to see that. Did you manage to get that wedge?
Yeah, for me, I just kind of, you know, just kept it local. I didn't have to really go too far, and stayed in front of the waves and just surfed all day, and, you know, had some really nice glassy conditions for a lot of the days, so it was too hard for me to move around. I was just so comfortable just being there and surfing right up front that I didn't really need anything more than that.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to complain in that part of the world with
exactly
the quality of bodyboarding life that you can live there for a pretty decent price too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sick, man. I'm looking forward to seeing the video.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Next few days looks pretty similar conditions. Have you been getting any good free surfs in other spots, or mostly just?
Yeah, I've kind of just been looking to get out here. You know, this is definitely my favorite wave on the stretch of the coastline, so I've just been looking for some opportunity. I can kind of see the wave breaking from where I'm staying, so just been keeping an eye on it to see when it's least crowded and has a little bit of potential for me to get out there and get a couple. But it's been some really fun moments, which has been enjoyable, and trying to not, you know, push it too much, to trying to avoid the injury before, you know, starting to compete. It's like seeing a couple guys, you know, going to war with the reef already, and I'm trying to stay away from that. And oh no,
that's fine. I believe Yuka had priority over Emiliana, so that won't be an interference. She just used the priority to block her, but nonetheless, I don't think it's going to be a 4.51, so perhaps she should have tried to save it and wait for a bit of a bigger wave there.
Yeah, you know, I just see her take off here, and she's trying to look for something down the line, but doesn't manage to get any air section, so she does a quick forward spin and gets out of there. But whenever I see two people catching a wave, I'm always like, you know, I hate interferences, and it's such a terrible way to lose, and you know, I wish that upon no one. And you know, people travel far, and that's to get beat by
an interference.
But interference is really a horrible way to go home. So
no bueno at all.
No, but yeah, that was fair play, and now Yuka's just gonna have the problem of having fourth priority, and she's looking for a score. So be interesting to see if she separates herself from the pack and maybe opts for one of those rights instead, while all these girls focus on the left to try and get a score.
Yeah, it looks like that is the end of the heat though, and we will have Alexandra Rinda and Suyin E.T.I passing on through to the next heat. And thanks so much for joining us, Tristan. It's been really good.
Thanks for having me, and I'll definitely join you guys over the next few days, and you know, come and commentate for a couple of heats. So thank you very much.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to it. Stay here, guys, because we're going to have a quick commercial and be back with the next heat of the women's.
Gee.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Joey and Lucas here in the booth, and we are going to jump back into the water with the next heat of the women's. How's it going, Lucas?
It's going good. Just nice to see T-Rob coming here in the booth to have a talk with you and Bago. We're going to be having, that's the last heat of this round 2 for women, and we'll be having Viviana Araya and Valentina Diaz, the 2 Chileans, facing Ebony Shell, the only Australian women in this competition, right?
Yep.
And Veronica Correa from Panama. So let's jump in the water right now, because it does look like the ladies are starting to move themselves and get a few waves. By the look of it, looks like it was Valentina, Ebony, and Veronica so far. So let's see this one for Valentina Diaz, the Chilean. Just a beautiful reverse there. Really like that maneuver, very fluid. And there was nothing else for Valentina in this one. Oh, yeah. And
Wow, Ebony probably should have gone that and called a priority interference, and perhaps it even will be an interference, but we will find out, because there was no priority set, so there definitely would have been a bit of confusion. But nonetheless, a spin to roll combination for Veronica Correa. And, gee, there's been a lot of close interference calls today.
wow, right in the beginning of the heat, right? All of them. Yes, guys, so just so if you don't know, when the athletes start the heat, when there's nobody catch waves, there's no priority. So the priority is established as soon as the rider pedals on the wave. Let's see another one for Valentina Diaz, just going for a first roll and kicking off of that wave. Oh, Ebony, as usual, on the rights.
Yes, very
Rolling.
nice roll there from Ebony. We missed the start of the wave, but we will see the replay. Yeah, that was a little bit of a split peak action going on there, and look at that view. This is where we are, guys. So you can see how it's kind of like a really nice triangle shape where the wave breaks onto this dark-looking reef, and then that's us, the competition stand, the athlete stand, and then there's a bunch of little people selling food and coffee around, and then this suburb is called El Morro.
Yeah, such a nice setup here. We are right in the middle of the city, right? As we have been saying, this is the best urban reef in the world, guys. We have the wave just right on your face. I mean, you're on the beach and you just seen La Punta Dos, you're seeing La Cosa, you're seeing La Intendencia, and many more waves just one beside each other. We have everything very close here to the structure of the event. You know, we have the city center, we have all the facilities we need, and we have seen some scores coming out. Ebony just with the red performance in that row, finding a 6.25. Ebony is so solid in this heat, Joey.
Yeah, she's super consistent on the right, but first up we'll go through this replay of Valentina Diaz. Nice roll through that first section, and she's gone and got herself 2 quick scores of a 3 and a 4.5, but here we have Eb with a real nice forward spin in such a nice spot in the wave. And when judges talk about speed, power, and flow being part of the criteria, that's flow. See how that forward just goes right up to the top, and she doesn't need to change any of her line and just flows straight back in with that speed, straight into that roll. And, yeah, we love to see it.
I love that. That was the best wave of the heat so far. But Valentina managed to go to first since she found that roll on the second wave that granted her 4.50. But, guys, hold on. We're going to swing down to the beach for an interview between Bago and Alexandra Rinder. Take it away, Bago.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're Alexandra Rinder. I know this one has a special taste. You love this wave. It looks like your home break. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. Conditions are really tricky today. We were debating about if we should run or not, but yeah, conditions gonna not be looking better the next days. It's smaller, so I was all in. I was just excited to do this first heat. It's weird after like 10 years on tour, not being in the non-elimination round for the first time. So I got to step up my game from the beginning and just try to make good scores at the beginning so my mom and my girlfriend don't kill me when I come out. And yeah, just had a lot of fun with the girls and enjoying this contest a lot. Yeah.
I was actually looking forward to pick your brain on that one because we are very used to have you in the, in the podiums, and this hasn't been the best of you in the beginning of the year in Morocco. You didn't have the results you were expecting, but what we can see of you in the next, in this year tour.
Well, competing for a long time is not easy. I think every athlete has their ups and downs, and You know, it's not bad to step back sometimes, to realize, you know, to train harder to go back. And I'm really looking forward. I'm enjoying a lot competing. I really want to do good results again. So you're going to see a lot of me in the future. No worries.
That sounds great. You want to say some words to your people back home?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my parents that are watching. Also, the family of my girlfriend is watching. It's really nice. And yeah, just thank you to everyone, my sponsors, and everyone who's there in the good times and the bad times. And yeah, just keep on tuning in. It's going to be exciting. And just looking forward to Rip out there.
Well, good words from your 2-time world champ, Alexandra Rinder. Best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Begonia, and thank you, Alex Rinda. Such a great athlete, so inspiring, and not only 2-time world champ, but youngest world champ for her first ever world champ. I think she was 16 at the time.
16, and that was actually 10 years ago. That was in 2014. Exactly 10 years ago, Alexandra Rinda breaking records and making history, and she's still there, guys. And it's, you know, so good to see how she put that. You know, she's saying, oh, for many years competing in the World Tour, it's my first time going from the first rounds, you know, not entering the non-elimination round, but she's putting it in a motivational way, you know, like you can see like she's excited about it, you know, just trying to step up a game, and there she is just cheering,
jumping around there. That was pretty funny. She is. You guys don't understand how much of a character she is. She's hilarious. Here's Vivi, la leyenda Vivi de Iquique. Casi hizo un 360 y otro horrible de Ebony with a nice spin at the top there and sets up her line again, but then just kicks out there. Didn't like the look of that one. Nonetheless, got a 3 for it, which increased her heat total. There is our Panamanian Veronica Correo, not able to land that roll, and Valentina Diaz busting a nice looking rev out of that bowl, but just not getting enough momentum to follow it through. Viviana is up again, looking for this section, and does a roll, looks to where she's going to land and brings it around. That'll be a good score for Vivi. She's looking to back up a 1.5, get rid of that 1.5, I mean, and to back up that 2.6. But yeah, it's a nice little exchange, little flurry of waves there. Here she is again, keeping busy, Vivi.
There's the replay for the local Chilean, Viviana Araya, just just going all the way to the rocks. I mean, these girls are just throwing themselves there, guys. This second section for the left-hander is just not an easy thing. You guys saw Tristan Roberts here, just like getting impressed with the girls for just going all the way on that left, you know, getting very close to the rocks. And that's for one reason. That's for points. That's for points because they need it to go to the next round. And for at this point in competition, it's all about just advancing, you know. As the guys were saying here, you have to go over everyone in the comp if you want to win it. So that's the path you have to walk. And for now, guys, Ebony Shell is coming out on top with a 6.25 and a 3.10, followed by the Chilean Valentina Diaz with a total score of 7.50. Valentina needs 486 to get to first position, but don't count out on Viviana Araya, guys. The Chilean is a machine as well, and she needs only 3.41 to go to the second position, and Veronica in fourth now needing 4.60, so not big scores that the ladies need so far to get to classification, but the conditions are not easy, and there's still time, so let's see what they're going to come up with.
Yeah, that's it. It's definitely a pretty stacked heat, and yeah, some pretty competitive riders in there. Ebony surfing very well, very strategically. She's got a really good score and a 3, which helps, but she'll be wanting to replace that. But she is sitting there with first priority, so she can use that well. She's got time, 15 minutes. She's got time to improve her score. Vivi, on the other hand, is chasing a 3.41, and so combinations such as this are definitely going to help her situation. She's looking to better a 2.6, and we will see what she gets for that, but I dare to say that she will better that and continue improving her total score. And yeah, some good riding for Vivi. She's a super dedicated athlete and really, really passionate bodyboarder, and been a good mate for a few years, and it's cool to see her still pursuing it with a lot of passion and intensity.
Check who's getting ready there on the on the right-hander. That's Ebony Shell from Australia, starting with the 360 and goes for a through the lip roll. Ebony is going very well on that right-hander. You know, it's working out for her. Last heat, if you guys are tuning in since the early morning, you guys could see Ebony also advancing her first heat in the first position, and she's still there. You know, the same strategy she's applying, just sticking to the right-handers, and it's working pretty fine, no?
Yeah, there's still some rights. Interesting to see the last heat that Tristan and I commentated together was all 4 athletes went left every single wave. It was like a full-on left heat, and so we weren't even sure if the rights were still good or not because there was just no one surfing them, so the camera wasn't going over. But now it looks like Veronica and Ebony are both looking for the rights in this heat, and Valentina and Vivi are both looking for the left. So it's nice, kind of splits the athletes up and shows us both the left and the right.
Yeah, I mean, showing some diversity, you know, each athlete has its own strengths and weaknesses. So let's see, Valentina Dier, que está en la segunda posición. La chilena necesita de 4.86 para llegar a la primera posición. Y la líder actual es esa de azul, Ebony Shell, la australiana, que está haciendo muy bien desde la primera ronda de las mujeres con la camiseta azul. Tiene un 6.25 y un 6.10.
And here's that replay of Vivi keeping really busy. Really enjoying seeing Vivi's approach to this heat. She's keeping busy, and she's been building a score. Each new wave she gets, she's building on her score, and yeah, got a 4-1 and a 3-6 now, which has put her into second place. So Vivi's strategy is working out quite well for her. There's a replay of Valentina Diaz getting the roll out of that section and whipping a reverse straight back in, which is a nice combination as well. Yeah, really busy heat, Lucas, and a lot of completed combinations.
Yeah, that's true. We were seeing earlier the athletes going to the left and just, you know, finding those very short waves with just one roll or a 360. And now we are finally seeing them, you know, finally stretching some more and being able to execute those 2 maneuvers there and combining as did Valentina Diaz in her last wave. Entonces Viviana Arraya, que estaba en la tercera posición, logró sacar un 3.6 que la llevó a la segunda posición, pero por no mucho tiempo, porque Valentina Diaz también acaba de cambiar un 3 por un 4.15 y vuelve a la segunda posición en una manga súper disputada, donde apenas Verónica Correa necesita de 5.75 en la cuarta posición y viene Viviana Arraya ahora en una ola más, pero que no logró hacer nada.
Sí, ahí puedes mirar la situación con 10.5 minutos más en esta manga.
Yes, guys, and we are getting to those 10 final minutes, and this is going to be the last heat of the day, guys. Today we are having a shorter day than the previous one, than the first one, right? The first one was a very long day. We were here since 7 o'clock until basically 6 in the afternoon. But today we will be finalizing this day with the heat number 4, closing the round number 2 for the women. So make sure to follow all of the IBC social media, guys, to be updated with everything that's happening. We will have a check-in tomorrow here. You have to stick to the IBC social media to see what time it's going to be, but most probably we're gonna have the event running as we are we will actually have 5 more days after today of competition, and the window is getting over, so much probably we will have the competition running on tomorrow as well, hopefully with less wind and more glassy conditions for the athletes to get in the water.
Yeah, that would be really nice. Low tide today was around midday, and so tomorrow will be a bit later. So yeah, we can pretty safely say that we'll be wanting to run it closer to the high tide. So yeah, it'll be starting around pretty early in the morning and probably go with another 6:45 a.m. check-in.
That's
and
it.
Usually try to get the first heat in the water and started about 30 minutes after that. So just 7:15 Chilean time.
Perfect. Entonces mañana, esta en verdad va a ser la última manga del día. Estamos en la cuarta manga y última de la ronda número 2. Y mañana muy probablemente tendremos la competencia también pasando. Tenemos un check-in a las 6:45, misma cosa que hoy, para un inicio a las 7:15, apenas 30 minutos después. Esperamos poco menos de evento para mañana y un largo día también de competencia. Entonces, sigan las redes sociales de IBC y estén por dentro de todo lo que está pasando aquí. Ebony Shell.
Up and riding Ebony with a forward spin. It even looked like she was going to turn that one into a 720, but kind of hit a little suck-up section there, and she bogged the rail and had to kick out. Yeah, won't be one of her scoring waves. But there we have, you can see exactly what the riders need up next to their score. And it's still a pretty close heap for the bottom three positions. Here we have a split peak, the nice roll on the left and a nice roll on the right. Incomplete. Oh, and you could just see her body going over those shallow rocks just there from that drone view. Even through the whitewash, you can see the dark rocks sticking through it.
Yeah, guys, there's just basically no water in that last section. I mean, just a bodyboarder that is used to surfing reef breaks know what we're talking about. Just going for those aerial maneuvers, those closing maneuvers right on the shallows. I mean, that takes some guts.
Yeah, definitely. And even though the waves aren't huge, often it's the small days that you don't expect that you have the worst injuries. And anyway, here's a replay of that roll we saw from the drone angle, and she does a pretty nice roll, lands slightly under the lip, but you can just see the power from that foam ball come through and take her off the board.
Valentina Dias em rolo fuerte para a esquerda, a ver se completa a maniobra. Acaba sendo aterrizaje pouco difícil, pero logra completar a manobra. La chilena hace claim y sale de esta ola. Y este fue 5 puntos para Valentina Dias, que con esta ola va para a segunda posición también. Ahora com somatório total de 9.5 e necessita 7.35 para ir a primeiro.
Nice roll there from Vivian. She's looking at another section here on the inside, getting close to the rocks. She throws the roll right in front of the rocks, but unable to make it through that one. Vivi Araya, looking for a 5.4 she is.
That's it, guys. 6 minutes remaining. Thank you, everyone, for joining us in this second day of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro here in its 2024 edition. One of the most anticipated events by the athletes and by the spectators in the whole tour. I mean, this wave is just basically perfection. We could define it like this. Breaks to both sides. It's a pretty short spot. You can just find very good conditions here constantly in Iquique, and you have many other options as well for free surfing right around this spot. So thanks everyone for joining us here, for sharing this live stream, and for interacting with us in the commentary section. So Ebony Shell is now still in the first position, just like on her first heat. Ebony's coming out pretty strong. She's 2 times Australian champion and 5 times Western Australian champion as well. And now finally showing up in the World Tour and showing what she's coming for. She's pretty strong, this girl.
Yeah, and we absolutely love to see it. Representing Perth, Clayton's, I believe, is their local wedge. Up and riding though, Veronica Correa, looking for a really nice section there, and she gets a nice arm extended roll, fights it a little bit but lands it, and she's looking to get a 6.60 if she wants to take Valentina Diaz's spot in second place. And it was a nice roll. Let's see what the judges have to say about that.
Yeah, so Veronica only had 2.9 and 1.75, just stalling there, waiting for a section to pop up to hit that clean roll. I mean, the landing, she kind of struggled a little bit, but she is going to have the best score so far for her waves, as she just have a 2.90 and a 1.75. That's definitely going away with this last wave by White Jersey.
Up and riding. Oh, we're going to the split screen. It looks like Ebony kicked off on the right and Vivi on the left was unable to complete that maneuver. So there'll be 2 low-scoring waves for both of the ladies just then. Here's another replay.
Y ahora Valentina Díaz por dentro de un tubo bueno para la izquierda. Tal vez el primer tubo en esta manga y sale ahora para intentar cambiar un 5 punto.
And she got a 6.0 for that tube, making her lead ahead of Vivi and Veronica even more difficult. And yeah, the two ladies in first and second, Ebony and Valentina, just pulling further and further away from Vivi and Veronica. And 3 minutes on the clock. We'll see what the ocean provides the women in the water, because it does look like there are still a few sets marching in. Ebony sitting out there with first priority and first place at the moment, a pretty comfortable position that every competitor loves to be in. So exciting times here in the last 2 minutes of the day.
That's it, last 2 minutes and 40 seconds of the day, guys. But stay with us because tomorrow we will have much more. Tomorrow we'll finally see the top 8 women going in the water just to begin the day. So let's check this once more for Veronica. That was the 4-point ride, her best wave in this heat. So Veronica is now needing 7 points to advance, guys. That's not going to be easy, but you know, she still has 2 minutes and 20 seconds. The waves are providing those sections for her to find this score. And now it's Ebony Shell once more going to the right as Viviana Araya goes to the left, attempting one more roll to try and get that 6.90 that she needs to go to second.
Yeah, not giving up. Vivi has definitely got the highest wave count in this heat, and she's just been keeping so busy and really needs to improve on that 3.6 as soon as possible. She wants to keep her hope and dreams alive here at the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. But maybe we'll grab a replay of that right that Ebony went on, but I don't think it will be a scoring wave for her. I think it was just a 1 by the looks of it.
1 minuto y 30 segundos restantes en esta manga ahora, que es la última del segundo día de competencia aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Mañana, el domingo, tendremos un check-in a las 6:45 para empezar la competencia a las 7:15. O sea, si son de aquí de Iquique, no dejen de vir a mirar este evento increíble que está pasando y aún hay mucho más. Ahí viene Verónica Correa, la atleta desde Panamá. Hace un rolo. Verónica no necesita una nota, un score bajo, es un 7, pero sigue ali intentando muy fuerte la competidora de Panamá.
And look at these sets
Wow.
just coming in.
Gnarly.
At least from this drone angle, it looks pretty good, and so there could be a bit of last-minute action. Ebony Fisher taken off in a tube, comes out, got a bit of hair in her eye, see if she can get to that section, but just decides to kick out instead. I don't think that will be adding to her score. Viviana
Araya, em um intento más de sacar esse 6.9, uma ola muy branca. Viviana saca um rolo assim mesmo, adelante de las piedras, sigue, hace um claim, acaba llegando hasta las piedras. Viviana, wow, Viviana just went all the way. She's looking for a 6.9, Joey.
putting it all on the line there.
Wow.
Vivi up the rocks. I hope she's okay. She looks pretty happy. I'm not sure if that's going to be the score. No, it just came through, and it looked like she got another 3.9. It was one of her scores, but unfortunately not enough for Vivi, putting it all on the line there.
Yeah, big congratulations to Viviana and Veronica for this heat. But it's Ebony Shell and Valentina Diaz that are advancing to round number 3 that you guys are going to be seeing tomorrow morning. Guys, we're going to call a quick commercial break to come with that last interview of the day with Ebony Shell once more. And then we're going to close this day off with us. But stick with us. We're going to come back right after the commercial. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished the second day of competition here in the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. In this last heat of the day, we saw once more Ebony Shell just completely dominate. I would say to you guys, mark down this name because tomorrow she's going to give some work for the top 8 that are going in the water.
That's right. It was super good to have her competing very well. And also Valentina, you know, with the first barrel that we have seen for the ladies. And also a lot of ladies have put on the show. Pamela Bowren, she serves so good. We have some huge upsets. Unfortunately, we lost Paloma, one of the favorites in our wild card, Paloma Fragan. We were all for sure expecting a lot from her, but this is competition and these things happens. And also we have Clarita Pontes advancing in first, which was really good. And we had so many ups and downs for sure. But we have the interview ready with Joey and the winner of this heat, Ebony Shell. So take it away, Joey.
Thank you, Begonia. Here I am with Ebony Shell, the winner of the last heat. Ebony, what was your goal coming into this competition?
My goal was just to make it a heat further than last time, and I accomplished that now, so I'm so stoked.
Well done, congratulations. What's the goal now?
Make it through to the next round.
Yeah, that's always it, isn't it? Want to tell us a little bit about what did you do between your time in Morocco and coming over here to Chile?
Just saving up money, so just working. I spent 3 months in the wheat belt, working with grain, doing agricultural work, and so it was 3 months without any surfing, so just to save up to come here.
So basically no surfing between Morocco and Chile?
That was before I went to Morocco, but between then I've just been doing my normal job as a swim instructor.
Oh, cool. Unreal. Well done. Anything you want to say to people watching you back home in Oz?
Big thanks to my sponsors, Good Earth and Stealth, and again, massive thanks to everyone that's supporting me, my family, my boyfriend, all the boys from the Manja crew.
Wow, congrats. So stoked for you and keep on ripping.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
I don't know who was more stoked, if Joey or Ebony. I loved it. Yeah, it's been great to have the Australians in this event as well as the Peruvians. We have the biggest group is Peruvian. They are more than 15 people, and it's been a great day. We saw the juniors, we saw 2 rounds for the women, and tomorrow we're going to come back at 6:45. We're going to be here, us, of course.
That's it.
And yeah, we're going to start, I believe it's 7:15 as well as today. So make sure to follow us at the social media. And of course, subscribe to this YouTube channel. It's super easy. There's a little bell, or also you just click on the subscription and then activate the bell, and then you will get the information from first hand every time we post something or the highlights or whatever. You're gonna know it first.
And Bego, tomorrow we are having the top 8 going in the water. So if we keep that schedule, that is always subject to change, right, depending on the conditions. Tomorrow we will have the pro juniors going in the water as well as the women. So it's going to be an amazing day. We'll finally see the top ranked athletes putting on the show in the water, together with the athletes that have been advancing since the round number 1. So it's going to be an amazing day. 7:15 we'll be here with you.
Ok, muchísimas gracias. Esto fue el segundo día de competencia para el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2024, un evento traído por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique a través de su Corporación Municipal de Deportes, con el auspicio, el apoyo, el patrocinio del Mall Sofri. Tenemos también el apoyo del Hotel Ibis, de Aguacielo, de la Universidad Santo Tomás y de la marca local de Bodyboard, Erizo Surbrand. Muchísimas gracias. Esos son los principales patrocinadores, y también un grupo de colaboradores de empresas tradicionales de Iquique, que es una larga lista, hemos estado mencionándolo. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes. En casa, ya saben, suscríbanse a este canal de YouTube, súper fácil. Abajo tienen el botoncito de suscripción, activan la campanita y cuando nosotros hagamos algo, publiquemos alguna cosa o vayamos al en vivo, les va a llegar a su celular o a su computador, y van a poder seguirnos en las transmisiones en vivo y en cualquier cosita que hagamos. Y por supuesto, síganos en las redes sociales. Gracias por su apoyo. Mañana nos vemos para el tercer día de competencia, y esto no para porque todavía nos quedan por lo menos 5 días más de competencia. Muchas gracias.
See you tomorrow.